So as the big clouds sit in the background and the wind whips all around us, we're ready for a cyclone of big hitting here at day 8 of the ECS Landskrona event brought to you by FanCode. The action on the European Cricket Network starts right here, right now. So welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Club. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network as we're ready to continue the ECS Landskrona event brought to you by FanCode. A tasty clash coming up this morning between Malmöhus, who recorded their first win yesterday, up against a desperate United Cricket Club who are yet to get their winning account underway. We'll turn to the man who tosses a Swedish krona higher than anyone in the business, Sir Rob Kemming.
Heads.
Heads is called.
It is heads. We'll bat first.
You bat first, okay.
And so after a great toss by Sir Rob Kemming, Malmöhus skipper Ankit Gupta has won the toss. After very careful consideration, he's decided to bat first in the first game here today. Probably giving a lot of thought to the conditions around at the moment. The blustery breeze is going to provide some assistance for the bowlers, probably make it a little bit difficult for the batters, and we might not see the same high scores that we saw here across the course of yesterday, in which we had scores in excess of 130 and 140 chased down in the same day. It was blistering stuff for the batsmen, but I suspect the bowlers will come into play a little bit more today. Malmöhus will be riding high with confidence after recording their first win yesterday, although they will be devastated at the fact they didn't pick up 2 from 0 after letting go what should have been a very defendable target of 141. It was good to see some of their batsmen start to find form, in particular Sambit Patanaik, who has benefited from moving down the order from his usual opening spot, and he's shown some incredible power and range of shot making over the couple of games yesterday. But actually the biggest inclusion for them might be the paceman Adam Sarton. He's a very, very tall bowler, probably a little bit less expressed than he used to be a couple of years ago, but he gets some vicious in-swing and will be helped by the conditions again today. And certainly his extra bounce added a dimension to the attack for Malmöhus that had been lacking previously. As for their opponents, United, they ran into a rampaging team in the form of Hisingen on their first day and ended up losing both matches. Their skipper, Rashad Mahmood, is such an important player for them, and it's both at the bowling crease and the batting crease, he needs to lift his game. He's already shown some promising signs, and I expect more from him today. As far as the batting goes, Ifza Khan gave them the most promising innings from their first set of matches. The big left-hander found the boundary, square and mid-wicket with ease, and if he can get backed up by one or more, including probably Saga Kadir at the top of the order, then United could be really in with a big show of causing an upset in one of these 2 games today. I think it's going to be a cracking clash, and the conditions will make for some differing games to what we saw yesterday. To take us through the opening stages, I'll hand back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Aibowan. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful Landskrona Cricket Ground. And what a sight that is, Landskrona, the southern part of Sweden. And well, though we're enjoying a fair bit of sunshine this week, we've had some very strong gusty winds as well, and that's one thing that these 2 teams will have to contend with today, because it is quite windy. The forecast, temperatures only getting the higher about 11 today, and the wind is going to be very strong, very gusty. We have a look at the 2 teams. United making their debut. Well, they will be looking for good things from their captain, Rashid Mahmood. He certainly made a good introduction himself. He took 3 wickets in 1 match, 3 for 9. He also scored some runs, 41 of 22 against Hisingen. He was supported by Ifsan Afzal with the ball, 2 for 10, and also by Isra Khan with the bat, 37 of 21. So they will be the key players, but he really does need one other of these batters really to get going. That's where their weakness was in those matches that they lost. In 1 match, just posting 65. Did slightly better in the second one against Hisingen, got to the 90s, but it wasn't enough. And another team that had their issues with Hisingen was Malmöhus. Remember that match yesterday, an incredible one. 1-4-1 they put on the board. Thanks to good batting from Paternaik and also Sandeep Malidi. But it wasn't enough. They were knocked off. And knocked off with 6 balls to go as well. It was quite amazing. And second time round though, Hisingen, they were restricted to 97. This is what we expect today now. I think that's probably pretty realistic considering with the conditions. And Malmöhus are expected to win this one 108 to 91. So let's see how that works out. And but yeah, as I said, Malmöhus did get their victory. So that little contest with Hisingen was finished with 1 apiece. So they're on a winning streak, if you like, and they'll be looking to get both the victories here against United, the newcomers. Good morning to our match officials out there. It's going to be Rafi Ahmed and Adnan Gill, our men in black, and well supported as ever by the best tosser in the game by far, Sir Rob Kemin. Good morning to Sir Rob. And also good morning to everybody bright and early on the YouTube chat. It's always nice to have you there. You're our cricket family, and you are the European Cricket Network conversation street, if you like. Always lots of good conversation out there as well. And well, I'm sure a lot of people were absolutely glued to the screens yesterday, and 2 incredible chases that we saw. I mean, let's not forget about those. I mean, we already mentioned the chase that Hisingen put on to get 142 to beat Malmöhus. But the earlier game yesterday, Ariana 130 for 5. Loma, team making their debut, 132 for 1. Loma winning both matches against Ariana really have set this group alight. Here's the first ball. Soluri comes in, a little bit short, and that's beautifully whipped away. Well, Dhiraj Malhotra just seems to be, at the moment, in the form of his life. He's just timing the ball so well. And this one just a tad too short. Line was okay, it was a length. And Malhotra just gets back inside his crease and whips it away. Well, what a start, 4 runs. Malhotra certainly. One thing that we saw from Malmöhus yesterday is that they were far better in their approach with the bat. They were far more attacking. They were prepared to take risks. And every batter that came out made contributions, and that's what they were hoping to do here today. Larry now tries to adjust his line, goes too wide, and wide is called. It's going to be tricky conditions this for me, for the team in the field, because once again, just emphasising on the wind, is very strong, but it comes and goes. It's sort of a blustery breeze. It's coming from left to right today. So looking at the screen now, that will be blowing right in the face of the batter. And I think the bowler will have issues, and so will the fielders when they're going for these high catches. Goes through, that's better from Soluri. He's probably one of their key bowlers. I think they rely on him a lot. He needs to have a good day if United are to come back from the start that they made. So just to recap, United in match 1 against Hisingen. Hisingen put 95 on the board. United 65 for 8. Match 2, it was United batting first. A decent 94 on the board. This one's up in the air. He's got enough of this to get it over the fielder. And the chase is on. And oh dear. Well, look at this. Well, this is European Cricket Network, folks. First of all, you got the fielders trying to flick it back. He has 1, 2, maybe 3 goes. He can't get the flick back on the ball. And then the fielder behind says, all right, forget your footwork. I'm going to go for the dive. Here we go, look. Tries here, tries here, tries here. Couldn't get it. And then there's the dive once the ball has gone over. And, well, he nearly knocked his teammate all over the place. Well, that's the sort of action that you'd expect on the European Cricket Network. 4 runs was the result. Quite an energetic one. This one's played straight to the hands of the man at point. Quite a few of the players you see there still wearing their team tracksuit tops. It is nippy, trust me. I know Vinny Sandhu. Good morning to Vinny Sandhu. Well, I don't know what the time is in Australia, so it's probably very early morning to Vinny Sandhu. But I know that he was saying when he was watching the coverage, saying, hey, it doesn't look that cold there, Rico. What are you on about? I tell you what, it needs to be here. The screen does not tell you the story of the wind chill factor. This was being well picked up. He's going to aim to get it over the field. He does. 1 bounce, 4 more. That's a third boundary in the innings. And Malhotra is doing it in boundaries at the moment, just getting the width. I like the way he goes down on one knee, hits it over the top. Good shot to play in the power play and gets 4 more. So it's very much the same as yesterday so far from Malmahus. The batters attacking from the onset. This is very wide, and there's called one as well. Rafi Ahmed at the bowler's end at the moment. Adnan Gill at square. So Laurie trying to finish off this first over, 14 off it so far, those 3 boundaries. And this time, a little bit short, but Malhotra deciding not to go for this shot. It was there, it was sort of pullable height. Decided just to defend this one down. So 14 it stays at the end of the first. So Soluri, one of the better bowlers, finding it difficult. This is stats, first over stats. Always interesting to look at this now that the teams have had a few matches. It gives you an indication of where teams are. And you see United as a result of their stats. That's why they're in the position they are at the moment. And one team, Malmahus, certainly did up their ratio, 12. But the key is averaging at around 8. And you see here, 14 today. And they've got off to a good start. Hissingen, the team who had those 2 victories against United, high-scoring ones. And then yesterday, of course, that high-scoring chase. They're right up there at the top at the moment, and they are also top of the table. This is a lovely shot. Just gets right in line with this. The ball will go to the boundary, and Rizwan Tara starts with a boundary as well. This is a man who I said yesterday before I jinxed him that he does play the ball so sweetly. I think he's one. We've seen the best of Malhotra. We've seen Ankit Gupta get going as well, and Patanaik also. This man is one we haven't seen the best of as yet. It's angled into his pads from Afzal. He'll take the leg bys. Afzal bowled well in the first match against Hissingen. He took 2 for 10. And this is hit down the ground. There is a fielder there. Should be going for the catch. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Bowler carrier. Yara ki kar dita tu. Catch for no te You're there to take the catch. He didn't fancy it. I think this one you got to go for. Mohammed Samir just backs away from it. I think you got to commit to this. Yeah, see there. He puts the brakes on. And you can see how close he was to it because the bounce almost beats him. Got to go for those early on. Try and get the wickets. And this is a terrible delivery. It's called a wide, but I think it may actually be a no ball. It is. The umpire initially calls a wide. Doesn't retract it, which is naughty, but this is well, it's interesting because some will say that if the ball doesn't pitch before it hits the line for the batters, the crease, that it should actually be a wide, but it was a no ball call. That was a free hit. And it was there for the taking. It was probably pretty full again, but they only go through for the 1. Rico Full here, and welcoming back the man who gave a tremendous introduction. He's got all the words, and he gets them all in the right places. And he's my partner in crime. He's a smooth operator. Andrew Ryan comes in right on cue. Talk us through that one.
Well, it's a pretty ordinary shot from a pretty good batsman. Malhotra trying to clear the cover position. That just turns in his hands a touch, and it's a nice piece of bowling from Afzal after a tough start to his over. And after a challenging start, full stop, the boys from United will be very happy to have the first wicket on the board. Malhotra is sent back to the pavilion. He's gone for 13 off 8. Certainly see, Rico, this Malmöhus team has gotten a jolt of confidence after their win yesterday. Probably should have had 2 wins from their 2 games. Managed to struggle to defend. Total in excess of 140 against Hisingen, who had Nithin Ramakrishna go ballistic in the first game. But otherwise, they've started pretty brightly today.
Yeah, they're starting well. It's a rare error there early on from Malhotra. Easy sort of catch there from Mahmood. Do you feel that anything that's hit area in that direction, that's probably going to be the result, that the wind is going to hold it up?
See, offside come with the next ball, just driven nicely by Gupta. Fielder allows long off to get involved in the game. I certainly think, Rico, that we saw a big increase in the scoring yesterday because the wind was helpfully taking the ball to mid-wicket and square leg for the right-handers. And so I think a lot of the big hitters gained some confidence from that, thinking that even if they mistimed a shot to the leg side, as we see the score reach 23 for 1 after 2, that the wind was probably going to give them a good chance of carrying it. I guess on the flip side, those strikes out to cover and probably even long off, which tend to probably not be as strong since you're hitting through the offside to begin with, are probably far more likely to hold up. So teams even more encouraged to bowl to the offside.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, next bowler is going to be Isra Khan. So Soleri not going to come back here. Isra gets ready to start. He's the man who starts really, really wide and just about gets his feet in the right position in terms of those lines for his bowling. Starts short and it's into the body of Anik Gupta. Gets a bit of bat onto it, but not as much as he would like to. Was a little bit late, I think, playing this. And that's why the ball ends up going towards mid-wicket and not square.
I think we actually had Khan called for a back foot no ball in one of his previous overs. The back foot not quite landing in the correct place. It does come in from extremely wide.
Well, this is smashed away. It was wide outside the off stump. And this is a big swing, and it's 4 runs. Probably just not going to the boundary. Gets it really wide and gives the width that Rizwan Tara says thank you very much. And, well, only just falling short of that line. Big hit.
We're waiting for the ball to be returned. Good morning to everyone who's on our YouTube chat today. Good wishes coming in from IWBW this morning, and also Maya, who's back on the chat. Always good to have some of our wonderful friends engaging in some conversation with the community, as there's an appeal there. No chance of being given out by the umpire, and Tara squeezes through for the single.
Yeah, good running between these two. Yeah, have a look at this. He's pitching outside the line of the leg, so it doesn't matter what the ball does here. It should and will not be given out. Quick shake of the head from the umpire. Better delivery. Gets this one right. Doesn't give too much room, and the fielder, well, I didn't think he was ever going to get there. He does, and he uses his feet. Rohit Kumar. And, well, we don't like to see that. That's one thing we don't encourage. Use your hands, man. Use your hands. And you got lucky here.
Nice example of Ankit Gupta's timing, though, there. Just leant on that ball, and it actually wasn't too far from reaching the boundary.
Well, this time he'll have to use his hands. He does. There you go. A bit of coaching, and it was successful.
Amazing what some Rico influence will do for an outfielder.
Certainly will. Hey, listen, you know I'm one that likes to tell you what day it is. You're going to like this one. 2 days. Well, you may not, because we'll see this delivery first. Oh, it's well bowled. I know you're not the biggest of seafood fans, are you?
Certainly not.
No, so you won't. National Shrimp Day certainly won't be one that you like. As you have a look at the stats so far of the power plays, Hisingen and Ariana, no surprise, they're up there. Also Loma, I mean, because Hisingen and Ariana's is so good, Loma's looks average, but I mean, that ain't bad itself. An average of 27.39 there high. Malmöhus, they're about the same as Loma, but you can see they're united. You can see why they're the team that are having the problems and why they're the team that really do have to bat better in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, certainly Loma's average hindered by the fact they've only played 2 games to date, and they had 1 innings in which they powered along. That was the first one, and then the second one became an absolute dogfight, which they managed to win in the end and take 2 victories from 2 against Ariana.
This is a lovely time shot, and the fielder as can't do anything about that. Good attempt. He's trying to get up in the air to try and stop this one, the captain, Mahmood. But this is good. He just leans into this, doesn't he? Just digs it right up, hits it well. And that's a tremendous shot. So it's time now for the captain, Ankit Gupta, to register his first boundary.
Yeah, he's lovely to watch, Ankit Gupta. He's got a very different style to a lot of the hitters out here. Just leans on the bat. Very, very relaxed, casual approach, but beautiful striker.
And this one, he gets beaten outside the off. Top ball, yeah, so it is. National Shrimp Day. So if you like your seafood, it's a good day to go out there and get some. And I tell you what, we're spoilt for choice here for seafood. I know you're not a big fan, but there's plenty of dishes on offer here in this part of Sweden, and where we're based, which is more in the Helsingborg. It's another wide being bowled. Run rates, look, no surprise here. I kept telling everybody, believe me, I said they will go up. Nobody believed me the first few days when it was around 8 and 8.1, but those conditions got better. The big boys turned up, the Master Blasters turned up, and we saw some very good rates yesterday, and that the average rate now is the highest so far compared to 2020 and 21.
Yeah, it certainly is. The interesting thing from yesterday with that rate going up to 11.6, Rico, as well, is that the second game was one of the lowest scoring contests that we've had throughout the entire tournament here at Landskrona. Someone's just sent down the leg side, so that run rate would have been significantly higher if we hadn't have had what was a pretty scrappy but exciting contest in the end between Ariana and Loma after their fireworks in game one.
Up in the air, this could be an opportunity. One or two fielders will go there, but it will be the captain, of course, who's got very safe hands. Rashid Mahmood picks up not just his second catch, but also the second wicket. And it's going to be Ankit Gupta that goes. I think the only blessing for Gupta will be, at least this time, he's not going to be bowled out. That's been his problem up until now. And I think he could have been just perhaps a little bit more patient. He was struggling with the bowling of Afzal, not in the sense it was troubling him in how to play it, but he couldn't play it. It was too wide down the leg, down the outside the off, and this one was really just one that he needed to hit straight down the ground. He doesn't get it right, goes aerial, but once again, maybe that wind coming in play, just holding that one up nicely for Mahmood to complete the catch.
Well, if you're going to bowl a full toss, Rico, then getting it about a foot outside off stump and on the side in which you've got a pretty strong breeze blowing back into the ground, not a bad place to do it. Ankit Gupta tried to launch that over the boundary. Probably been a bit frustrated, as you noted, from the previous couple of balls. It's a very clean catch taken out there by the skipper, Mahmood. He's a good cricketer all round. Contributes strongly with the ball, with the bat as well. Very, very clean catch.
It's not changing the batting order here. You're seeing that it's Sachin Kaner who's coming out. I would have thought this would have been the ideal time for Patnaik to come out. But they've decided that Sambir Patnaik is much better, just coming around about the middle order.
Coming out as a pinch hitter, Rico.
Yeah.
Just throw the bat for an over or so and see if they can give the run rate a boost. Run rate's pretty tidy at the moment, sitting on 40 for 2 after 3.4 overs, so just tick over 10. But maybe Sachin's been sent out to go very, very hard for an over, see what he can do.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Sachin. So this is the first we've seen of him, and he starts powerfully. That's a very good start. And there's our man again. See a little bit of coaching to Rohit when he was trying to field with his feet, and now Kumar's made 2 good stops in his hand. That one was a good one. That was hit pretty hard.
I said last week, Rico, I think you need to start charging for your coaching consultancy services. There's been a number of teams throughout this last week and a half which have benefited from your observations.
Afzal. It's that pitched up delivery once more, which again, it is the full toss, but just not able to get that away. And there's an opportunity for her to say good morning to everybody. Hello and welcome back to Landskrona. Rico Full here and Andrew Ryan. Look, I was talking about national days it is today. National Shrimp Day, that doesn't please you. But this is one for my daughter, so Sonia, if you're watching, it's National Clean Your Room Day. So go up there and clean your room.
What a message through the communication of live television.
Yeah.
Rico is still ruling the roost at home.
They're very
Just
much
talked
so.
about Mother's Day a couple of days ago. Has this
Mother's
been part of
Day.
the desire to take on more responsibility within the domestic management?
When you're not around, yeah, that's a good way to do it. But look, yeah, hello to everybody. Look, there's going to be parents now up and down the country, up and down the world that'll be saying to the kids, did you hear that? Clean your room. It's National Clean Your Room Day.
I'm going to start. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can get you on a service like Memo or something like that, in which people can order small video tidbits from Rico Full, whether it's little coaching reminders, words of inspiration, or just telling the kids to sort out their rooms.
Yeah, I mean, why not? But look, it's absolutely wonderful to be here. It's going to be a windy day, but so far the sun is out. I know that the forecast for later on today is not too clever, but it's only a forecast. We're very confident that we will get the 4 matches in today. Well, I do hope so, because these 2 matches are going to be exciting, but the latter ones are going to be key as well.
Yeah, really, really looking forward to the 2 matches this afternoon. We've got some great cricket ahead of us. And I think you're right, Rico. The conditions here in this part of Sweden are very, very changeable. Tend to get that very strong wind coming in from the sea. Weather forecasts are reliable to an extent, but I think we've had this in a lot of the days that we've been here, both this year and last year, that conditions have been a bit cloudy, a bit dubious in the morning, but the wind's come and essentially blown the cloud cover away.
It certainly is. Look, it's not only this cricket that we have here. Just remind you, we have also the Valletta Cup that has started in Malta, and I think that started at 8:30 this morning. I believe that Malta are playing Gibraltar. And I think Malta made a good start. It was my man, the young bowler, quick bowler Bilal Khan, that was in the action, taking some wickets. Talk about action, back to the action here, and that's not going to take any wickets. Way down the leg side from the bowler.
That was a long time to wait for a leg side wide, Rico. Assuming it wasn't strategic discussions to send down that delivery, which took a while.
This one's a little bit better, no pace on it. Fielder comes in. And the batters do think about the second, and eventually the fielder releases the ball.
Playing with fire, dropping that ball slightly short of a length on leg stump.
He's hit pretty well. Fielder in play and takes the catch, and Mahmood takes his 3rd. Well, Mahmood is in the mood to party. He's not putting any down there. Safe pair of hands there from Rashid Mahmood, the captain, leading by example.
Yeah, great pair of hands out there. He couldn't have placed himself in the field any better than today's. The most reliable set of hands that they've got in the team. The ball's just cracked out to him on a number of occasions, and Rizwan just starting to get a bit frustrated. Obviously, the slight delay in play. Hadn't had too much strike in the previous couple of overs. Nice looking shot, but unfortunately just didn't get the necessary elevation or clean timing. And here comes yet another Mahmood victim in the field, which does bring your man, Sambit Hadanaik, to the crease. He batted beautifully yesterday. Showed a great array of shots. Very stylish customer, tall, elegant batter. Very much looking forward to see him go about his work. 2 games here this morning.
Yeah, he was in good nick. And let's see if he can continue in that mood, because I suppose he probably is the last of the key recognised batters. Just clips this over the bowler's head, takes the one. I mean, they still do have, of course, Sandeep Malidi to come in. Sandeep Malidi for me is somebody who could probably come up a little bit higher, because he's not as aggressive. I certainly would have Sambit Hadanaik higher up the order. I really do, now that he's in good form. This one needs to be put away. It was a full toss. They've struggled to put those full tosses away. I mean, they're straight and right at them, so many would say that's probably, if you're going to bowl a full toss, that's where they need to be. But certainly haven't dispatched them. This rate is just starting to slow down. They started pretty well. First 2 overs, they're around 11 and over, but that's gone down to about 9 here. Ooh, and a defensive shot there from Hadanaik.
He knows if he just gets himself in for a few balls, then he can create some carnage in the later overs. Tell you what, Sachin Kanair hits a hard ball if he can actually get his placement right in the coming deliveries. I expect he could find the boundary pretty regularly. That's a catch out, opportunity out to 3rd man. He's put the superstar Hadanaik down, and in the context of this match, Rico, that could be a huge drop. Vivek Kurup down there. They're always tough catches at 3rd man. The ball top spinning off the top edge of the bat. but you've got to take those.
Yeah, you definitely have to take those, and this is the sort of thing which United can't afford to do. And Captain Mahmood has taken 3 out of 3. He's trying to lead the way for his team, but that one was a straightforward catch. बहुत हल्का कैच सीगा, short दिता, chance दे देता बहुत तकड़ी batsman नु. So Panathinaikos will certainly make the most of that. Just looking at that scorecard, made starts. Malhotra gets out on the unlucky 13. Rizwan Tara once again not able to get going. But this partnership now is pretty key from these two, especially key in terms of really uplifting the score. This has gone a long way up in the air. The wind has taken this, and there's a demonstration of that swirly wind. It looks like it probably could have been an opportunity for either one of those two fielders, but it just keeps going. Arriba, 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 y más, seis carreras.
Felt like Panathinaikos just taken out the 8-iron there, got enough height on it, and the wind gave it some assistance. Certainly not coming cleanly off the middle of the bat, but it's a perfect region to be hitting in with the wind assistance today. Let's get into this 6th over, Rico. A comment from the man on the YouTube chat noting that you do jazz hands when saying hello, and he's pointed out for those in the deaf community that's double wave is how they clap to show applause. I like that. It's a little message of it's a hello for some people, but it also interpreted as an applause of welcoming back our friends to the coverage.
Oh, that's lovely. Thanks for letting me know that. I think I'll keep it up then. Yeah, why not? This one is Kumar. Well done, Kumar. He's transformation in Kumar's fielding all of a sudden. And I suppose fielding that last one right in front of us, he would have heard what we had to say about his foot fielding.
He's transformed his game off the back of your advice, Rico. Not surprising, the storied coach of Spanish cricket over many years.
Well, this one is
nice in swing there, but hasn't missed top of the stumps by too much.
Oh, this one, yeah, just misses, and then he takes off. That's Sachin. Sachin, you can see that he probably hasn't had too much match practice. He's one of the new inclusions in this side. Sachin Khaner, and at the moment just finding it a bit difficult to get into touch. And well, he's not going to in this match because he's been cleaned up by Usman Mughal. And well, this is what we like to say, the boogie oogie woogie fireball, and it knocks him over. Jak the Fatte style, and Sachin, well, he tried, he couldn't get going, and well, not a bad thing really. There's no point eating up deliveries. He has a swing. Jak the Fatte style as the stumps go down, and the new batter will come in, and I'm pretty sure that it probably will be Sandeep Malidi. I'll be surprised if it's not.
Yeah, I think you're right with that, Rico. It does look like it is Malidi who's coming to the crease. Nice piece of bowling from Mughal. He gave an indication to the batters early in that over. He was capable of bowling the big in swing. It got that one right in the block hole. Sachin's played all over the top of it, but went out there and swung hard, which was no doubt the job that the skipper and Gupta gave him. Just reverting back to the YouTube chat. Excellent to have all of you with us here today. We've had Ashu M, who's suggested that they should give seats to the commentators. I think, Rico, we've got plenty of seats around the place. I think this T10 cricket just keeps us so excited, so lively, that you just never want to sit down.
No, you don't. And those people that know me well know that I never sit. I just keep walking and walking and walking. And you'll notice, see, a lot of people say that Rico, Andrew Ryan, and also Vinny Sandhu tower over you. Now, go back to that in a minute. This ball is a gunny one and will get put away, and that's a nice shot. No messing around, short ball. It was Gandhi and it needed to be put away, and it was. And this man here is not in the mood for messing around. Just plays that away nicely. Look, the reason why I'm shorter, as you know, I stay on my feet and I walk backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. I sort of, by the time I finish, I've sort of dug a little hole in the ground, so I'm about to, well, what would you say, a few inches underground already. And we still got days to go. Oh, this is a master blast. It goes a long way. That is a Bizaway supersonic strike. Seis carreras, gracias, says the captain, because we need a few more of those. Oh, what a hit.
Which is a beautiful strike from Panathinaikos. That's actually a difficult shot to play. Bat's come from a relatively square position outside off and swept straight across the front of his pads. But he's gotten it right off the middle of the bat. A little bit of wind assistance, but he's cracked that delivery a long way.
What a beautiful shot that is. That's timing, and that's a man that is in good form. So boundaries now starting to flow. It was a while since we've seen something now 2 on the spin. And gets this one outside the offside, so this is better from the captain, Mahmood.
Under a bit of pressure, Mahmood. Right arm pace. Needs to get some swing if he's to threaten batters of this quality. Taking a step
this
down
is
the
big.
track.
This is probably going to sit on top of us here. It's all the way over there. Did you see that? I called it. It's going to be on top of us, on top of the old cube. And, well, that one's going to come back chilled to this Kookaburra. What a shot. Seis carreras. Balle, balle, balle. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Shaka Lagia.
So for the first time this week, Rico, I was actually trying to put myself in position to field that ball, but he's hit it so sweetly, it's ended up on the roof.
Well, this one is sliced away, and the troubles for the captain, Mahmood, continuing this one. That was hay poquito de suerte, pero también hay 4 carreras.
Yeah, Padanike gets lucky, but you make your own luck in this T10 cricket. Striking the ball very sweetly at the moment, and when you go hard, things tend to go in your favour. Fielder, third man position right on the circle, had no chance of stopping that.
This is good shot straight down. Fielder has to stop. It does. Good pickup, good throw. And the over gets finished with a single. 21, it goes magical. Just gives us an opportunity to have a look at the most wicket takers so far up to match number 28, and Joshy there off the Hissington. That's no surprise at all. He's bowled really well. And also, well, one man, he's only bowled in one match. Adam Sarton is there with 4 wickets, along with the 2 players from Loma, Najim Haq, and also Rashid on 4, and Kamar as well. We saw him yesterday, and top runs. Well, no surprise there, Andrew.
Yeah, Ramakrishna, he's been a revelation in this event so far for Hissington, as we see Mughal come on and continue his late in swing, just causing a few issues for Padanike. But Nithin Ramakrishna hasn't. He not only bludgeoned the ball to all parts of the ground, but done it with some panache. And that man Malidi, despite coming in the middle order for Malmahus, he's up in the 5th place, which shows the consistency of his batting this tournament to date.
Yeah, and it could be taking another here. They do. That's yeah, well watched. Good anticipation as soon as that ball hits the stumps. Unfortunate, Rohit Kumar there gets a good throw in. And the bowler saying, no mind, I don't mind that. It's Usman Mughal. And, well, what a great over that last one was to really up the score to where they want it to be in the 70s now. Gives himself space up in the air, and this, I think, is probably going to go all the way. Yes, it does. 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, Vidro. Put them up like you just don't care. This is 6 more.
Yeah, they really need this man, Padanike, out. He is in sublime form. Just another little chip shot that carries the boundary by a couple of metres. Mughal's got to get that in-swinger working again, try to spear it into his pads.
This one hit high up onto the offside. Sort of almost stops the shot slightly there, Padanike, because he knows there is a fielder there. He just wants to get it over the inner fielder. And does that, gets the single. And says to Malidi, there you go, try and get yourself off the mark. Malidi says, okay, I will do, boss. He takes a single.
They've done pretty well in the middle overs here, United, between the 6th and the 2nd and the 6th overs inclusive. All of them went for single figures, which is a demonstration that they were actually keeping things relatively tied, maybe just going for the 1 boundary every over, but the last over and potentially this one from Mughal, different story.
Well, this wasn't an appeal from the bowler. I think this was the bowler saying to the umpire, you can't call that a wide. He just turns around and he says, it's not a wide, surely it's not a wide. The umpire probably saying, nah. End of the over, he does finish well with a dot, but you can see that acceleration once that wicket fell there off Sachin, that Padanike has just gone ballistic. He's raced on the 39 of just 16 balls. And with somebody like Sandeep Malidi there with him, this partnership, if these two can bat now to the end of the innings, you get the feeling that they probably are on target of around about 120, 130. But it all depends of whether Patanaik stays out there or not.
Got your man Rohit Kumar coming to the bowling crease. Have you given him any advice as far as bowling today, Rico, instead of fielding? Well, maybe we'll wait to see the outcome of this first couple of balls.
I haven't spoken to him about the bowling, but let's see where the first ball goes. He is a man that listens, so I'm sure if there is any advice that we can shout out to him, he'll follow it. At the moment, he's just making sure that his field is correct for what he wants to bowl.
Big job. If he can keep Malidi on strike for a few balls, a couple of dots to begin this 9th over, give him some confidence, and also I've been trying to keep this score hopefully not too far for these guys below or around the 100 mark. Nice little in swinger to start with.
He plays that well. I mean, we've had a look at the run scorers in that tries to take the cheeky second, but he's been sent back. Nice throw, good direct throw as well. Let's have a look at the top run scorers in general. Umar Nawaz, no surprise there, the Centurion, 324 runs. And then we saw there that it was Nitin Ramakrishna, 190. Suhesh Shetty, he's right up there, 186. As is the captain of the Stars, Prabha, 168. And Riaz Khan, who batted really well as well from John Shopping, 158 to him. Top wicket taker is Imran Kiani with 12.
Some big names in Swedish cricket there, Rico. Patanaik just defending that off to the outside. Probably a signal that he'd much rather keep a hold of the strike, put loose balls away to the boundary rather than just rotate it and bring Malidi back on.
Shot, that's gone. Forget about that one. Over it goes. 6 runs, and the timing is just perfected here at the moment from Patanaik. I love the balance that he has. I love watching him from side on before the ball comes. I like the way he's just gently moving his feet. He's it's sort of like, I think the word is, he's got springs in his feet. He waits for the ball to come and he just pounces, and it's all timing. Absolutely,
Rico. Have a look on that replay if we get it again. Just a beautiful high elbow position, and then the flourish of the bat that comes through. It's a lovely technique.
One thing I haven't seen, or we haven't seen from him, is him cut the ball. So get it outside the off stump, and Rohit tries just that, but he goes too wide. And that's probably where you need to try and get the ball to go that short of a length outside the off. Maybe push your third man back, and maybe have a backward point in place as well. There's nobody back really in that area in the offside. And that one's gone through him. That's one of few that have. So Patanaik this time just trying to force it. Very different player, isn't he, from when he's timing the ball to when he's trying to force it.
Credit to Rohit Kumar though. That was a good length ball. Just in that slot that Patanaik seems to struggle a little bit when the ball's on his off or his middle stump. That sweeping strike out to the leg side is usually pretty reliable. Nice ball.
And this is that one in the area I'm talking about. So there you go. You see, he is a listener. He is a listener. He heard us when we were talking to him about his fielding, and now with the bowling, he's getting the ball in the right areas after being hit for a huge 6. He's come back with 3 dot balls and looking to finish this over well. Only 8 from it. That is good.
Yeah, the previous over went for 10. If he can get out of this with just 8, United will be feeling reasonably happy with the position.
It's up in the air. Where's this going to land? Third man coming across, but not able to get there in time as they come, and they do take the single, which I suppose is a win really for Malmahus, because it means that Patanaik will be back on strike for the final over.
Yeah, that's not a bad result. Rohit Kumar going for 6 off the 3rd ball of the over. He's only gone for 9 off the 9th over. So Malmahus 95 for 4. Given that they feel like they've been relatively untroubled in this innings, it's certainly not the biggest score, and whether or not that reflects that United bowling lineup have been a bit more solid than they might have appeared on the surface, or that conditions are just trickier today. That swirling wind giving plenty of assistance, particularly to the in-swing bowlers.
Change here. So Samir to bowl the final one. Short, and this has been hit far. Watch out, horses, it's coming your way. That is big. That is out of here. What a strike. Well, I think in those woods there's a few moose, which is the national animal here in Sweden. Well, that's been moosed. That's out of here. That is big.
Yeah, Rick, I think I'm going to have to go and call Bizaway Travel Services to get them to book a ticket for that ball to return to the ground. That has gone a long, long way.
Yeah, what a way to bring up the 100.
And Ike only 4 away from his half-ton.
This will be a wide. Have to be bowled again. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? When you see a bowler coming on to bowl the last over that hasn't bowled in the match at all, especially when you're bowling up against a man that's already in his 40s.
Doing a good job to bowl an outswinger against that breeze, though.
That's hit pretty well, and that's going to be 4 more. Just bounces inside the rope. Cuatro carreras más. Lovely shot.
A few questions over this field that they've got set at the moment, Rico. Samir's doing his most to try to bring the ball outside off stump. It's the right thing to do, but they've got a fielder that's almost partway between fine leg and backwards square leg down on the boundary. It feels absolutely pointless. If he bowls a half tracker and gets deposited down there, well, it serves him right, but at the moment he's doing what the captain should want him to do. With another good ball outside off stump, but insufficient protection on that offside boundary.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The other thing that surprises me, Andrew, is that they elected to take the single. I think if you're hitting the ball like is, you stay put, you say no, because he may not get on strike here. Well, this has been well hit. Fielder is out there, but can't do anything about this. This was too spicy for even Rashid Mahmood. And it's 4 runs, so Sandeep Malidi saying, don't worry, Rico, I can hit it pretty well as well. And showing us just how to do it.
Gee, that rocketed off the pad, didn't it? Beautifully timed cover drive. Fielder wandering around, Rashid Mahmood. He's been pretty good out in that spot today, but even he couldn't stop that thunderbolt.
Valuable runs this in the 10th, and this one should be dispatched, and it has been. Balle, ginna sona, boom, shaka lagya, ginna bada shaka.
Big Sandeep Malidi, lucky he didn't trot on his stumps. He got that far back in his crease, but has timed the ball to perfection. And 10 runs off the last 2 balls after a pretty promising start from Samir. Still 1 to go.
This over has gone magical already. It's just what was required at this point. And Paddle Mike also has brought up his 50 in this over. This one will go all the way as well. What a finish to the innings. Shaba, shaba. They do it shaka, shaka style. And it's bowling Samir. This 1 over does not work. He goes for 28. And that score, which started at the beginning of this over below 100, rockets past 100. And they do get to 120, 123 for 4. A set a score between 120 and 130 is what they were looking for. So to get that acceleration in the last 5, well, that was a huge over.
Yeah, it certainly was, Rico. It was a good batting effort from Malmahus. They controlled that 10-over innings pretty well. It's a reasonable start from Rizwan and Malhotra, who went to open the innings, helped by some somewhat footsie inept fielding as 2 fielders converged on that ball, flying out towards the leg. Despite their best efforts, it went for a 4. There was some nice hitting out to the offside, particularly while the field was up in the power play overs. And Malhotra, he was eventually out trying to repeat the dose there. Well caught by the skipper, Rashid Mahmood, but that only brought the skipper Ankit Gupta to the crease. He'll be happier with his innings today. A couple of bludgeon strikes over the offside. Nicely timed to drill over cover. Mahmood couldn't do anything about that. But you can't keep the skipper out of the game, Rico.
No, you can't. And the captain came forward and takes a catch off the captain. And Nick Gupta not able to put the full toss away. And then Sachin came in. He's somebody that we haven't seen before. He played a few shots, trying to get going, but there's the man again. Here's the captain, Mahmood. who takes another catch. Mahmood, though his catching was good, his bowling wasn't at his best. He took a bit of stick. This catch, well, look, you cannot drop a man like Patanaik, and you know that is going to be a one that is going to hurt you, and it does, because Patanaik is a batter who, though we've seen him bat well, and many times he's got himself the good runs, he's not got a 50 so far. That was well bowled from Mughal. That was right in the block hole. That was the end of Sachin, but that wasn't a bad thing. As I said at the time, he couldn't get going, and that meant that Sandeep Malidi came in. Malidi at the moment was at the non-strikers end, and he was just watching the magnificent striking of Patanaik. He did get lucky with that one, and you saw some horses in the background there, but they had to be careful because some were big and some were coming their way. Well, this one was one that the fielders were jumping high, trying to stop, couldn't do it, and there were some huge shots. This one was one of them, going a long way, and there's the horses there in the background, and they were probably thinking, right, let's stay away from the fence this time. This one was struck pretty hard from Sandeep Malidi, and on that occasion the captain Rashid Mahmood couldn't stop it. So some expensive overs that really did contribute to the score, but other than that, I would think, apart from 2 overs perhaps from United, they did a pretty good job. You see that reflected on the scorecard. They managed to get the key men out pretty cheaply. Malhotra 13, Tara still hasn't gone to a big score, 9. Gupta, their captain, again similar to Tara. We know he has the quality, doesn't go big, but congratulations, Bort Badaya, Sambit Patanaik Nu, Apni 50 Benali, 57 to 25. The first time really he's got to his 50. He's always been there or thereabout, in the 30s, in the 40s, and 57 not out from him. Well supported, as you would expect, from 18, from just 5 deliveries from Sandeep Malidi as well. The bowlers, plenty of them used, 7 in total. There were some expensive ones there. That last one, Mohammed Samir, that just surprised me. Why Soleri didn't come back to bowl the last, I don't understand. And Robert Kumar as well, he just bowled the one, that 9th over. He bowled really well. To bowl the 9th over and only go for 9 did well. 2 wickets there from Absal, so he continues. He's good form with the ball. A wicket apiece for Isra Khan, also bowled pretty well. He's 2 overs for 13. And Usman Bagal, he's 2, went for 18. He picked up a wicket as well. So just a couple of expensive overs, which meant that Mamahus get past the 120, and I guess as a result of that, and also bearing in mind that United have not posted a score of more than 100 up until now, win probability is all in favour of Mamahus. Mamahus, who got that win in the last match yesterday against Hissingens, are looking to make it 2 out of 2 here as we have a look at the match summary so far. Match number 29, Mamahus, they've done pretty well, haven't they? They've got the runs on the board, thanks mainly to a good knock from Patanaik, but also you have to talk about the men that supported him in that innings, and Sandeep Malidi played a good role there as well, as did for a short while the captain Anit Gupta. So 123 for 4, 124 required for United if they, the team making a debut, are to register their first win in a European Cricket Series. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me as always is Andrew Ryan, and we'll be back in 10 minutes for the conclusion of match number 29. Vamos o volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Landskrona cricket ground here in Sweden. It's the southern part of Sweden, close to Helsingborg, which is where we're based, and these two teams are doing battle for the first time this morning. They've got the first of two matches. United, a team making their debut against Malmöhus, a team that have always been there or thereabout in previous years. They're looking to go all the way this time. They posted 123 on the board, so 124 required by United. It's going to be Sagar Karir and their captain, Rashid Mood, that are going to try to get off to a good start. Rico Full here, and alongside me, it's the Rhino. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rico. Great to be back with everyone here at Landskrona Cricket Ground. Despite the blustery conditions, we've got a really enjoyable game here between United and Malmöhus. Adam Sutton did so much damage yesterday coming on the bowl.
He's right on the money straight away, isn't he, Adam Sutton? It's quite unbelievable that in that first match yesterday against Essendon, he didn't bowl at all, and well, as we know, it didn't go well because plenty of runs were put on the board by Malmöhus, 141, and they allowed Essendon to get them 142 for 3, and this man didn't bowl at all. And then the captain probably had a wake-up call, and he used him in the second match. And surprise, surprise, Adam Sutton was the player of the match, taking 4 wickets, conceding just 4 runs in his 2 overs. And now he was certainly the pick of the bowlers by far, and also gave them their victory that they needed. And here he is now opening the bowling, and he started really well, really good line. Tall man, gets the ball in the right areas. This one's been picked off pretty well. That's a nice shot, and the fielder, well, he gets himself tied up in a knot here trying to stop this. And that's Sandeep Malidi. It was well struck, I have to say, but you got to stop this. And he's bumping away. Look, it's got to get body behind it. Needs to get a slide in there. And in the end, he doesn't get anything on it. Well, Tori Piakar, that's what I say.
Got his feet tangled at the wrong time, didn't he, Rico? Sutton continues.
This will be called a wide, and just maybe the wind just catching hold of this one a little bit as well. Nice work there behind the stumps from Vajun Vinod.
Ricky, you know I'm a big fan and quite high on this Malmöhus team. I think they're a real show as far as this ECS Landskrona event goes, but actually I think how far they progressed in the tournament is probably in the hands of this big paceman, Sutton.
Nice shot this time. Chase on for the fielder. On the round, it's not to be. The Kookaburra wins the race, and as try as he did, fielder Gornik Kafi cautious to get the Kafi Doria Perchoka Lagia. Yeah, look, you're right. I mean, he's been hit for 2 fours here. One of them should not have been. That one was just a nice shot to play in the power play. But yeah, once he gets it right, I think he's going to pick up a lot of wickets. And that's the sort of length that he was bowling yesterday. He doesn't get as much bounce on this one, but once he gets that outside the off stump and he comes from that height, he gets good carry through. See, this one is cutting in a fair bit as well, and that's where batters have problems. They've got the slip in place, so that's the area I think he needs to be.
Yeah, certainly just a touch short of length using his bounce, but I think the rest of their bowling tack is just a little bit samey, right arm, medium, fast, whereas Sutton gives them something distinctly different at the top of the order, and if he can come in and nab a couple of early wickets for them, get them on top, they will be in a much better position in this tournament. As Rico, we see the stats gun looking at the first versus second analysis. What do you take away from that?
Well, I think what we learned yesterday is that, yeah, the teams batting second were victorious because we saw some huge run chases. And in fact, I think if you memory serves me right, every team that batted second yesterday won the match. That's something that certainly United, team making their debut, they'd certainly hope that the same statistic works for them here today, especially in this match. They would love to get their first victory on the board. But yeah, interesting one, because a lot of people would say get the runs on the board, and especially when you do get decent runs on the board like what Malmöhus have done here, then the pressure is all on the team batting second, but that certainly hasn't been the case. It wasn't the case yesterday.
Good stuff from Career. Mentioned in the preview that he needs to up his game at the top of the order. Subshiv Goa comes in for his first ball, sprays wide down the leg side. Just a quick question on the YouTube chat. Rico. We've had PMK 1729, one of the more creatively named people we've got within the chat room, asking about the red and yellow flag that they've seen flying around the ground that's in the same sort of shape and design as a Swedish flag. As you just see Girl coming into a nice little in-swinger, which is driven for a single, and asking what that flag is. Do you want to take this one?
No, go on, you take it.
Okay, it's very gentle.
You'll deliver it far better than I am.
I think that's a massive overstatement, Rico, for. But that flag is actually the Landskrona regional flag. We see it on the coverage there, looking absolutely resplendent with the heavy breeze blowing across to that side of the ground. So it's the regional flag of Skåne, which is the part of the country that Landskrona and Helsingborg and Malmö are situated in. Very, very well-known part of the country. And very much a holiday destination for those living in the northern parts of Sweden, where Stockholm is located, for instance.
It is a lovely, lovely part of Sweden. I mean, province, isn't it? As I say, it's the Skåne province. And it is beautiful. This one is well bowled again. He's certainly getting a lot of in-swing. Asking the question here, I think this one, if it has gone through, well, it has been given out. The batter, well, he probably doesn't know what's happened behind him. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, if this carries being played like this, it's been well, it's a very, very good take. Now, whether there is any bat on this at all, I mean, I don't think this angle would really give us anything on it, but it must have been just the feather enough for the umpire, Adnan Gil, to put the finger off. The batter can't believe it, but he's going to have to go, Sagar Korea. And a very interesting decision there. So obviously there was a very faint little tickle.
Yeah, very disappointing decision for Korea. He looked like he was starting to find his feet at the batting crease for the first time in this tournament. We'll have a look at the replay again. It's really swung viciously late. Wasn't a huge amount of emotion from the batsman at the time, but the keepers sold the appeal well. Good take from Varjun Vinod, regardless, moved well to his left.
Yeah, it was a very good catch. I mean, it's very difficult for us to see anything on those replays. I think that's where the umpire being up there and close, he's got to give it on what he sees. Certainly in these conditions, they won't go by any sound because that wind is blowing around in the air. So he's obviously seen something there. But this one is very wide, and I think it probably only just stays on the mat. Wide ball signal. Good work again from Vinod. He certainly has been pretty active out there. He follows this really well, keeps his on it. Great use of his feet, and just for good measure, gets the little roll in as well.
Bit of an unsung hero of this Malmöhus team, isn't he? Vinod, very tidy with the gloves behind the stumps, moves well.
Oh, good bit of fielding, and well, I think the batter may have just scrambled himself back in here, but the bowler needs to take this. Here comes the throw. There's a chase on. Well, you know what? I think if the bowler had taken this cleanly go and taken the bails off, that would have been one that the third umpire would have had to look at. Swings out and almost takes a sensational catch. Well, look at Anik Gupta, the captain here, number 10 on the back of his shirt. Watch the replay and watch his reactions to this. It almost ends up being an incredible catch. Look, it just stays there for a moment, and Anik, he goes down. There's Anik Gupta. He says, "Oh, I can't believe it." That would have been a great catch.
Well, he's had some tournaments, Sam, but Patanaik, they would have topped it off.
Oh, that's a beauty. 4 runs, classy shot. And that one is top draw, cuatro carreras.
Lovely shot from Mahmood. He batted well against Hissingens the other day when United made their debut in both this week and this tournament here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. Beautifully struck shot, just waited up from good and get too much swing. United Cricket Club, 19 for 1 after 2. We've been disappointed to lose the wicket of Korea, who went for 10 off 8, but relatively in a decent position with the run rate, a touch behind it at the moment, but certainly no dramas. They are sitting at the foot of the table with Malmöhus just sitting above them with just 1 win from their 4 games, but It's fair to say Malmahus have probably a better side than their current record indicates.
Yeah, and going back to these batters out there, Rashid Mahmood, he has to be the key against Hissingen in the second match. He produced a lovely array of shots to finish 41 non out of 22. And Israel Khan, he did pretty well as well, 37 of 21. So these two, if they are going to win this match, then these two have to perform for them, and I think they need to probably get quite a healthy partnership. Malhotra coming into bowl. And this one goes straight through.
That was Malhotra. He should enjoy bowling with this breeze, Rico. Tends to bowl the big hooping in-swingers when he's at his best.
Yeah, Malhotra gets this one through as well. One thing we found with Malhotra yesterday, particularly when he was one of the most expensive bowlers, is for some reason he decides, certainly to the right-handers, to come round the wicket, and he just puts the ball on the pads all the time. Certainly hasn't got the ability to get it to go wide off the right-hander, so that's when he can get into trouble. And this one also just gets flicked away by the left-hander, Khan. They'll go for two. That's very good running. Not the best of fielding, but the running is good.
Yeah, Isra Khan, he made his mind up pretty quickly there that he wanted the two. The ball just landed probably a good 15 metres in from the boundary line, held up, caused the fielder to have to come in a number of steps. It's actually really good batting, something we don't see enough of in these T10 games.
This is up in the air. Fielder gets himself set. Opportunity taken well. And the lefty has to go. And it's a very good catch from Sandeep Malidi. Goes up in the air a long way. We know that they're not easy with this wind swirling around. But he does very well. It's all about getting himself into position, gets his balance right, and takes a very good, comfortable catch.
Yeah, good, comfortable catch in the end, Rico. He made a number of fast steps in off the boundary to begin with. Cardinal sin at any time, let alone when you've got the wind blowing hard to that section today. But he adjusted very, very well in the end and looked incredibly safe under that high ball. Malidi is having a pretty good tournament so far for Malmahus. Malhotra gets a wicket, which will boost his confidence. He was a very, very important bowler for them in the last tournament, the ECS Malmo in 2021. Doesn't look like he's got the same zip and control that he had last year, but he's getting better as the tournament progresses.
Well, this one is not bad for your first ball, is it? It goes all the way. Bolle, 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 and welcome to the crease to the new batter, Ifzan Afzal. What a lovely shot this is.
A great way to get started. The big man just puts one foot down the track and launches. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, one good thing about Malhotra, I mean, I know he's probably thinking twice about it and thinking, are you sure, Rico? But at least he's staying over the wicket for the moment. That's what he needs to do. This is what he needs to work on. Quite often you find if things are not going his way, with the wides, etc., he then tends to want to come round the wicket, and then I think it gets worse for him. Slower delivery. It was worth a try, but it ends up going too wide. And that one, if it's straight, could be useful, but if it's not, just going to have to bowl it again.
Yeah. Nice change of pace. Probably fairly visible to batsmen of these quality. But either way, nice to show that you've got it in your armoury.
This one is a wild swing from the batter. Afzal loses his shape completely. That's the end of the over. And it's a good one. They do get that breakthrough, 28 for 2.
Yeah, to be fair, Afzal was probably done over by lack of bounce on that one. That was really skidded off a decent length. Wasn't a bad bit of bowling from Malhotra. Got it on a good channel, particularly after he'd already been heaved over the long on boundary. Certainly our win probability function is suggesting that Malmahus is well in control of this game. I suspect the United batting lineup would have something to say about that. They're just a tick under 10 and over, so once again, the run rate required not out of control yet.
No, it's not, by no means. But one thing that Malmahus have done, which is important, is that they've got one of the main recognised batters out, and that is the left-hander. He's on his way. And that means that the only man that probably could still hurt them is the man on strike now, their captain, Rashid Mahmood. And the man who's going to try and remove him from the proceedings is Sharon Nord.
Sharon Nord. Deciding to come around the wicket to start with. It's not going to please your two commentators here at the moment, but let's see how it works for him.
Not well, and once more it's an acrobatic stop and a good one from Vajun Vinod.
That's an exceptional bit of wicket keeping, Rico. He's made a lot of ground. This started wide and even tailed wider. A couple of steps to the left. It's exceptional glove work. Difficulty even more so than normal of starting around the wicket here with that big breeze going out to mid-wicket. It's a difficult one to get your accuracy in. Nord started with 2 wides from 2 balls. I suspect Rico Coaching Consultancy Services will be giving him a little tap on the shoulder and say, get over the other side of the wicket.
Yeah, tap on the shoulder. Well, as they say, danda le ke na kehna ho yaar idhar kya bowling karda udhar ja. Yeah, he's bowling wides, and also he's running right in front of the umpire. I'm surprised that Adnan hasn't had a word. I mean, look at this. Look where he is here. He's got no right to be in that area. That's a protected area. And I think the man in black there has to. There you go. There's the word. He's saying, look, you can't be there. And if you can't get it right, then you've got to come over the wicket. And of course, I mean, you and I know that it's probably a law that's not enforced so much because we're playing on artificial pitches. See, he's there again. He can't be there. That is terrible. Don't like to see that at all. But my version on this, I know a lot of people disagree with me because it is artificial. My own opinion is that, look, the law is a law. And just because you're not playing on a turf wicket doesn't mean you should allow the bowlers to do this. You still should tell them. You still should warn them. And if they keep doing it, then you still apply the penalty points. It's as simple as that. Because, or penalty runs, I should say. Because these guys are improving cricketers. One day, sooner or later, they will play on turf. And if they continue to do this here, they're going to get into a lot of trouble when they play on turf.
Yeah, couldn't agree with more with you, Rico. Full.
Yeah, look where he's there now. See, for me now, I mean, this is about time. I think the umpire says, look here, enough is enough. I've given you enough warnings. You either stop and you go bowl, or you either run away from the middle of the pitch or you come over. Otherwise, there's going to be 5 penalty runs. And I'd like to see that, because also the other thing for me is, and this is what a lot of people don't realise, there's a lot of youngsters that are also watching, a lot of kids that are learning the game and learning the trade. And if they're watching this, well, they could follow, and we don't want them to follow. Nord bowling from where he shouldn't be again. See, this is up in the air, and the wicket gets taken, and he gets rewarded for it as well. In my opinion, I'm a harsh man, is that he should not have been bowling that ball again. That should be called, I think, a no ball or whatever, because he shouldn't be bowling from there. And the wicket does go, and Nord, he's probably saying, well, my figures look pretty good. Look where he's bowling from. Look where that front foot is landing. That is, for me, that's got to be called a no ball.
Plenty of support for your views on the YouTube chat, Rico, but nonetheless, that is another wicket down. Sharon Nord finally getting one outside off stumps. Pretty good length as well, and a huge heave across the line. And unfortunately, the skipper, Rashid Mahmood, he can't get back onto strike at the moment. 3.5 overs in. He really needed to face more balls. Needs to get someone into the batting crease who can at least tick the singles so that he can get himself on strike. More accomplished batsman within this United Cricket Club. Despite all the dramas, despite running in front of the umpire constantly, Nord's over. Not bad figures at the moment. 1 for 3 off 4.
Yeah, not bad at all. Give him that. He has bowled pretty tightly, but I think you've called it. I think you got to try and you have a look at that Mahmood. We're into the 4th over. He's only faced 4 deliveries for 6. And sometimes I think it's all about playing smart cricket as well. I think the lesser recognised batters, their role needs to be to try and get him on strike, maybe just nudge the singles here and there. And it looks like we're just having a bit of a delay. And yeah, I want to just focus on that. I know there's plenty of people that are chipping in on the chat about it as well. But really, I mean, going in front of the umpires, you're making the umpire's job really difficult. I mean, I've umpired, and I know for me it's very simple. If a bowler does that the first time, I just have a quiet word, say, look, did you realise, you're doing this? If they do it again, and say, look, if you're gonna if there are any decisions, I can't give it. And also, this is the protected area. You can't be going there. But when they do it that third time, then I'm going to call the captain over, have a little chat with the captain and say, look, I've told a few times, I'm letting you know again. And if it happens again, that's it. I'm going to apply those 5 penalty runs. And I'm going to give the bowler a warning as well. And asking the question, and he's got a wicket. He get a second. Well, gets given. Me, very simple here. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to say I didn't see it. I'm sorry. People are going to think that you can't do that. I'm going to say I didn't see it. The batter is walking. If the batter doesn't walk, I'm going to say, we didn't see it, can't give it.
Rico is not going to get down off his high horse on this one, and rightly so, but either way, as far as the scoreboard is concerned, this over from Cheryl Nord has been a very good one from Malmahus, and remarkably, he is on a hat trick. Batsman just dabbling outside off stump, feather edge through to the keeper.
Yes, Valeri just gives in. It was a bit of a nothing shot, and well, spirit of thought for the captain there. Rashid Mahmood, he just can't believe what's happening here.
Watching his batting teammates walk back to the pavilion fairly frequently. Mughal, he's the first ball victim. Just before we see the hat-trick attempt here from Cheryl Nord, looking at the YouTube chat, Graham Holmes referencing that Rico's channeling his inner Scotsman with his tartan today. Will the tartan call a hat-trick?
Oh, it's played down well by the batter, Shazad. And he says, no, I'm not going to be that statistic. It's a good over, a tidy over, I'll give him that. But I think one that he's lucky to get away with that, really. And I think a little bit of education required. I'll say no more. But hello to everybody. It's lovely to have you here with us. And I think we're seeing a little bit of Malta here. So this is what's happening in Malta, the Valletta Cup. Remember, this is Malta, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria and Gibraltar all in action. The first match is Malta, and they're taking on Gibraltar. And I know that way it was Gibraltar that were batting early this morning, and it's nice to see that they've got pretty good conditions there. And that is a lovely setup, the Marsa International Cricket Ground. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see some pretty good high-scoring matches as we return to the action here, and that is more like it. And that's what they need. 6 carreras, boom! Shaka Lagia, and Rashid Mahmood faces only his 5th delivery in the start of the 5th over and smashes it for a big 6 and doubles his score.
Well, he's probably gotten frostbite standing at the non-strikers end for so long, but he's come out and dispatched that first delivery of Malhotra beautifully over the long on boundary. Great piece of timing, and certainly with this wind, it's the place to hit.
Malhotra, for some reason, is going round the wicket. Andrew, help me. A good bit of fielding, nicely done in front of us here. That's well done. Sharon Nord, well, I've been giving him some for his bowling, but he does well with his fielding. Why is Malhotra decided all of a sudden after bowling a half-decent first over from over the wicket to come round the wicket?
I'm worried about your blood pressure at the moment, Rico.
I
There's
did
so much
this
fury
morning
in this commentary box.
This is, well, sort of played out one-handed. He's done well, hasn't he, Shazad? Because at least he's got the single straight away and given his captain a strike. This is what it's all about. You've got to sometimes just play just a little bit of smart cricket. And, well, Mahmood, the way he's hitting the ball, you really want him to get as much strike as possible from here on in.
Indication that they're not that far away, United, as Mahmood swung across the line. This has gone a long, long way up. Field has managed to get nowhere near it. It's a fairly ordinary piece of fielding, although it would have been a difficult catch either way. But looking at that score comparison, Malmahus was only just a touch ahead of where United are at the moment, Rico. They're close enough if they're good enough, and they just need to get Mahmood on strike as much as possible.
Yeah, spot on. That one, amazingly, nobody gets anywhere near it, and they run 2. And this is straight up in the air and should be taken, and Nord is the man diving forward. He drops it, and the batters complete 2 more runs, and Nord just saying, ouch, that hurt. It was an opportunity again, wasn't going to be easy with this win. You see him there, he takes his cap off, says, yeah, I've got it, and then he has to get a bit of acceleration in when he realises that ball is just dropping short of him, gets the dive in. Unfortunate, gets 2 hands to it, but not able to complete the catch.
Mahmood 4 off his last 2 balls, catching opportunities twice. Malmahus might regret this if he goes on and makes a substantial score. Maybe the cricketing gods issuing a bit of punishment to Sharon Nord on that occasion after his running on the middle of the wicket last over. A few conversations going on between the umpires.
Some issues, I think, happening at the moment. And, well, just talking about, we saw there some coverage from the Valletta Cup. Have you ever been to Malta? Have you ever been to that setup there, the Marsa International Ground?
Unfortunately not, Rico. Given the amount of shades of green on that pitch, I'd love to go and see it someday. But you've been a frequent visitor over to Malta the last couple of years, haven't you?
It's a wonderful setup, I have to say. And I mean, Malta as an island is quite amazing. I mean, it's got so much history to it. I mean, of course, a lot of people will remember Malta during wartime, so the history starts from there. The architecture is absolutely fantastic, but it's very, very vastly populated. But and there's literally very little green space anywhere. So it's quite amazing that as you drive up into this complex and you see this ground, it's absolutely beautiful. It's lush. You've got golf courses around it as well, and you've got things like archery range there. It's a superb setup. So it is basically the international sports ground there in Malta, and the cricket ground is fantastic. Plays really well and looked after really well by the gang there as well. And I know the likes of Indigo Pereira and Lee Tuck, I mean, they're going to be very busy during this period with the Valletta Cup, but they do an outstanding job. And I know that one or two of our team are there. I know it's opportunity. He's probably not going to hear this, but if he does look back to the coverage here, which I know Charlie does, we wish Charlie Hunt very well. He's doing his first stint of commentary. I know Charlie from a long time as a junior in Spain. He's a talented cricketer himself, a very good wicketkeeper, a good batter. So I'm, wish him all the best. He was with Bulgaria. He's also working in the media side, or not working, I should say. He's doing a degree in media line. So this is going to do him well. But I'm looking forward to seeing some of the results there. But he's got some really good teams. As I said, I've been to Bulgaria, and I know Bulgaria are a very talented side at the moment. Romania as well. And then, of course, know a little bit about Gibraltar, being that it's close to Spain. And then, of course, you've got the likes of the Czech Republic there, Malta, that I know really well. It's going to be a very, very interesting series.
Yeah, plenty of teams, plenty of action coming up, and obviously interesting for our viewers who tune into the T10 cricket regularly to actually then go and watch the T20 international cricket. And just notice the subtle changes from the way that batsmen approach the game, tend to be pushing a few singles a little bit more often. That Malta ground looks like it's got a beautiful outfield as well, which gives you full value for your shots along the ground.
Yeah, it's very quick, and also the straight boundaries are pretty long. I mean, we have to shorten them quite considerably for when we're up there doing the T10 series there. But the ones to either side, they're not so big, so there will be plenty of runs scored there as well. But yeah, a marvellous setup, and I think that's going to be, and with the 6 teams that are involved in that, I think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep by no means for any of those sides, because they all have got some very good players indeed. Got a slight delay here at the moment, just some issues, some technical issues, but hopefully we should get them resolved pretty quickly. But in the meantime, and if you can get in touch with us in the chat, any questions that you've got, we'll be delighted to help and talk through them. And maybe we should use this opportunity as what Vinny likes to do. We call it the lurker call. So if there's anybody that's there lurking around, that maybe it's somebody that wouldn't normally get involved in the YouTube chat, well, just get on there, send us a quick message, let us know where you are and where you're from, and we'll give you a shout out.
Always love with the questions on there to use the hashtag #AskRico, #AskAndrew. Always willing to chat through any queries you have, whether it's on the cricket here in Landskrona, the T20 competition out in Malta, the local area here in the Skåne region of Sweden. Obviously, as we've mentioned a number of times, just beautiful part of the world, sitting here right on the southern Swedish coastline. Weather's probably not quite swimming weather, at least not for most of the population here at the moment. Very, very chilly cross breeze in this ground. We're not too far from the sea, so it's certainly not helped by that. But we'll certainly hope to have play back underway here at the Landskrona Cricket Club in the not too distant future.
Yeah, look, why don't we take the opportunity to talk about some of the cricket in Switzerland? I mean, we're talking about the conditions here being a bit chilly, but we've been blessed with some good sunshine. I mean, even though today is a bit chillier than normal, about 11 at the moment, we've had temperatures around 16 and sunny. Now, Switzerland, the first time I became aware of cricket in Switzerland was the cricket on ice. Now, what do you know about the cricket on ice? Of course, played in St. Moritz.
Yeah, it's a very, very popular event each year, and probably what Switzerland is more known for on the cricket scene is probably run event up in St. Moritz, which, as probably not a lot of people know, was probably the original home of winter sports in Switzerland. And also more remarkable, actually, that for a country that is flat as a tack for the most part, it was actually the British who were very responsible for taking the Swiss mountains and utilising them for recreational purposes. So St. Moritz was very much part of the burgeoning winter sports industry back in the day. It's hosted a Winter Olympics also at one stage. It has incredible facilities, really just an amazing part of the world. But cricket on ice tournament played on a very, very big open space in the middle of winter.
Now, is it played on? Is it a frozen lake that they play on?
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm not completely sure about that. I mean, it's obviously covered pretty heavily by that stage, but I suspect that's probably the only way to get a big
Wouldn't that worry?
space.
Can you imagine you're playing on this frozen lake and the batter comes in and it's one of these batters that's always going thump, thump, thump. You know, I mean, you're thinking, hey, get steady on here. We're on a frozen lake. Now, what about clothing?
Okay, so most people wear pretty thick layers of clothing. I mean, it's getting up somewhere between 0 and -10, -15 most of those games. So catching the ball's not necessarily the
Gloves?
easiest thing. It's I suspect some players do wear gloves. It's also one of the modified cricket balls. It's not a typical cricket ball. But coming back to your point there, Rico, about playing on ice, have you ever walked on a frozen lake before, or ever done anything physical?
Once, when I was in Austria, but only the once, and I felt very uncomfortable.
I mean, certainly you don't get people doing recreational activity on lakes unless there's probably a metre and a half or a couple of metres of frozen space underneath them. But it's a really freaky experience when you first do it. So I think the first time I went out in a frozen lake was in the central Finland region, and went and did a little bit of ice skating on Lake Kalevesi just outside Kuopio. And when you're going across the ice, you can actually hear the creaks that are happening as you've got the flowing water that's coming underneath. Yeah. And it's just gently moving the ice shelf on top of it. And there's absolutely no risk of the ice cracking open or anything untoward happening. But when you're in the middle of a lake and maybe a kilometre from the shoreline, it is slightly disconcerting when you start to hear the ice almost groaning underneath you.
Yeah, I don't think that I would like that much at all. But you know what? I would. I'm just trying to picture to myself, sort of in December, maybe, there's snow all around you. You're on this frozen area, frozen lake, and everybody's got the winter woolies on. We love cricket. You're playing the game that you love, and maybe just picturesque, a few Christmas trees all done up nicely, and my presence there with the few bottles of the stuff I like in them. That'd be nice. And speaking of bottles, some nice. I mean, there must be some nice hot chocolate with brandy, something like that, to just keep you nice and warm. Yeah, I think it would be. That could be my kind of holiday.
Certainly a very popular event, and they've had some high-profile cricketers come out for events.
That's great. I do believe that as well.
A few of the very, very talented superstars from Sri Lanka came out a few years ago, and actually one of our players from Kosane, Aidan Andrews, got the opportunity to play in a side that went out there and had some of those gun heroes of yesteryear in there, and he still carries the resplendent fluorescent orange gear that they were provided for that invitational series up at St. Moritz. It's certainly got a huge reputation within that part of the world as the connection to cricket. I guess it's also an event that is not necessarily one that greatly involves the local league playing cricket community as well. Which I think it's in a way it sort of almost overshadows from time to time actually the very, very high level of cricket that is played in Switzerland in a league capacity, because people are so familiar with the St. Moritz event. Yeah,
I mean, I remember when I was there the last time, not in St. Moritz, I was in Zug, is that how you say it? And I was there umpiring. And it was just marvellous because there was, if my memory serves me right, it's four pitches, 4 grounds, all close to each other. And there was these T20 matches going on, and we had teams from Switzerland as well. I think there were teams that came over from Italy, across from Belgium, maybe in Luxembourg as well. It was just a fantastic tournament, and cricket played, and that was the beauty, and that's why some of these venues, like this venue here, Romania, where we came from, cricket is played on pitches, but the scenery is absolutely beautiful. And I just think, I think cricket was probably made to play in those sort of locations where you've got breathtaking scenery. Cricket's being played, the guys are playing the sport competitively but fair, and then afterwards everybody coming together and having a few drinks. It was lovely, and we had the natural springs as well. So everybody just drinking the fresh water. It was a wonderful, wonderful moment. But of course, it's not just all about cricket being played in very cold conditions. I mean, cricket, there's some very nice cricket grounds in Switzerland as well. I mean, tell us a little bit about your ground, where you play.
Sure. Well, so I think the ground you were talking about there was Zuoz, which
Zuoz,
is where there's a lot of back-to-back grounds, and is actually the venue for the Swiss national T10 finals that are coming up in a couple of weeks. But there's some really great grounds around Switzerland. Our ground at Cosnay-en-Marche is probably generally regarded as the best, or one of the two best within the country. There's an excellent facility up in Zurich now called Embrach, which is where the Zurich Nomads and the Zurich Crickets have as their home base. That's actually a converted ground where they've worked with baseball and softball in Switzerland to actually utilise what was formerly a ground that was used exclusively for play there. They've now got a very, very good permanent pitch, and it's a ground with excellent dimensions. And remarkably, Rico, we'll actually have some live cricket to talk about now.
Here we go, Malhotra to continue. And he starts well. He didn't let the cold weather and standing around make him lose his line. Starts with a good Yorker length delivery. And just to get back focused in this match, so United, they're trying to get to a target of 124. They're going to have to go some to do it, as that over is completed from Malhotra. And they're struggling. They're on 40, so they're going to need a fair bit to do here, and that rate is climbing up. Over 16 and over now required. So the good news is they still have their captain, Rashid Mahmood, out there. Rashid was responsible for 3 dismissals with some good catching, and time for him really to get going. And he's been joined out there by Mortaza Sharad, who's good thing that Shahzad has done. He's managed to rotate the strike when he's able to, just to keep his captain on strike. He's at the non-striker's end here at the moment, and the man who's coming in the bowl, he's looked pretty good. He's probably my pick of the bowlers really for Mama Host is Prasanjit Bahira.
So we asked for some questions on the YouTube chat earlier, Rico. PRNK 1729 has come up with an interesting one, and one which I'm sure you'll be able to provide some thoughts on. What's the biggest ground in European cricket? And I guess that's taking outside the sort of more traditional countries.
The biggest ground, yeah, interesting. Okay, I'll give that some thought, as this one gets played pretty well. And they want 2, and that's very good running. You can see there, that's all about, well, it's sad. Gets to the other end and says, oxygen, please. I'm down, I'm out, I need something. Here he goes. He gets there okay, and then loses his balance. Down he goes, and he says, oh, bring us some oxygen. Yeah, I'm just going to have a think about that biggest ground. I suppose, are you talking about, if you're talking about in boundary size, remember boundary size, we always make sure the boundaries are around about 50 metres here at for the ECS series, and also for any European Cricket Network event. But big grounds, I think the ground in Rome, the Spinesta ground, that's pretty big, and it's a lovely setting as well. It's in the middle of a Spinaceto, yeah, a fine agriculture area. That's quite big. I mean, the ground last week in Romania, that was a beautiful setup, and right by the lake, the Moara Vasia ground, that was beautiful. Some of the other grounds, I mean, like that we've been to, I mean, from Spain, I mean, of course, La Manga is a beautiful ground. That's a big boundaries there. So, yeah, I would say that La Manga is probably more or less there. Cartama is not so big, the boundaries. This one is another great stop there from Vinod. He's had a good day behind the stumps. They've made him work for his keep, haven't they?
Certainly have. He's moved very well, particularly that left-hand side, which he's had to, given the ball swinging down there on a consistent basis. Behera was losing his length, but tight over from him so far.
Stretching out, and gets the single, and in comes the throw, and well backed up. One thing that we've certainly noticed here with the cricketers in Sweden, they certainly do like to have a shot at the stumps, and I like seeing it. How about yourself? Any that come to your mind? Big rounds?
Just take it up after this ball.
Up in the air, opportunity, and no mistakes. And the wicket that they need comes, and Rashid Mahmood, he was the sort of last hope. He goes for 21 or 13. It's a lucky 13th delivery for him. Gets the toe end of the bat, really reaching for this, and a good catch taken by, well, of course, that man who's always in the action, it seems to be Patanaik.
Yeah, nicely caught by Patanaik. He dropped a tough chance earlier in the innings, but as it was, fortunately the skipper Mahmood, on his way back to the pavilion, he was probably the last hope for this United Cricket Club. As the wicket goes down, they're now 49 for 5 off 6. And just before we talk about that biggest ground point, Rico, just a big thank you to all the viewers who stuck with us through that delay. Unfortunately, we had a bit of an issue with the local power supply, which caused us to have to put the game on pause for a few moments, but very appreciate you all staying with us through that break. Looks like Sandeep Malidi coming on to bowl. Big ground, I think it's probably more ground, as you say, we modify the grounds very much to keep that consistent boundary length. He just puts one outside off stump for a moment. So you look at this Landskrona ground, for instance, you could very easily extend the boundaries here, particularly straight, another good 5-10 metres and turn it into a much harder straight hit, and even probably some to the square boundaries as well. There's certainly excess space. Probably similar sort of story with Cartacho in Portugal. It's a nice open expanse, and also another pretty good outfield. Leaving another nice ball outside off stump, just misses the wide line. Big swing from Shahzad, who's now lost his senior partner in the form of Mahmood. And looks like Kumar's signalling to the players' tent that he needs his protector brought out, which is a fairly important piece of equipment to have left behind. Not sure if we'll force him to face a ball before that gets provided.
It could only be Rohit Kumar, couldn't it? As you see this one. Oh, this is hit really well. Unfortunately for Shahzad, it's straight to the fielder. They do take the single. Now, what does he do here? Does he go combat style, or does he wait for the protector to come out here?
Well, I'll tell you what, if he's not wearing one and you've got a big in-swinging breeze, I suspect that Rohit Kumar might be making tracks to square leg and giving himself not just some room to play with, but some layer of protection.
Doesn't seem to be too much activity from his bench to try and help in that department. This is played out really well, and he split the two fielders pretty well indeed. That's a nice shot. He sort of, it's not quite the old uppercut, but he guides this one beautifully, gets the width. Yeah, that's a lovely little shot. Rocks back on his back foot, plays that nicely.
Well, if he is going commando as far as the protector is concerned, then maybe it's the key to unlocking his batting game. He's just played on instinct, thrashed that one behind a point, and it's a nice shot in the end. He's one of those bowlers that needs to step up for Malmöhus if they're going to challenge at the business end of this tournament. He has gone for the big in-swinger on that occasion, and Kumar just onto the back foot, pulls it easily for a single. Question on the chat from PRNK, who's 1729, who's been coming up with some excellent engagement during the course of this game. He's asking a question, Rico, should helmets be made compulsory? I think you've got some strong thoughts on this.
For me, absolutely yes. Without doubt. They should be. And you see here, Shahzad is out there without a lid on. And, you know, I say this all the time. I think if the equipment is there to use for protection and use it, I honestly believe that in maybe 10, 15 years' time that all cricketers will automatically wear helmets, because I think all juniors now when they're learning. They obviously, by in law, they do need. This is going to be another soft dismissal. It's another catch taken there by Patternike. It's good delivery actually from Melida. Just bangs in it short outside the off stump. Gets plenty of height on it, and he's played a nice shot in that area before. But here you see, just not got his balance. One hand comes off the bat, and Shazad offers an easy catch there to Patternike. But yeah, look, most juniors nowadays, you know, any club they start playing cricket at, and I think that's the same all over Europe because of the way the rules are. They are wearing helmets when they are playing, and I think because they get so used to wearing it, it just becomes part of their equipment. It becomes part of what you wear when you bat, and I think that we will always see it. But as we travel around Europe, we don't always see that. I know that I was talking to, especially during the ECL, some of the players from Hungary, from Romania, and just saying, come on guys, you know, when you're up against the best of the best, and you're playing some good cricketers from, you know, the likes of from Ireland, from Scotland, etc. These are guys with a bit of pace. You've got to protect yourself, and I think it will happen, but yeah, quite simply, you need to wear a lid, not purely just to protect yourself from the bowling, but quite often, I mean, most of the injuries that I've seen, Andrew, that have come head injuries to batters where the balls come off the bat and they played a shot and it knocked it onto themselves. Just seeing the fantasy dashboard there, these two teams will go at it again, and it certainly looks like United are going to be the ones that are going to try and level the series if they can by winning that second one, because this one looks like it's all over.
Yeah, it certainly does. United have fought bravely in this game, but they just don't seem to have the batting firepower to chase down scores in the 100 range. And Malmo has been fairly good with the ball in this innings too. Given away too many loose deliveries as Behera continues. Noticed on the chat that Graham Holmes referring to you as the voice of sense. Your views on helmets?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think a lot of people, and I know that wherever we go, and we do see batters that are coming out without a lid to, you know, a seamer or a fairly fast bowler, that a lot of people on the chat are on it straight away. You know, shouldn't the batter wear a helmet, etc. So it's something. I mean, nobody likes to see an injury, especially one that can be avoided.
Well, that's certainly the case. I think it's probably brought into sharper focus for continental European cricket as well, playing on these hard artificial turf surfaces. I think the number of those errors gone straight through Kurup, who didn't trouble the scorers too much. He goes for two in order to lose their 7th wicket. And relatively no fuss celebrations from Malmahus. But coming back to that topic of the helmets, I think the chances of the top edges into the chin or into the head are exponentially increased when you're playing on these artificial turf pitches where the ball does tend to rise at a more significant angle than it will on a turf pitch.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that one's a good bit of bowling, and as I said, the bowler that I certainly do like the look of gets the ball in the right places. And, give you a bit of an update of what's happening at the Valletta Cup, and the last update I have is Gibraltar batting first against Malta, made 132, 6 wickets down. Malta in reply at the sort of quarter stage, 5 coming up to the end of the 6th over. The 35 for 1 in response.
Just as we see Behera continue, lovely in-swinger, started well outside off stump into the lower order of United. Graham Holmes, again on the YouTube chat, asking whether or not we saw Marcus O'Riordan scored a century for Kent yesterday. He was one of the stars of the Tunbridge Wells team, and I think we've certainly been keeping an eye on what's been happening in county and second division, second 11 county cricket as Behera continues. Just a nice ball on off stump, be a run-out chance. Went for the left-handed flick unsuccessfully, but certainly a few of the really, really talented players, Ari Cavallis, who turned out for Corfu in that tournament, a few others that are making their way through the county system and have been putting in some pretty good performances of late.
They certainly have. I know that when we had some communication about this not too long ago when Carvelis and Harrison Ward were making good performances. O'Riordan there was not quite up to the same mark, but I'm very glad that saw yesterday that he got a century. I think 109, was it something like that? So yeah, that popped up on my the Facebook when I was looking through that. So yeah, congratulations to to a read. And also, you know what, the good thing about it is for me as well, that all of these guys that we've mentioned, they're such nice guys as well. And I just love the way that they approach the game. And I like the way that when we saw them in Kadama, they were prepared to mix and mingle with the other players as well and offer them support and advice as well. And I think that's what it's all about. And I say it a lot, but that is what European cricket is all about. It's about a community of European cricketers coming together and helping to improve the game and make it grow.
Hashtag stronger together as Sandeep Malidi comes on. Start off the 9th over. It's just pulled across to backward of square leg. That's Behera coming flying in from square leg boundary. Gets it back very quickly to Malidi, and Kumar will just have the single. But certainly right, Rico. Definitely when we were out at the European Cricket League only a few months ago, it feels like yesterday, the interactions between the teams, and certainly I think for some of those players who ply their trade in England or Ireland, I think it was a real eye-opener for them to get to talk to players who essentially live their cricketing life in, whether it's the Czech Republic or Hungary or even the Turkish team that we had out there.
Yeah.
Just very, very different experiences of what it's like to play cricket in a country where it's essentially a minority sport.
Yeah, I mean, and also, you know, I mentioned Harrison Ward. Harrison Ward, of course, also spent a bit of time with the ECN crew as well. And it was nice to have him on the road, if you like, so to speak, with us. And everywhere we went, we did a bit of work around the ground as ops. And some fine umpiring as well. He's a very, very good umpire. I do like his umpiring. And he was, again, always mingling with the players. And Vivian Kingma was another one that's done the same. We've seen him at some events. And just these are really nice guys. And for me, they're sort of like the ambassadors, aren't they, for European cricketers? And they certainly mingle with the players. They help players out, help them with little things with their technique. And that's all part of what this is about, and that's why I love going to these different places. I love going back, like here. It's the second time I've been here. Malta, I've been there many times. Romania, it was my first time in Romania. That was great. Bulgaria has been there now 3 times. Each time you go back, you see an improvement. But you don't just see an improvement. This is the other thing that I try and talk about and mention. Carry on after this ball from Malidi. Another swing and a miss. Yeah, but it's not just improvement, Andrew, in the cricketers, because they will get better. The more cricket you play, they get better. The stronger the competition gets, they get better. But in general, the whole overview of the game, including the officials. And I think that's so important. What ECN, I think, has done is we've gone to these destinations. We've invested in the umpires as well. We've got their standards better. Well bowled, well dug out. Opportunity if he hits, and he does hit. This is going to be out. It's a great bit of work there. And I think that's the captain, Gupta. Good pick up, good throw. And just you see the bail just going off. And so, yeah, this sort of highlights what I'm talking about. One thing that has improved dramatically, in my opinion, is the fielding. We see world-class catches now that you won't see in any other better in any other level of cricket. Fielding like that, absolutely sensational. But yeah, I go back to the thing about the officials. The umpires have also got better, and I think when you got better professional umpires, that also helps to improve the knowledge and understanding of the players and makes cricket in general a much better sport.
It's something we probably don't talk about enough on commentary, isn't it, Rico? Actually, the support that European Cricket Network is giving the national federations as both part of these events and more generally as part of things like the ECL and the European Cricket Championship, as Malidi, should have been on a hat-trick of all players to drop such a simple catch. I think that's Sambit Patanaik out there who has unbelievably not pouched, which is a gimme catch for a player of his quality.
Well, the bowler can't believe it, Malidi. The wicketkeeper, Vinod, and look, both Vinod and Malidi look at each other. Oh, yaar, Nick catch it. Kitna short deta. How did he drop that catch? Malidi looking to get his second wicket. Well, he's got one more ball to try and do it in. There's 65 for 8 on the board.
Rajan Vinod had a smile on his face. I'm not sure that Malidi would have been coming so naturally with a grin. Would have loved another wicket.
This is called a no ball. And too many outside, apparently. Let's have a quick count. We got 6 men outside the ring, and it's been picked up straight away by the match officials counting them. And there's a bit of a debate, and now the umpire saying, look over there, 1, 2, 3. Must admit, I don't see it at the moment, unless one fielder hadn't quite made it inside the circle.
I suspect that's what must have happened, Rico. Certainly in terms of fielders on the boundary, there wasn't an obvious 6th player, but a few of the players hanging quite close to the 30-metre circle. But just coming back to that point about ECN providing some great support for the national federations, it's very much a symbiotic relationship between the European Cricket Network and the national federations. We come and bring a lot of the infrastructure that helps bring certainly the live action and support to make these events happen, but it's also something that relies very much on the National Federation getting behind it, the local clubs getting behind it, making sure the players are set up and ready to go, and really does, that motto of stronger together really does encapsulate what is necessary to bring you the European cricket action that we do every week.
Yeah, and stronger together, and as the banners say here, and as they said in Romania, we also grow together, and I think it's so key. And this one's up in the air. The fielder electing to just take it on the bounce. He's saying it's not worth injuring me fingers for a wicket here, which will mean nothing. Well, Melita says, what do you mean nothing? I'm still trying to get me second. You guys just not taking the catches. End of the over. How do somebody like United come back from this? Because it's going to be another defeat for them. They have got some key players. We know that. But at the moment, the performance is just not there. It was never going to be an easy 2 matches against Malmöhus, who are on a high after that victory against Hisingen yesterday. How do they get make themselves more competitive in the second match coming up after this?
Well, probably a couple of things, Rico. Their bowling effort was actually pretty reasonable throughout the course of that 10 overs. It was probably just the last over where they went for more than 20 that took the total into the extremely difficult stages, particularly for a team that hasn't got the strongest batting lineup. And then it's probably their top 3 or 4 batting for the majority of the innings. We had a few nice shots from Sagar Karia, the wicketkeeper, who is a really talented striker and someone that United would have been looking to at the start of this tournament to be a bedrock of their innings, as Sharon Noor's finally rediscovered bowling over the wicket, and thankfully he's going to get rewarded. Samir just pops up a catch, and Ankit Gupta racks up some more fantasy fielding points. Makes a neat grab, and that is the 9th wicket down for United. And it's a one-way walk down struggle street for them at this point. So I guess the bowling probably just needs to be fully focused for the full 10 overs. See if they can keep Malmöhus in the next game down to maybe 85, 90, and then that top order needs to see them through to the 4th or 5th over at the very least, and then let some of the hitters down the order unleash. Yeah,
I think you're right, and good observation. And remember that it was an unusual call, wasn't it, to get Samir to bowl the last over when Saluri, his first one went for 14, but you know he's a competent bowler on your side. He didn't get the call. Samir bowled it. He went for around about 23, I think, which helped them to go from the 95 to the 123 mark. There are a lot of runs, and you think you take those out of the equation. There was also one expensive over, I think, earlier from the captain himself, Rashid. And this is a terrible, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We don't like to see that. And, well, it's handbag time. Handbags are being thrown, and toys are coming out of the pram. He's not very happy there. Keep them apart, please. Keep them apart. Well, the striker is making a very slow walk back, and the umpire just having a chat there. Well, Rob Kemming is certainly going to have a chat with that batter. He's been absolutely done here. He's not happy, and you know who it is. It's the man that I'm going to have to be talking to again. It's Rohit Kumar. Well, Kumar, he's been taking all our advice with the fielding, with the bowling, and now we're going to have to chat with him about his batting as well, because that is him throwing his toys out of the pram. He's very disappointed, but with that wicket, they'll be bowled out for 67 with 4 balls to go.
Yeah, pretty disappointing effort for them after a bright start. They managed to take Sarton for 10 runs in the first over. It was a nice start in a way, and gave them a platform to attack. The wicket in the second over off bowling of Gore, 19 for 1 after 2. Still felt like they were in the run rate. Patanayak, he didn't have a great day with his hands. Much tougher chance that he's dropped there rather than what he dropped at third man towards the latter stage of the innings. But actually their fielding all round was pretty good, Rico.
Yeah, the fielding all around was pretty good. There was a couple of soft chances there. I mean, Patanayak put one down, but I think he was just having a little snooze to himself because that point of the match was already won. But this man, look, I really like the keeping of Vinod. I think at the moment we've seen some good keeping. He certainly, for me, is one of the top keepers. I think his work behind the stumps has been absolutely fantastic. We've seen him involved in runouts where he's very quick to get the glove off and have a shot at the stumps. He's taken some very good catches, made some good stops. Talking of catches, but that wasn't a good one. Diving forward, that was Nord. And that one just escapes the fielders as well. I think they have, if they can put things together, they have got the ability to be better and to give Mama Hus a much tougher match. But you just feel that when you look at the teams on paper, Mama Hus have just got the depth that United haven't got. United are relying too much on one or two players with bat and with ball, whereas Mama Hus, they've got a number of people they can refer to. You see Rohit, he's very disappointed when the batter gets out there. You can see why. He wants to get on strike. That's what it's all about. He said, "Yaar, meri gal sun, out nahi hona. Minno strike deni hai, main fir chakke marne hai." Okay, and don't get out because I want to get on strike. I want to hit the sixes. They have the agreement, and then this happens. And well, this time he's okay. He gets there. He says, all right, so far so good. And another batter comes out and it's the same story. You know what to do. You know what I want. But this was an amazing drop from a man at Patanayak who was in good form. And this one, well, no mistakes here from the skipper, Gupta. And as you said, Andrew, more fantasy points for him. He's been good, hasn't he? Involved in the run out and the catch. And then this, where he says, "Yaar, मैं तेरे की किया सी मैंने स्ट्राइक देनी है मैंने बैट नहीं चाहिए ले इन्हों आगे ते ला दो मेरा बैट मैंने लो बैट नहीं लोड नहीं." Well, Rob Cavendish going to have a nice word there with Rohit Kumar, and you may find that Rohit Kumar, because he's been a naughty boy, may not be on the park for the second match between these two.
Yeah, disappointing end for United with the bat. A lot of single-figure scores there after Rashid Mahmood, the captain, actually got them off to a pretty good start. And if he and Sagar Karir could have stayed in for 4 or 5 overs, then you would have given them a good shout of attacking this Melbourne Horse total, as it was when both of those went Karir to the bowling of Sadashiv Go. A bit of a controversial decision, but then Mahmood went later in the innings for 21 off 13 after struggling to get on strike. Just felt like it was all scrapping. Just a few runs for the middle order. They need 1 or 2 of those bats from the middle to step up. Isra Khan and Ifzan Azal need to really push to get their innings moving. But as it was, that was pretty disappointing chase from them to what was at least a reasonably gettable target. Looking down that bowling card, that man Sharon Nord, Rico had plenty to say about his footwork getting in front of the umpire earlier today, but he's ended up with superb figures of 3 for 3. Prasenjit Bahara getting 2 for 9. Adam Sutton at the top went for 10 off his first over. A bit more of a difficult day for him after he had a bounty of wickets yesterday, but all up, that is a pretty good and comprehensive performance from Malmahus. They end up with their second win on the trot in this tournament, and they're now sitting at 2 wins and 3 losses. United, on the other hand, they need to get their tournament moving forward. They are 0 and 3 after their first 3 games, so plenty of work for them to do. And their captain Rashid Mahmood, he certainly needs a little bit more support from the rest of his playing base as we enter into what will be match 30 at the Landskrona Cricket Club for ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. That game will be starting at 11:05 local time, so approximately 6 minutes time. So please come and join us back on the European Cricket Network. I'm Andrew Ryan, joined here all day by Rico Falls. We've got plenty more T10 action to come, so please stay with us and join us for match 2 today. Malmahus United coming up in about 5 minutes time.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Club. We're here for the second game today. It's the matchup again between Malmöhus and United Cricket Club. Plenty of action, plenty of runs in the first game, so looking forward to this one. Hand over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
It's cool. This tails. We'll bat again.
Well, so Rob Kemming, is there anything he can't do? The ambidextrous tosser pulls out the left-handed effort. It falls in favour of Malmöhus again. Their skipper, Ankit Gupta, after a bit of consideration, has decided to put his side into bat again. Plenty of good strikers in their team. We saw the power once again of Sambit Patanaik. He is in sublime form at the moment. There was really nothing the United bowlers could do to stop him. They've got a big job of trying to diffuse his power along with the rest of the Malmöhus batting lineup in this game too. Plenty of action to look forward to. I'll hand back to Rico Full in our central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Orion there, giving us the in-depth information from the coin toss. And we have a look at these two teams again, and I think the key men certainly at the moment are those shining on the Malmöhus Team 11. Dheeraj Malhotra, he's been in fine form. As we have a quick look at the bat versus wall, well, Malmöhus expected here to win again. I don't think at the moment, based on that first performance, not a surprise. 112 to 94. United, though, they're the team that really have to get things to move on. And their batting is where the weakness is. Remember, 67 all out in the first match. So, getting into the 90s, well, that's going to take a big achievement the way it stands at the moment. But the first thing they've got to do is try and restrict the hard-hitting attack of at least the first four batters that come out here on the Malmöhus side. It's no change in the batting order. Malhotra and Tara, and that's a wide delivery down the leg side. The first one's on the board. Remember the first match started with the Malhotra hitting his first ball to the boundary. And this one, that's pretty well. Oh well, I think this is a tough call for me. The umpires are calling this and being pretty consistent. I think this one probably just sneaks in, to be fair. And wide has been called. Umpires for this match: Ajish Raja and Rafi Ahmed. Well bowled. Conditions not ideal, I have to say. Certainly fielding the brunt of this very strong and chilly wind. It just dabbed to the man at third. They'll take the single. Shazad is the man. Makes the stop. Bit of a wild throw, which then has to be tamed by the bowler, Ifzan Afzal. Looking to get a breakthrough early. Rizwan Tara, can he make an impact in this match? Good looking player. Hasn't really gone big as such yet. Just drops bat onto this. Takes a single. I think once more Malmöhus will be looking to try and get that score to the 120 sort of area. One thing yesterday that we saw, it was quite a very strange day, wasn't it? We saw teams in the first match that they played really scoring high, and the second time round much lower. This one has been put away. That's 4 runs. It's too short. And Malhotra, he's so quick on the short ball, and he pumps this one to the boundary. Just doesn't quite rock back into his crease. Opts to play it from where he is, but gets enough on it. 4 runs. Yeah, going back to yesterday, look, that first match, Ariana 130. And Loma getting them 132 for 1. And then it was a low-scoring one. Ariana 53 all out. Still had 8 balls to go in their innings. And Loma 54 for 5. It was crazy. And then we saw Malmöhus in match number 27, 141 for 3. Hisingen 142 for 3. And the next match, Hisingen struggled to get to the 100, 97 for 9. And Mamahus getting them with plenty of balls to go. So that was the pattern yesterday. Let's see what we see here today. Lovely shot. Fielder has to get down. He does absolutely brilliantly. And of course he does, because that's a Rashid Mahmood. Isn't he a top-class fielder? Saw him take 3 catches in the first match. What about that for a pick-up and throw? Class. Talented player. Just will be hoping that in this match he can perform with the bat. Big swing. And quarter wide. Just going a little bit too wide on this occasion. And once again, very close. Disappointment for the bowler. The umpires have been very tough on the wides, but very consistent. This one has been launched, and that's going to go all the way, I'm sure. And just wait. There we go. Manos arriba. Landskrona. Lovely pickup this. Absolutely beautiful. Swing off the bat. Crack right in the middle. Rizwan Tara once again showing his class. And finish that over with a bang. And let's have a look at the scores being scored in the first overs by these two teams. United, their struggles continue in scoring well. They're averaging around about 5, and as opposed to the team that we're seeing here, Mamahus, they're around 9. But we've seen already today that they certainly are up in it. 14 was the highest. Well, they've done better than that now. 16. That'll just play down nicely. So still not sort of what we'd call magical, like we've seen some of the teams have done. But certainly they're going in the right direction, which is not a good sign for United. Oh, this is really short, and it was Gandhi, and it goes to the boundary. Cuatro Carrera doesn't quite get hold of this Malhotra, but it was a half cracker, and it deserved to be put away. Malhotra, if you look maybe at this side on, what he tends to do, we saw that in the earlier shot, he's not quick to go back into his crease, so he lets the ball climb onto him, but he still does put it away, gets plenty of bat onto it. He moves into double figures. Khan needs to get his line right. Khan again from that very wide to the run. Short again. This goes up in the air, and this, I think the wind might take it to the boundary. In fact, that's really good work from Shahzad. That's absolutely fantastic. He's somebody who's giving 100%. This is a really, really good stop. And I know one man that's going to appreciate that as he comes back into this very chilly commentary cube. It's, well, Andrew Ryan.
Love a bit of hustle in the field, Rico. Great work from Shahzad. And it might have actually gotten them a wicket here. Malhotra just losing his head. Decent length ball from Khan. And swinging slightly leg side, he loses control of the shot and pops it up, neatly taken catch. And he's out for 12 off 8. Malmahus leaves their first wicket. 22 on the board. You
can't get in a wicket. Hey, I think Malhotra is going to have a word with you. I reckon this is the second time I'll welcome you into the commentary box, and he's got out at that precise moment. What's going on?
Some of us are a curse, Rico. Some of us, like your good self, are just lead players to the promised land with advice and inspirational chat. Malhotra's already copped a bit from us on commentary because of his continual decisions to bowl around the wickets, so probably leave him alone with his batting. Persisted with this opening pair of Rizwan Tara and Malhotra throughout the tournament. They haven't really got going as a partnership at any time, but doing enough as Khan bowls a nice length ball as Gupta just strikes it straight down the field for a single. Had a few comments on the chat earlier today, Rico, about Ifsa Khan, that he's probably the closest thing that we have to the protractor in Hungary in terms of his relatively unique run-up.
That's true. I think you clocked that the very first time you saw him, and you made that reference. It's been played nicely, and Rashid Mahmood, the captain, makes no mistakes from that position where he's made that his own.
Had to move quickly to his left there, and it's the end of the over. Malmahus 24 for 1 off 2, but it was so nicely timed from Tara. Mahmood had to move quickly to his left, otherwise that would have probably escaped through for a boundary, and something that his team, United Cricket Club, can ill afford. They don't quite have the batting strength to chase down big totals. And big news, the man who has had a few emotions on show in the last game, Rico, Rohit Kumar, he's been given the ball, trying to translate some of that fire into a few wickets with the ball.
Yeah, he does need to inject that fiery energy that we saw at the end of the first match into his bowling. He looks like somebody's had a telling off, doesn't he? As he comes on to bowl.
Ra just tucks it neatly. Way to square leg for a single.
Yeah, what's with this wind? It's cutting now, isn't it? It's really strong. It's that sort of wind which makes it a little bit unpleasant, to say the least, to be out there in the field.
No less unpleasant in the commentary position at the moment as Kumar drops it short of length. Nicely cut, almost a bit of confusion between the two bats, but Ankit Gupta sends Rizwan back.
Yeah, and what about that? I mean, what about those comments from our man, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, saying to us yesterday, "What are you complaining about? It looks lovely and sunny over there." Yeah, Maxi.
Hope you're enjoying a balmy evening back in Perth, Maximo. As Kumar drops short again. Gupta doesn't miss out this time. He finds what is not a particularly big gap between point and backward point, but cracks it through for a boundary. Nice piece of batting.
Yeah, nice shot. He goes, interesting, doesn't he? He goes forward to the ball, but then quickly adjusts to get himself in position to play the cut shot. So changing his mind pretty quickly. Normally you'd see that shot where the batter would sort of go back and onto the back foot and get on top of the ball, but playing it off the front foot.
Nice ball from Kumar. A little bit of late in swing forces Gupta to go for a more defensive approach. Just pushes away for a single. Just turning to the YouTube chat, Rico. Very good morning to Helix, who has just joined us. IWBW is in there as well. Graham Holmes still with us from earlier today. PK, who's been very, very engaging in the chase. PK's actually asked a question, is Ifsa Khan the only Chinaman bowler in the ECN? We'll probably ignore the fact that I'm not sure we're supposed to use Chinaman as a term anymore, but in terms of a wrist spinning left armer, I'm not sure I'd look at him as a traditional left arm wrist spinner by any stretch.
It's not the traditional one.
Kumar coming in, trying to finish off this over successfully. Short of a length ball, Rizwan rocks onto the back foot, inside edge onto his pad and scoots away for just the one. Kumar hasn't been the worst over for him. He's probably been a little bit shorter of a length than he tends to be when he's bowling most successfully, but it hasn't been a bad over in terms of runs conceded. Goes short again. Gupta rocks onto the back foot. Gets a little bit underneath it. He has partner Rizwan pushes back for a second. Rizwan probably desperate to get back on strike for the start of the next over. And Malmahus, they are rocking along quite nicely at the moment. Having a look at the stats gun, Rico, the Malmahus guys have been relatively consistent with their power plays so far in this event.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, they're right up there with Loma. I mean, they're not too much between those two teams, and quite interestingly enough, they're the team that they're chasing in the group. United, their best have been 28, but they know that their average needs to improve. But you can see they're the teams that are right at the top. Hissingen, Haryana, they've certainly got some big power plays in. But Haryana, when we saw them last time, they had those two unbelievable and shocking defeats to Loma. That surprised everyone. They didn't have the big guns with them, and I get a feeling that they're not going to make that mistake again. I don't think they're going to take any of the opposition for granted.
I couldn't agree with you more on that one, Rico. We're getting another look at Ifsa Khan and his left arm variations. It doesn't matter what he sent down to Rizwan Tara. That has been annihilated over the long on boundary. That ball just kept going. Sorry, that is Ankit Gupta. Just kept on going up, up, up and away.
Gupta, that's probably one of the cleanest hits that he's had so far in the series. He has a very unusual stance. If you have a look, I mean, pay attention to where he's standing when the ball comes through. He's literally showing the batter all of his stumps as they're still waiting for that ball to come back. It does come back eventually. I think you had to saddle up on a horse to get it, but it does come back. But he certainly does. He has a strange stance. You just can't see where he's standing here. And literally he's basically saying to the bowler, well, look, there they are. Let's see if we can hit them. And then he just makes this little subtle adjustment. There he comes right across, and he absolutely pumps this big. This goes all the way as well. Bolle, 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 Landskrona. And their captain, Ankit Gupta, decided that maybe it's about time that he goes on to score a big score in the series. He's won along with Tara. Both these men haven't really gone big as yet, have they?
Well, he's certainly gone big on that occasion. Rohit Kumar thought he was in with an opportunity down here at the straight long on position. He almost wrenched his neck keeping track of the ball as it went some 20 meters over the boundary.
Well, that's another fly that's been eaten. They do say that it is the miracle food that's coming up these days, insects. Well, I know I had a good measure of these flies in Romania. And Rhino, he's like the comedian. Every time they come near me, he gobbles them up. How was that one? Tasty? Crunchy?
I'm not sure what it had for breakfast this morning, but went very gingerly down my throat. Thanks for taking over at an opportune time, Rico, as Rizwan does a one go across the face of his bat. They scoot for the one. It doesn't feel like there's that many flies or mosquitoes around the place here, but a few of them have ended up down my throat so far this last couple of days.
Well, they're probably trying to take off, and then they get caught in this wind, and it just, I told you the wind is blowing our way. It's well done there by Shazad. Gets the throw in pretty quickly. He's certainly one that throws himself around, and not too much gets past him. It's a good opportunity for us again to say hello to everybody, and look, it's been superb to have you here with us every day. And today, a lot of questions, a lot of conversation happening on the chat. We certainly encourage that, so anything else that you want to fire our way, please do so. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona. Of course, there is the Valletta Cup that is happening also in Malta, so we'll keep you posted with things over there as well. And well, it's a chilly start here, but one team that are looking good is Mamahos.
Yep, you know I'm big on them, Rico. I think they are a huge show, not just for this Group B, but ECS Landskrona as a whole, as Ankit Gupta has just smoked yet another boundary. Just so easy with his swing. Economy of foot movement, drops back in the crease. And it's almost like a stylish 1970s tennis player. Just ripping the wrists through. Beautiful timing, not a great deal of power swinging, but just meets the ball in the right position. He's such a good batsman to watch.
Yeah, well, look where he starts now. Look where he, not only is he standing way down leg side, standing well outside his crease as well. And then he, well, I think he's probably perhaps a little lucky to get this called, because I'd like to see it again. Where does he end up? I think he ends up going outside the off stump, and I think that little jump there is just enough for the umpire to say, yeah, that's pretty wide.
I like the exaggeration with the jumpers. Had to jam down on that particular delivery from Kumar. Going to push through for a second. Noticed an upping of the ante in the running between wickets from Mamahos today as compared to their previous games. I don't know if it's something they've talked about during their team meetings, either before the games today or perhaps last night, but they've really looked to push the second as balls have reached the outfielders. It's good to see. Kumar, decent length ball. Not quite timing it, but it'll go down to the fielder at long on, and he fires it in quickly to make sure that there's no opportunity for a second.
Yeah, I think one thing that certainly when Gupta's up there, I've always noticed that the running is quick. But when he goes out the equation, it slows down a little. So you're right. I think he has had a chat with all about it. Say, look, that's where we can do better. This one is chopped out to the onside. A bit more foot fielding there.
Mirjan Jua showing a nifty bit of work in the field. At least he kept it to one, as Kumar that's not a bad job for his captain here. At least he's kept the boundaries down for the most part in these overs. Opportunity now for Gupta to try to finish off the maximum. We want to get into his hitting zone. Gave him some room outside off stump. And a man of Gupta's quality is not going to miss out on a half volley in that zone. The umpire's arms go up, and Rohit Kumar just having to watch in disappointed fashion as that ball is launched into the seating. Not a big crowd here at Landskrona, as you can see from the benches. Probably the weather not exactly encouraging folks to get out and see some T10 cricket action today.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some good support here from the locals and a lot of family members coming down, but today it's probably not the best of days. And if you do come out here, you need a lot of layers. This is a lovely shot, and this is what Kumar does so well. He just makes that step across, and this one is right where he likes it. And the strength there as well. Not a big swing off the bat. This is all upper arm strength, and he times this to perfection as that one gets whizzing past the catering tent there. Nice, good hitting from Gupta. I said it's about time that Gupta would have wanted himself to put a decent score on the ball, but he's going well, and he's doing it quickly as well. 41 of just 14 deliveries, and he gets the score at the halfway point to quite a threatening 71 for one.
Yeah, he's certainly the man pacing this innings at the moment. 41 off 14, a pair of 12s off 8 for his two batting partners, in form of Malhotra, who opened the innings, and Rizwan Tara, who is still there. This is Mughal going on to bowl. Delivered some nice in-swingers in the last game. Gives it plenty of air. Was drilled out to point. It'll just be a single, which brings Gupta back on strike. Just turning to our YouTube chat, Rico. There's been some lovely references to our sartorial choices for today. I mean, obviously some recognition of your tartan suit, but Ricky Adams saying that both looking very dapper this morning, and PK loving the rhino choice of the blue suit today. I'll admit, Rico, and for full transparency to the fans, I had opted for a slightly more casual combination of the blue jacket and a pair of comfortable beige chinos, but unfortunately an incident at the breakfast hall this morning meant that I made a late dash up to the room and had to switch back into the blue trousers. I'm not sure those beige ones will be being seen again unless we can find a laundromat in the meantime, as Mughal continues. A couple of singles off the start of his over.
Gets a bit on this. It flies past the keeper. And look, I think you should be a little bit more specific, because an incident at breakfast, it could be you say you made a mess of your trousers. There could be a number of pictures that come to mind, but it's not. Come on, don't be naughty. It was a spillage. Let's put it that way. That's all it was. It was a spillage. There was no internal problems. This one's in the air and catch taken, and he certainly deserves that. And that's Shahzad out there that takes the catch, and it's going to be Gupta that will be departing. He's made certainly some inroads and getting good runs on the ball. Just doesn't quite get to this one. He's reaching rather than using his getting his feet moving, and that's probably down to that little shuffle he makes. He makes a little shuffle and then he doesn't move from there. So if you can get the ball in that area, you always get the opportunity. But he's done well for his team. A quick fire 42 of just 15 deliveries.
Yeah, nice innings from Gupta. Probably his best of the tournament so far. I suspect he's probably a little bit flummoxed from the fact that Mughal had been moving the ball inwards. Some nice little in-swingers for the most part in this over. Then he's floated one outside off stump. It just hasn't swung at all. He's had to reach a long way across for it, and only gets the tail end of the bat safely taken catch.
Yeah, one observation there from me is that there is a change of keeping this match. Sagar Carrera is not playing, so you got Walidul Hassan and he's not standing up. You see a lot of these batters then. This one is pretty hard, and it's a really good catch. It was thumped towards the boundary. He was going for 6, but Isra Khan saying, oh no you don't. Bahut acha catch for Isra Khan ne, and that is the end of another strong batter, and somebody who can't get things going for himself or for his team at the moment is Sachin, and Karnar, he goes pretty early.
Good catch from Isra Khan. That ball went like a rocket out to long off. Didn't have to move too far from his original fielding position, but caught the ball right in front of his eyes. Good work from the young man, and as you say, sends Sachin back to the pavilion. He's had a tough day with the bat so far. A little bit falling on the shoulders of Rizwan Tarar now to continue to be the anchor throughout this innings. It looks like probably the most informed batsman outside of Nathan from Hissingens in this competition. Padanike has come to the crease. Actually, no, it's Tarar on strike at the moment, at the very least.
Yeah, I think Malidi's come out.
Malidi who's come out, which surprised, maybe just try to work a few of their guys into form. They haven't had as much of an opportunity as Tarar's taken off after playing and missing for a ball that tailed into his pads. So skipper Mahmood who's come to the bowling crease. Malidi just going down, having a word to Tarar, just telling him that he's got the opportunity with 4 or so overs to go in this innings to get himself settled in, and a little bit more time at the crease, which will be valuable for him later in the event. Mahmood drops short. Well, it has been good advice from Malidi. Tarar just waits for the short one on leg stump, and what had otherwise been an accurate over from Mahmood. Somewhat spoilt now. Didn't have to do too much to swivel around. Beats the fielder diving at backward square leg. That's a 4 for Rizwan Tarar. He continues on his merry way, 18 off 13.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, isn't it, for Tarar? I think he just watched and admired some good hitting from Gupta. Now it's his turn to play some shots. They've still got plenty of batting. Malidi's come out there, and we know that Pattanaik is still to come in. Just rotating the batters nicely. This one, oh well, that takes a nasty bounce for the fielder. Well, this one, you need a helmet for this. And that's Mohammed Samir there. He's bubbling along pretty nicely. He's getting in line with it, and then the last bounce. Just have a look at this last one. It absolutely takes off, and he's can't get anything behind that. 4 runs.
Need to put fielders in helmets if we see too much more of that action. That one has taken a wicked jump off the turf. Mahmood into the block hole. None of his fielders in grave danger after that shot, but it's going to be a single.
Yeah, just going back to that point. So yeah, you've got a wicket keeper that's probably not your number 1 keeper, so he's not confident standing up, and that's allowed a lot of the batters to make full use of batting outside the crease. You certainly saw that with Ankit Gupta. He was batting freely, several steps outside the crease. That's where I think the keeper sometimes has to come in. This one's a little bit too short. He plays it well. Almost goes back onto his stumps, but this time Mohammed Samir is able to keep that kookaburra under control as he gets a throw in.
We saw that in the last game with Malidi, didn't we, Rico? He gets very, very deep in his crease when he plays that bull shot. Had to twinkle toes around the stumps in the last game. Not too far off it then. As good ball from Mahmood, just inside the wide line. Very, very full Yorker length. Good finish from him. He goes for 11. In the over, Malmahus 85 for 3. Rico.
Yeah, I mean, this
is
what's
coming up now.
Yeah, this is where we are so far. So we know that in Group A, the 4 teams that have qualified for the quarterfinals, the Evergreen, John Shopping, Seaside, and the Helsingborg Stars. And Group B, these teams are battling out to see who will join those 4. The top 4 will, and it's quarterfinals Friday. It's coming up, and that will be matches 41 to 44. Then, of course, this Saturday, will be finals day. So plenty of cricket to come. It's not a bad delivery. Somebody somewhere is appealing for it. The bowler saying that is not. 85 for 3 was the score at the end of the 7th.
To be fair, we've had bowlers appealing for far wider shouts than that was. Certainly going down leg side, but fair play to Mughal, who hasn't tried to engage the umpire with an LBW appeal. Good start from him, though. He's had a great start to this game. 2 for 3 off his 1.1 overs.
Where's his game? He's coming our way somewhere. He's
Helped
definitely
whatsoever.
coming our way somewhere.
I don't mind cowering.
This is not going to be a good look. And this is going to be all over this. But look, I don't care. He's in my headset. He said, oh yeah, this is coming somewhere our way. The fielders, I can hear the fielders laughing. This is their opportunity to get there,
I don't think either of us had a clue where that was going.
Where did it finish? It couldn't be that far away, and it's coming. You must have an area shot with that heads up. Well, the fielder was laughing at us there. Well, we certainly give them some stick. Well, that was their opportunity to give us some back.
Notice Anders is very quick to put those replays up there as he sits smugly in his very warm, very well protected production trailer.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what. I mean, we know Andy's he sat there in the snug, Andy's. He's loving it, and I think Richards might be there with him. But poor Karina's in the tower, and well, look, if it's cold down here, can you imagine how cold it is up there for Karina? Well, at least Karina is a hard worker. Hey, there you go. She should be getting paid double money. Well, this is up in the air. It's got to be the bowler's. Oh, well, nobody's gone for it in the end. It just drops nowhere. And, well, look, I've said it before. When you haven't got your main keeper, the makeshift keeper, this is what happens. It's got to be the keeper's catch. The bowler doesn't really want it. And there's a bit of traffic in the way for him as well. And that one should have been an easy catch for Waleed Al Hussain. And it ends up just being a single.
Felt like Mughal was preempting the drop. Unfortunately for him, what should have been a wicket previous ball, he's now been smoked over long on. It's a beautiful shot. Sandeep Malidi showing he's really got some ability with the bat. He's getting better and better as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, I like Malidi. I think I said to you, Andrew, before, I think Malidi, for me, the way he bats and he start, that he can be right up there opening the batting and have the other big hitters work around him. So that is the end of the over. And it's 99 for 3. And you can see that they're going certainly in the right direction. And they're looking to get once more that score similar to where they were last time. 123 is what they posted last time. Well, they're right on course for that here at the moment.
Yeah, there's only been one single figure over since the third. That was Usman Mughal going for 3 in the 6th. He's gone for 14 in the 8th. So his figures a little less attractive than they were, but still ends up with 2 for 16 of his 2 overs. And we now have Ihsan Afzal coming into the bowling attack. He bowled the first, went for 16. Ball wide of off stump. Rizwan's had a crack at it. The keeper making good ground. Unfortunately, he's about a metre short. Probably should have been the fielder coming in from point, but he seemed largely disinterested in going for the catch. Latif Salhiri possibly had a call from the keeper.
Yeah, the keeper, he does a lot of running, but you can see at the last minute, I mean, he decides, okay, at least you can say I got here. He wasn't interested in diving to take the catch, and this one has been blasted out of here. Balle, balle, balle. Shaka. Yeah, that is a big hit, Andrew, because that's the longest part of the ground.
Well, your boy Malidi, Rico, he is making a statement with the bat. He's saying to his Malmahus skipper, Ankit Gupta, get me in earlier, give me some balls to work with here. But he is making the most of his opportunity.
Certainly is. And I'll go back to your shout out when you were saying, see this delivery, and well, this one should be taken. The wicketkeeper's running again, and well, this time
looks like handshakes in the middle of the ground.
Handshake with the ball in the hand, yeah. Another one that just drops sort of short, doesn't really go to anyone. No, but you were saying earlier that you think that Malmahus are the team that probably can go all the way. And this one is going to be the wicket. It's well bowled from the bowler. He's taken plenty of stick, has Afzal, but he does get the wicket. And Rizwan Tarar, in the end, just charging down to try and blast this one way out of the ground. And once again, he goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right. Clever bowling, just keeps the pace off it. And here we go. It's a little bit of jaka there. What there? And knocks them over. Good bit of bowling, but not a good shot there for Rizwan. He is also a talented batter, but though he does get into the 30s this time, he's better than that. He's still looking to score a big score, 31 or 22 for Rizwan Tara.
I suspect they'll be pretty happy for Tara to have faced a number of balls in this innings, though. He's a really, really talented striker of the ball. They'd love to have one of he or Malhotra bat deep in most of the games, as they're fairly settled opening partnership now. So that's probably his most substantial innings of the tournament to date. And good time to do it. Still not easy conditions for the batters. Wind swirling around here, although it's certainly causing chaos for the fielders as well. So with the wicket, full ball outside of stump. Keeper's done well. Sticks out the right mitt, prevents the run.
Yeah, it does well, and it's a good time, isn't it? I mean, if you're a batting unit, you've got 100 on the board, and then you got somebody like Pattonite to come in now. I mean, it just again goes back to what I'm saying. I think you were right. They've got the depth in the batting. The bowling can be improved, and I think it will get better. I think they're missing. For me, the only thing they're missing is an out and right spinner.
Yep. I know you love having a member of the attack being a spinner, as Malmahus make their way to 107 for 4 off 9 overs. So still 6 balls in the kit bag, and while Malidi and Patanaika there, it's only a total in excess of 120, is not out of their reach.
Yeah, well, this time I don't think they will be going to Mohammed Samir to bowl the last over. In fact, well, they don't. They are going back to the captain, so Rashid will finish things off.
Coming wider of the crease, starts that outside the wide line though. Call wide. Strategically, it's the right thing to do. Try to keep it out of the power zone of both these players. Although Malidi has shown himself more than capable of hitting big that offside. I mentioned earlier in the tournament that he's got a slightly exaggerated backlift back to fine leg. Makes it easier for him to play over to the offside than it does probably the leg. Just seeing that as he tries to drag that to mid-wicket, having to get the wrists in a slightly awkward position, but they squeeze through for the single and brings Patanaika onto strike, which has generally not been good news in the later overs for the bowlers. Mood, excellent ball, and respected by Patanaika. Just squeezes it out for a single. He's going to push back for a second. He's pretty keen to get back on strike, but magnificent work from Waleed Ul Hassan with the gloves. He's had a torrid time trying to make his way to take a few catches in this innings, but he's come up with a superb piece of fielding.
Yeah, this is beautifully done. First of all, it's a good bit of bowling from the captain. And look, here he's very quick to go. I think it's the right thing to do. It's not taken cleanly, but X from Hussain. And we talked about his keeping, that he's doing a makeshift job behind there with the main keeper. Carrera not playing in this match. He's done okay. He's thrown himself about. He hasn't really got to the ones that perhaps he should have caught, but when he sees the opportunity for the run out, he's very quick to be on it. So some fantasy points coming his way.
Seen a number of those run-outs from wicket keepers this week, actually, Rico.
We have, yeah.
I know Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu, obviously a big analyzer of the quality of wicket keepers. I think he's be extremely proud. The exhibition that we've had a few times in the early week, a couple of issues just in terms of taking regulation balls, but certainly in terms of run-outs, there's been some excellent pieces of play for the men with the gloves.
Yeah, done really well. And just, you see, we were talking about this in the first match. The last over went magical, and that got them to the 100 plus score. This one so far is anything but. It's been pretty tidy. We see here the run outs. The first of all doesn't get his gloves to it. And Patanaika says, yeah, come on, I'm going to chance it to see if I could get back. And he doesn't. And the other thing that he's done by taking that chance is it means that the new batter is going to be on strike. So this is going to be
just a bit of a delay in proceedings here for a moment. Mahmood all prepared at the top, ready to get things kicked off. It's Passenger Behera, who's come to the batting crease. A rare appearance for him with the bat. As drills Mahmood straight down the ground. You can guarantee that Behera is going to be trying to scoot back for a second. He's very quick between the wickets. In fact, he may even look for a third. Bit of team fielding, and the ball's gone for overthrows. Unluckily, just hit the edge of the pitch, and Mahmood's lost control. Behera, he's such a hustler in all facets of the game, but good running between the wickets.
Yeah, I'm noticing that it's Malidi that's on strike. I'm guessing they decided that the two batters, they actually didn't cross when that run out happened, which quite surprises me, actually. I would have thought that it would have been the new batter on strike. I thought they crossed. What's your version on that? What's your view on it?
I think the new batter was on strike.
Was the new batter on strike?
Yep.
Have I missed something? I missed something. It was a 3. There you go. That's what I missed.
Remarkably, a 3.
A 3. How did they get 3 from that?
Inside edge. The keeper's going to have another opportunity at the run out. Takes his opportunity again. He is racking up the fantasy points in this final over. And the skipper Mahmood's done a good job here. No boundaries yet in this final set. Batsman Malidi lucky not to get an inside edge on the stumps, but Waleed was alive to the opportunity. Batsmen haven't crossed there, so we'll have the new entrant at the crease facing the final ball of the innings. They haven't done too bad a job here, United. Certainly the total that's within chasing distance. Melbourne Horse would feel like they've just spluttered.
Yeah. No, spluttered is not the word. 71 for 1 at 5 overs. So at that point, with the batting that they have, you would have thought they were going to go into a bigger score than the first innings. But then there was that excellent over, 2 overs, good overs from Usman Mughal. I mean, he's the 6th over. Oh, he went for 3 runs and he picked up the wicket. And they never really recovered from that. And wickets continue to fall. As is another one. And more smiles on the face from Rashid Mahmood. Well, there's plenty of action that have happened in this last over. We've seen the 2 run out. And then we see the bowl there as well. So Mahmood picks up a wicket of his very last ball. He finishes with respectable figures of 1 for 17 of his 2 overs. And like we said, Mamahus 113 for 7 is what they finish on.
Yeah, just let themselves down a little bit in that back end of the innings, Rico, as you rightly identified. Couple of 3 single-figure overs, the 6th, the 9th and the 10th. They started brightly enough. Malhotra and Tara opening the innings as they've done throughout the tournament so far. They managed to find the boundaries both with 4s and 6s with reasonable regularities. Plenty of effort there on show from Mortaza Shahzad, stopping yet another boundary. And eventually, Malhotra, he was caught out. Man dropping back from point. Neat catch. And that brought Ankit Gupta to the crease. And didn't he unleash for his best innings of the tournament?
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, it's the captain. He had to play well, and he did. He hit the ball pretty well. He's got that unusual stance, hasn't he? And but the thing is, though, he encourages, because he's shown you his stumps, I think he encourages the bowlers to bowl at them, to try and bowl him out, and then he's got that quick movement when he comes across and plays the ball pretty well. But eventually, he did get the ball in the right place, just wide of him, and gets the edge of the bat. And this one, it was quite amazing. Sachin comes out, he absolutely blasts it towards Isra Khan. Isra Khan pops up, takes the catch. And Sachin, well, he went for well, this one was another one that you have to talk about the duck, but it's the ducking, because that was right for the head. And this one was for our heads. We had no idea where this was. And this is very quick to get us in our cowardice mode. But hey, we don't care. We got no protection over here. When it's coming our way, you can't see it. That's what happens. That's a good example there of the ball going up in this guy the way at the moment. He can hardly pick it. And when we've got this roof over our head, we have no idea when it's coming this way. And well, that one's one where the batter had no idea. It was Rizwan Tara who departed, and he went there. I mean, that dismissal there, him going late on, and with Patanite trying to take the cheeky 2, and Hassan saying, "Oh no, you don't." I think those wickets there was the difference between probably another 16 runs not going on the board. So it was a really good fight back, if you like, from United. And there he is again. Well, Waleed Ul Hassan, he's not the normal wicketkeeper, but he certainly has picked up a few fantasy points for himself. And that man there, the captain, Mahmood, he's done the same as he finishes with a wicket there right towards the end. So a very different end to the innings this time round for Mamahus. 71 from the first 5 overs, only 46 from the second. And this time the main contributor was finally the captain, and Nick Gupta made a fine 42 of 16. But it was a good start again. I mean, Malhotra just going early. I think he's realised from the first 2 matches that Mamahu's played that he needs to try and go big and quick at the beginning. But just getting himself out, 13 in the first one, 12 in this one. Tara batted almost all the way through for 31 of 22. And we mentioned Gupta. But then after that, we saw Malidi play some nice shots. He was run out beautifully by Waleed Al-Hassan as well. So just containing them to that score of under 120. The bowlers, much better this time. Afzal, I like his bowling. I also like the bowling of Usman Mughal. He was the pick of the bowlers for me. 2 for 16. He came on the 6th over when there was 71 came off the first 5. And he certainly slowed things down. And the captain Mahmood contributing with the wicket right at the end there, just going for 17. Rohit Kumar was a little bit expensive, but in general, it's not a bad performance as well. And they were pretty decent in the field, United. It's all about their batting. Can they get their batting to click? And I think they've got to work around their captain. Mamahus have got the runs on the board. And based on what we've seen so far from them and United, the win probability chart is showing them to be favourites to win this match, 89% to 11. That's how it stands at the moment. But of course that can change, and I think the main man that's just got to make that change, and that's Rashid Mahmood, the captain of United. I think he's got to be bold. I think he's got to put himself up the order. We saw in the first match that he was in there, and while he was in there, he was batting well, but he wasn't getting anywhere near as much of the strike that he needs. So go up the order and see if he can get a lot of the strike and score a lot of runs and give each team an opportunity to win their first match. Join me, Rika Full and the Rhino, as we come back for match number 30. 114 required for United, the team making their debut in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and they'll be hoping that they've got the opportunity to register their first win. We will be back in about 10 minutes' time.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Club here in the Skåne region of Sweden. We have the second innings coming up in this second clash here today between United Cricket Club and Malmöhus. Malmöhus from the lovely city of Malmö, just about an hour south of where we are here in Landskrona. They made the trip up the highway, and an ultimately successful one for the most part so far today. They won the first game against United this morning and have set a pretty reasonable target of 114. United chased down in 10 overs. United struggled through their way with the bat. In game one, they're facing the big fast bowler, Adam Sutton, for the opening over. Tall paceman will enjoy bowling with a little bit of breeze to help his in-swinger. Full ball. It's Mahmood on the toe. Difficult to play a delivery coming from a man of that height, particularly when he's getting late swing. Probably a little bit half volley range in his opening over in the first game. A little bit more on the button there. Yorker length, getting onto the toes of Mahmood. One goes down the leg side. It looks like it's come off the pad of Mahmood, and they'll scamper through for a single. He's been joined in the opening stages by Solheri. Two right-handers. Looking for Mahmood to face as many balls as possible. He's probably the only United batsman that's showed any level of consistency throughout this tournament. Certainly a gettable chase for them if they're good enough. Looking for the 113 off 58 balls. Nice start from Sutton in terms of finding some in-swing. Radar a little bit off on that last delivery. That one's curled from outside off stump. Big appeal from the keeper. Umpire shakes his head. Arjun Vinod's been very good with the gloves to date. And as we see that appeal turned down, I'd like to welcome Mr. Rico Full back to the commentary box. Rico, Adam Sutton's got his in-swinger going today.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, we saw him bowl really well yesterday, didn't we, in that second match. Amazingly, didn't bowl in the first, picked up 4 wickets. And see there, he's always going to cause problems. He's high, he gets good bounce. Once he gets that ball in that channel outside the off stump, he's going to create a lot of problems. And he's got a pretty good Yorker that he fires in as well.
Notice earlier today, you generously let the Malmo captain, Ankit Gupta, know what you thought of his decision not to bowl Sutton in that game that they lost yesterday.
You know, I don't hold back. And this one's just straight down the leg side.
There is no end to the Rico coaching consultancy services. It's very, very brutal, but always done with love.
Yeah, it was interesting how Adam didn't say anything himself. He said, I don't have to say anything, Rico, you've said it all. But he's in both the sides here today, and you can see why. He's a very useful tool right at the top order. And that's the one he gets darted in. And it's so far a low-key start. Mahmood just can't get anything where you can get a good bat swing at it.
Gets some very late swing, doesn't he? You always know where that shape is going to go, but sometimes it tails in very close to the batsman, particularly coming from his height. Creates an awkward angle. That one started well outside off stump. It's just tailed in a touch to avoid the wide call. And it's a pretty useful start from Sutton. United Cricket Club, they're 3 for none after the first.
Yeah, he just loses his balance. I mean, this is not a wide. You see the ball swinging in. And that's a good shot for me for the umpire. And I think this is where Rashid Mahmood, the captain, he's trying to buy a wide there from the umpire, and the umpire just shakes his head and said, nah, not for that one. And, it's a low-key start, just 3 off the first over. As we have a look around this ground, and like I say, it's quite no sun at all. It's very overcast. It's pretty bright, which makes it even harder, I think, when this kookaburra goes up into that sky. Sometimes it's not going to be the easiest one to judge, and when the wind blowing pretty strong as well, not the easiest one to try and keep hold of as well. It's a new bowler, Gore, going to bowl. So they continue with what they did in the first match.
Strikes the batter on the foot just outside off stump. And I'll squeeze through for one. Ball not easy to pick up in the sky for players or commentators alike. Rico had our own difficulties from this commentary position just behind long off, losing a few balls as they've been hit into the Landskrona sky.
Definitely. I don't know about you, but I'm far happier being in the open without the roof, especially when, well, because you can see it then, can't you? You can see it coming. Here, every time it goes up in the air, once it gets sort of a metre high from where we are, we have no idea where the ball is. And then we got Andis, who loves to get us carrying away. I had a chat with Andis, by the way, I did. And you know what he said to me? I had a chat with him when he's in his nice, warm office, Andis, while me, you, and Karina, we're freezing here. I said, it's all right for you in your nice, warm office. And you know what he said? He said, in the words of Mr. Maximo, it looks perfectly fine out there to me. Swing and a miss.
Great chat from Anders. Might have to get him on commentary at some point with banter of that quality.
Forget getting him. Yeah, we'll get him out here. We're just going to tie him up and leave him sat on a chair over there outside and say, there you go.
Well, I'll go and sit in Anders' director's chair just to show some random shots around the ground, potentially focus on the cricket occasionally.
We've got Anders coming through on the bike. As this is nicely timed away, as the fielder gives it some chase, and he will catch up with it. And on the few times the fielder beats the kookaburra to the boundary, and Andis, yeah, he's just saying, okay, finals day. He's going to come and join one of us in commentary, and one of us will go out there and press the buttons. I think Roger Finer and Daniel Weston may have a thing or two to say about that idea, but I'm up for it. You up for it?
Absolutely. As Gore continues. Gets through a nice ball just outside off stump. Anders' chat, which we get through in the headsets, obviously, because we have direct communication with the production truck.
Yeah.
It's a shame, I think, the viewers don't get to hear it from time to time. At least our Australian viewers, probably absolutely no one else might remember a show called Hey Hey It's Saturday. That was
Hey Hey It's Saturday.
Hey Hey, a very creative title as Gore comes in to try to finish this over. Decent ball and smoked across the line. Got a good piece of that. Soleri takes himself to 8 off 7, and the United club managed to reach double figures. They're 11 after the first 2 overs.
MSP got a good piece of this as well. As we go back to your story, it does pretty well one-handedly. But look, ball in one hand and then takes the ball in the other.
Oh, there's nothing he can't do. MSP juggling on the outfield. But anyway, so Hey Hey It's Saturday had a voiceover man who used to chime in almost in directorial fashion occasionally with comical quips, but it was all audible to both the live studio audience and the audience at home. And as Sarton continues with a nice outswing, I feel if we launched Anders into our audience, that they would love some of the chat that comes from him from the truck.
I really think, and Andis, can I just say that Andis, I mean, like a lot of the production crew, started with us a few years back, not knowing anything about cricket. This one, well, this goes right through the legs of the batter. Good work again there from Rajan Vinod. I like him behind there. He's a good, tidy keeper, and I like the way he's always smiling. Well, there you go, through the legs it goes. Yeah, Andis and the crew, especially the crew here, Richards and Karina, they become really good on knowing all the key elements of the game as well. In fact, they could be cricket coaches themselves. And I know Andis, he doesn't like to hold back, as we see a wicket taken, and Sarton gets his first wicket and keeps his tidy spell of bowling going. And a nice catch taken there as well. It's that shorter delivery which Soleri is trying to pump away. It's a square leg. It doesn't really get the height on it, and it ends up being a pretty comfortable catch there for Prasenjit Bahira. Takes a catch, and that's a wicket that goes down early. Yeah, but some of the things that Andy says and some of the other crew on the old headsets are quite comical, and they're certainly not what we could repeat if we were doing it live to the audience.
Sage observations from time to time
from
the crew. Great to have them. The Spring Productions group are with us here in Landskrona. And Soleri would be pretty disappointed with that dismissal on 2 fronts. First and foremost, he smoked a glorious boundary in the last ball, the last over. And then secondly, he's hitting that ball to probably the least statuesque man in the entire Malmahus group. As new batsman's managed to take Sarton wide of third man for a 4. I suspect this is Irfan Afzal who's joined Mahmood at the crease. We'll just have that updated in a moment. But the fact that he hasn't been able to hit it over the head of Behera, who was standing at square leg on 30, pretty disappointing.
Yeah, didn't get any real power or uplift on the shot. Yeah, it is Afzal that comes out.
Great to see on the YouTube chat that at least Helix and Ricky Adams had a clue what I was talking about with the Hey Hey It's Saturday reference. As that one's been hit into the sky, unfortunately, no distance whatsoever, and Malhotra will take a very, very simple catch. And after a bright start, this is going downhill a touch for United, and after a very, very short stay, Ifzan Afzal hit Abad's second ball for 4, and United lose their second wicket with 16 on the board.
Yes, and just throwing the wickets away a little bit there, and it's all good news for the bowler. He's certainly having a productive second over here. Sarton has picked up his second wicket, and be hoping to pick up another 1 or 2 as well. He was certainly the key bowler for Mama House yesterday when they picked up their first victory, taking 4 for 4, which was an incredible bit of bowling. And just showing again that he's a difficult man to handle.
Continued with his wicket-taking form in this game. 2 scalps in this over. Only got figures of 2 for 7. Final ball, and he's got the left-hander on strike. Comes charging down the pitch. Big swing across the line. Isra Khan doesn't waste any time in trying to find the boundary, but it's the end of the over. Nice defensive effort from Malmahus in those first 3 overs. United Cricket Club 16 for 2. Pursuit of relatively, well, looks like a hefty target now of 114. The win probability graph certainly in favour of Malmahus at the moment.
Yeah, no real surprise there. It looks like it's going to be Malhotra to continue. He bowled himself out as well. No, he's first. Sorry, Gore bowled the second over. So Malhotra coming into the attack. He's well, we're both smiling at the moment, myself and Andrew, because he is going to start over the wicket. We like that.
Maybe been watching some of the coverage on replay on YouTube as they've sat in between games and taken note. Thought maybe Andrew and Rico have some idea of what they're talking about. Years of high quality experience.
He's been very particular with his field.
This ball just drifts onto the pads a touch and it's turned away. Harris coming in from deep square leg. Just keep it to 1.
It was an interesting start, wasn't it, from Isra Khan, the way he danced down the track and wanted to smash Sarton's last delivery fee spell for a boundary. It ends up being a dot. He's got to bat a little bit more sensible than that. He's got to be thinking about getting a good partnership together with his captain Mahmood. Let's see how he goes.
Probably the 2 most productive batters in the tournament at the crease, but Mr. Khan, first 2 big balls have been big swipes across the line, and it's a nice line from Malhotra. He's not swinging the ball immensely, but just starting it outside off stump, a little bit of tail away. It's a good line to bowl to Khan.
Yeah, he sort of, like he did the first ball, he swung it, missed that from Sarton. He then has a little chat to himself. He's sort of playing the shot again over in his mind.
Just almost tails back in a touch to the left-hander. Can't adjust late. Malhotra causing him a few issues here. It looks like he's got his location improving from game to game. Struggled, and I think certainly not helped by that switching to around the wicket a number of times earlier in the tournament, but feels like he's just starting to get his rhythm back with his bowling. Oh, and drifts on the leg side. Khan's put it very high. And Kip Gupta under it. Takes an excellent, excellent catch there, Rico. That was not easy. He's moved around from mid-wicket position, had to get his body turned to a swirling ball. That is a technically wonderful catch from the skipper.
This is a great catch. This has gone up a long, long way. And really, it is the catch of the man coming in from the deep. But, well, Gupta, he's run all the way around it, and he takes a fabulous catch. Makes certainly it look easy, and it's not a good innings from the left-hander. He has to go, and he goes for, you know, one of them. It's a duck. And he wanted to be swinging, he wanted to be hitting the ball hard, but all he's able to do is get himself out and put his team in some more trouble. A full ball duck for him, caught very well by Gupta.
Yeah, he's better than that, is Ricard, and they need more from him. Big swing, first ball. This could be 2-2 for Malhotra, and the Gupta combination. Another excellent catch from the skipper. Once again, that ball went very, very high. The wind's died down a touch here at Landskrona, but it's still strong enough to make those towering catches very difficult. Excellent job from the skipper. Moved quickly to his left and so to his right, and snaffled a very neat catch.
Another one of those. Another one of those, and that's the first baller. So there is a hat-trick situation that has developed, and Malhotra bowling over the wicket.
Hasn't it transformed things for him, Rico?
Telling you what, me and you, buddy, me and you. You can book us wherever you need us, whenever you need a bit of coaching. Yeah, Andrew and I are available. Oh, wow. What a beauty that would have been for the hat-trick. It was spot on. He couldn't have done any more, but fortunately, or unfortunately for him, but fortunately for United, this has been blocked out. What a delivery on your hat-trick.
Yeah, great ball. Got it coming back from wide of off stump. The new batter, that is a difficult ball to keep up. Vivek Karup, he's actually done pretty well. And I'm sure he'll have easier balls than that to play in the remainder of this innings, but a great over from Malhotra. 2 for 1. Superb figures. And Rico, just as far as the weather goes, and I'll leave my jacket open as an indication to the viewers at home, the wind has died down a little bit here. It's certainly helped things warm up a touch and probably going to make life a little bit easier for the fielders.
Yeah, you're right. The wind has warmed up. It will be easier, and maybe we saw that demonstrated by Gupta taking those 2 catches, especially the first one, which went a long way up in the air. And, well, there's another one taken, and this time it's Sarton. And this is hit straight at him, and he's not going to make any mistakes. And he turns round so that the umpires can see the number on his back, and they feed it back to the scorers. Well, he doesn't have to. There's only one man that's tall. And, that's quite an easy one. And it's a dismal display here at the moment from United. Nothing going their way. And with Mahmood now back in the camp, the Mahmood is pretty low because they know that they're in for a hiding here. I can't see them really picking themselves up from this position. 17 for 5. I think that this one is going to be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, he was the man they could ill afford to lose, the skipper Rashid Mahmood. Going back to one of the earlier dismissals of Latif Saleri, managing to not put it over the head of Prashanjit Bahira. Well, certainly forgive Mahmood for not being able to knock it over the top of the towering Adam Sarton. That's a lot of man to get it aerial above. Takes a very easy catch and chest height. Second ball from Sadashiv Gore, coming in very wide of leg stump. Another excellent take from Vajra Vinod. He's put on a display behind the stumps today.
Yeah, I've really, and as I've said earlier, I've liked his work. He's just got to sort his hair out there at the moment. He's really thrown himself about, but I like his attitude, like the way he plays. He's always smiling. And, he's a man who's not just out there doing his job, but he enjoys doing the job. And there's nothing better than to see a cricketer out there performing well and smiling and enjoying it too.
I'd look to Rico and Rhino Coaching Consultancy Services again to have a look at Sadashiv Gore's action, and he's becoming a more important bowler for this Malmahus group as they're searching for players who can take top order wickets, but he generates quite a reasonable amount of zip with his bowling action, but he really does fall over to the offside as he's delivering, and it's probably compounded by the fact that he's getting extremely wide on the crease. Have a look here, that front arm gets pointed out somewhere down to third man. The body's going in a similar sort of direction. You can see why he's inconsistent with his line.
Yeah, you can see, and you can also see, I mean, that's got to be putting a fair bit of strain on him as well, because once he delivers, you see, as he falls away, he then comes back. So he falls away here, a lot of pressure on that, especially that right knee, and then he sort of ends up where probably he should be when he finishes a spell. This time he goes too wide again. Yeah, and yeah, good spot from you. You need to be getting a little bit. See, if he has that same action, but he releases the ball closer to the umpire, I think that'll be fine, and that'll get the ball, these deliveries here, going where he wants them to be.
Yeah, I don't have a huge issue necessarily with these inside-out bowling actions where the arm's coming in a slightly convoluted fashion to try to push the ball down towards the leg stump. I think the biggest issue for Gore is the fact that actually his torso and upper body is just so angled towards, as I said, third man or there or thereabouts. Whereas you see the bowlers who come in with that style, they tend to have a more upright action, and so the arm, while still coming inside out and drifting down towards leg, is still getting propelled largely straight down the crease.
Yeah, you can see here at the moment just what Andrew's talking about. He just doesn't seem to have any control, and a lot of that is probably to do with his approach. And well, this is sometimes what the bowler then decides to do. He says, right, I'm going to go around the wicket. Now, Gore was the bowler who we were talking about before, and he picked up some wickets, didn't he? And I think he picked up, no, that was Nord, wasn't it? Sorry, not Gore, so I take it back. But what you've got to be careful of is that, where you start running in front of the umpire. And though he does get this one in reasonably the right area, it's a nice looking shot there from Hassan. Gets himself off the mark with 4 runs. Just swings the bat, hits it pretty well. Cuatro carreras.
Nice shot from Waleed Ul Hassan, getting a boundary off his first legitimate ball, although he certainly had a look at a few in between. That's broken a run of 6 consecutive wides from Sadashiv Gore. Change around the wicket has at least meant that he's getting it in the right spot, and helped on that occasion by drifting it across the right-hander. Needed to take drastic action to deal with that wide problem.
Yeah, now this is good. That's what I like to see, and this is what we were talking about in the first match between these two. The umpire just having a chat with him and saying, look, okay. And yeah, you see he's now going to go back over the wicket. So that for me is good umpiring. I'm liking that from Ashish Raja, and he's out there with Rafi Ahmed.
Nice ball, that one, just coming in from outside off stump. Excellent effort from Malhotra coming around from long off. Doesn't take the catch, but does well to parry the ball down and keep it in front of his body.
Yeah, really good technique this from Malhotra, because he gets himself in the right position, and as soon as he realises that the catch is not on, look how he smothers that delivery.
Might have taken that one in the side of the head or the ear as he's fielded it. Just getting checked by his teammates. Gives him the big thumbs up, so hopefully he's okay, and he's well protected by that mane of glorious hair coming down the side. So hopefully no major issues for him as the bowler Sadashiv Gore gets back to his mark. It's been pretty expensive this over, and particularly courtesy of all of those wides. Currently sitting at 1 for 20 with still 2 balls to go. Another one that angles towards leg. Kicked off a decent length though. Pretty decent ball in the end.
Yeah, it's if you're going to bowl a short ball, this is the area to bowl it. Well, he likes it. He's got a good smile on his face. Gore. This was right at the batter. Hassan managed to defend it off. Look, the other issue with this over, not only is it a magical one as it gets to 20, is the time it's taken to complete. And if this match does go, this innings goes to 10 overs, you may find there may be some penalty runs to be applied because of the time element. And with this one is one that our man that we've been talking so highly of gets a little bit wrong. With John Vinod, I think he's gone for probably a little shy back at the stumps here, and somehow he's managed to go to fine leg.
Well, 5 overs down. You'd have to say that Malmohus is certainly in control of this game. United 30 runs off the ball on the board in those 5 overs, and certainly also not helped by the wickets. Lost 2 wickets in the third. That was Adam Sarton's second over. Then Malhotra took a pair in the fourth, and then 1 for Gore in and amongst a flurry of wides in that over. 30 for 5, still a long way off that target of 114, and it's going to take somewhat of a minor miracle here for Rico for them to chase this down.
Yeah, I mean, big time. Lost to 5 wickets, which doesn't help, and you're needing just under 17 runs per over. So for the next, or if you like, the remaining 6 overs to go, 5 overs to go, apologies, you basically got to be hitting 17, 18 runs an over, so you're looking to be hitting three boundaries more or less every over. That's going to take some doing, especially when you have a look at the scorecard and see that's only been so far 3 4s, no 6s. So
tell you what, if you get your way here though, they could have some penalty runs on the board as Sharon Nord, he's coming with his around the wicket, right arm fast medium. He starts strapping himself in front of the umpire. Well, they don't need penalty runs if they hit it like that, but unfortunately for the batter, he hasn't got quite enough of a piece of the ball, and Sandeep Melidi has come in from deep mid-wicket and taken an excellent catch.
Nord, so even though he's sticking with standing right in front of the umpire after he bowls, he has a knack of picking up wickets. He picked up 3 in the first contest, 3 for 3, and he starts his first ball with a wicket as well. So it's an amazing start for Nord, and that task now becomes even harder as the 6th wicket falls.
Excellent work from Melidi. He could be forgiven for not being completely alert out of deep mid-wicket. Hasn't had a great deal of work to do in that position during the first 5 overs of this game, but stayed very well balanced and took a great low catch as Rohit Kumar comes out to face Nord. See if he can keep his emotions in check for this remaining 4 overs and 5 balls. Big swing across the line, an angry swing from him.
Yeah, well, he needs to keep hold of the bat this time, not see it go flying. Well, he's comes up the order slightly, and let's see if he can make it count. I suppose this is where the captain, Mahmuda, said, okay, you made a big song and dance about it when you're towards the end of the last match. So here you go. Let's see what you can do.
Nord has gone a little bit east. He's decided to change over to bowling over the wicket. Certainly be helpful for him in terms of getting that in-swinger to tail back into Kumar rather than pushing it across him. Short ball. Kumar rocks onto the back foot and plays a patented full drive down the wicket. Sorry, pull drive.
It's nice to see here that the teams that are getting set for the last 2 matches here today are enjoying watching the match. I can see that Gokul Srinivasan is here enjoying the cricket, and some of the players from Loma as well.
Loves his cricket, doesn't he, Gokul?
Lovely guy. What are your thoughts on those 2 teams getting together? Hissington, remember, they've won 3 of their 4 matches, including that incredible chase against Mamahus yesterday. And Loma, well, they defeated Ariana on 2 occasions, and that also featured an incredible chase.
Well, incredible chases on 2 fronts, Rico. In their first chase, I think there was 131 they were in pursuit of to win the game, and they did it with an over remaining.
Yeah.
It's just brutal stuff from the skipper, Huck. And in the second one, their bowling lineup suddenly turned up and it looked $1 million.
Yeah.
But then the batting lineup crumbled and almost butchered a chase of just over 50 runs. As speaking of butchering, Kurup has taken the long meat axe handle to that ball pitched up on middle and off stump from Nord and has smoked it to the boundary for 6.
How about this? I mean, his first 3 balls, he doesn't get anything from them. And number 4 gets sent straight down the ground for a big 6. Well, maybe he just needed to get his eye in. Well, there you go, Rohit Kumar, he's appreciating that one as well. That was the end of the over as well. So it's 37 at the end of 6 overs.
Kumar trying to pump his teammate up, saying to him still some belief that they've got a chance here, particularly if Vivek Kurup can unleash a few more lusty blows like that last one. Skipper Ankit Gupta has turned to Dhiraj Malhotra. Come on, bowl his second over. His first one only went for 1, 2 wickets in it, so nice start for him with the ball, giving him the responsibility of the 7th. ball outside off stump. Nice line for him.
This is a, sorry Andrew, this is, I was going to say, this is probably for me, I mean, if this is another tidy over, which I'd expect it probably to be, is an opportunity for Malmöhus to probably, for the captain to maybe have a look around and just say, right, do I have anybody where I can say, look, I just want you to bowl some off spin for me or some leg spin for me, just to see if they can get that variety. This one goes to the boundary for 4. That's a nicely played shot. And Rohit Kumar gets plenty of bat onto this, and he manages to split the field pretty well. It just ends up being in his zone, and it dispatches it well. 4 runs. But yeah, just an opportunity maybe to try somebody else, because as we say, that's probably one thing that's missing from the bowling attack. Just a slower bowler, just to take the pace off the ball.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I'm sure Gupta's got those thoughts in his mind. As Malhotra gets a lusty swing from Kumar. Easily taken catch, and that's a 3rd wicket from Malhotra. Nice piece of bowling. Just a little change up just outside off stump. Big swing across the line. And it's neatly taken. Sachin Karnau, who's had a tough day with the bat. A couple of occasions, but taking a good grab in the field there.
He likes throwing his bat around, Rohit Kumar, when he threw his bat at this one, but unfortunately he couldn't find the boundary, and it's a nice catch taken there by Sachin. So Kumar goes for 5 off his 4 deliveries, including one nice shot there on the onside for the boundary. But, that's unfortunately been the story. The batters have got in and played a shot, then got themselves out, and you see a repeat of that one. Goes swirling in the air to the fielder, takes a good catch, and it's all smiles at the moment for Malmöhus.
Well, certainly all smiles for Malmöhus after they very likely at the end of this having added 2 wins to their single victory against Hisingen yesterday. Certainly their overall position on this Group B table looking far more secure than it was. And will be 3 wins on the trot for them, Rico, and it feels like they're just gathering a bit of momentum at the right time.
Yeah, definitely. Malhotra, he's eyeing up a 4 foot.
Good ball. Looks so much more effective since he's gone back over the wicket. He's swinging it both directions. Still got his in-swinger, but he's tailing the odd one away from the right-hander.
Yeah, good delivery. Just holds this one back, doesn't he? And you can see totally outfoxes Janju.
Another good ball, just jumps off a good length outside the off stump. Excellent bowling from Malhotra. That's a cracker of an over for him. United there 41 for 7. 3 overs to go. Looking ahead, Rico, we have a big clash coming up. The undefeated Loma up against Hisingen, who were 3-0 before they were taken down by Malmöhus in the last game yesterday. Some big hitters on show here. Najam Hark, we saw what he did in game 1 yesterday. He was absolutely brutal, given able support by Afar Mahmood, and on the other side of the ledger, the immense top order batting of Nithin Ramakrishna. He might be the best batsman in this group.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an exciting contest. You've got like for like 2 big hitters as well. Then you've got some good quality seam bowlers as well on both sides. And both teams have had matches yesterday where it was, on one hand, the batters that really impressed, and on the second count it was the bowlers. So they're both in good form. Loma, of course, 2-0. Hissingens, they're 3-1, 3 wins and just the 1 loss. Good time as we go back to this match for this bowler to come on. I'm actually quite surprised that Prasenjit Bahira comes on pretty low down. I think he's a good tidy bowler. Maybe it's just on the match situation when they prefer to use him. So not looking around and trying somebody to just bowl some off spin or some slower spin bowling. It's a good opportunity for them to try, especially when this match more or less in the bag, when 25 runs and over required. This has been hit pretty well. He launches into this, and well, it's not the first time that Vivek has gone big, and that's his 2nd maximum. He's only dealing in 6s. He's had 6 deliveries. He's got 12 runs, and he only 2 scoring shots so far, and both of them just dispatched, and he just hits it and turns around and says, yeah, whatever, send me another.
Some of the best batting we've seen for a man, the crease in a jacket so far this tournament. Kurup giving Prasenjit Behera the get up. Another big swing, not so much contact on that one, and it looks like another catch for the skipper Gupta. He's not the man you want to give opportunities to. Excellent pair of hands. And Vivek Kurup, after a scintillating stay at the crease, he's gone the 8th wicket down, and United Cricket Club 47 for 8.
Yeah, they're in danger here again, aren't they? Being bowled out. They were bowled out in the first match for 67 with 4 balls to go. Much to the disappointment of Rohit Kumar. Kumar is not there at the moment as a new batter comes out, and it's Usman Mughal. He's bowled very well for his captain, but unfortunately for him, he's having to come out there late on with not too many runs on the board, and he'll be thinking, well, us bowlers are doing our jobs, it's the batters that are not doing theirs. Behera comes into him.
Lovely ball outside off stump from Prasenjit Behera. He's a very consistent bowler for this Malmo squad. Looking forward to that next match, Rico. We quite often discuss the fact that in T10 cricket, matchups are so important, particularly at the top of the order. You've got a man in the form of Nathan Ramakrishna who has been almost unstoppable for Hissingans at the top of the order. What are your thoughts on unleashing the leg spinner, Raiz Ahmed, against him? He was very impressive yesterday. Raiz showed good variety, top spinner, also nasty wronging on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I think that's a good chart. I mean, there's 2 good spinners on that side from Loma. I mean, Raiz, you mentioned, also did like the bowling of Rashid as well. So, we've gone from this match here where we haven't seen any spin, or really, to be fair, any sort of slow bowling that's been in action, to one that's coming up where we've got 2 spin bowlers that could be the key. They could be the ones that really do stop the hard-hitting Hissingen batters. It's going to be an interesting battle for me. But one thing, I think a lot of it depends, on the form of Gokul Srinivasan, because I think yesterday we didn't see the best of him, but he was fortunate that at least in one of those matches his other batters were performing pretty well. And but yeah, a lot also depends on Nitin Rajakrishna's form. But I just get the feeling, the way that I've seen him bat, I think he's an out-and-out all-round batter, and I don't think that Ramakrishna is going to probably have too much trouble if the pace is taken off the ball. He just seems like an out-and-out decent bat.
Oh, that's another wicket down, and Malidi gets one with his first delivery, just short of a length, and unfortunately Amir Janjua has found Malhotra standing there at the short cover position. Pretty ordinary ball actually from bowler of Malidi's quality, but unfortunately Janjua can only just tow it. And a few more fantasy fielding points for Diraj Malhotra. A safe pair of hands for that man. He and Gupta, they're 2 good catches to have in that inner circle, and United lose their 9th wicket. They are in serious danger of being bowled out here with 11 balls still to go. The man going to try to stop that is Mohammad Samir, striding to the crease. 3rd consecutive batsman wearing a jacket. What are your thoughts on that, Rico?
Well, I think the jackets may be helping to keep them warm, but they're not going to help them in this cause. He's a left-hander, so I suppose what it does mean is that Sandeep Malidi does have to get his line, his radar right straight away. But there's been plenty of ducks in this inning so far. Well, he managed to just get his bat on this one, just straying on his line. I think he wants to be attacking the stumps. Yeah, I mean, it is that sort of day, isn't it, where you're going to have to try and keep yourself warm. Just looking to our left here to see the Hissingen guys. They're already doing a little bit of stretching.
Levy comes in, top edge. It managed to race away for a much-needed boundary, and United Cricket Club, they finally get the half-ton as a team. 51 for 9. Malidi just a little bit short.
Well, he says, yeah, perfect shot. I was in perfect balance for this one, says the batter. Samir, not. He may not be, but he's not going to get a duck. Gets 4. So he's going to He's already sort of right up there with some of the top scorers in this match.
Oh, nicely struck down the ground. He might have consecutive boundaries. Where has he been? Mohammed Samir just smokes Malidi straight down the ground. 8 runs in 2 balls. That is quite a boost to this United total.
What a straight drive this is. You know, that's for a number 11. That's played as good as any batter would have played. I mean, dare I say it, it's close to being one of the shots of the day.
How will Malidi respond? 2 balls to go. Short ball. Samir tries to make it a triple. Can't make contact.
Well, just Samir, he goes on walkabouts after he misses that. I had visions of him walking right outside. Well, he walked outside of his crease, and I thought, well, imagine Vinod threw the ball back at the stumps, he would have had him run out or stumped.
Final ball for Malidi. The second wicket. Oh, slower ball outside off stump. Amazingly, Samir's got enough on it to take it over the head of a flying Vinod. No wicket to end the over from Malidi. He goes for 8, and United may be able to stretch out this innings. They are 55 for 9 after 9 overs.
Yeah, well, the batters, weren't interested in taking that single. And that's probably because Usman Mughal said, you've got off the mark with 2 boundaries. I haven't got off the mark yet. He said, give me an opportunity. Well, he's going to have the opportunity to get off the mark, but I think he's going to have 6 deliveries. He'd love to get all 6 deliveries here and see if their team can be not out. But at the moment, 9 wickets down, so any wicket here and it's all done. The hero comes into him and he plays a nice defensive shot. So that's his idea, to try and at least bat through the innings, but I'm pretty sure he'd love to get a run under his belt as well.
We know what happened the last time he played a back foot defensive shot. He had a rampaging Rohit Kumar charging down the other end of the pitch and engaging in a fair bit of abuse after he was run out, and Behrez sent that second ball down the leg side. Umpire's arms go out to signal wide.
So the score ticks up to 56, so still well short of the 67 they made in the first. And it's going to be tough going, isn't it, for United after losing both their matches here today.
Good ball outside off stump. Behera just squeezing in the wide line. Gives him a couple of dots to start this over, either side of the wide.
Behera's got that look about him, hasn't he? It's the sort of character you'd probably expect to see in a Western movie. As this one is played down the ground, he does get off the mark. So well done to the batter there.
I can't wait for the Prashanjit Behera Imran Kiani matchup at some point later in this tournament. Behera looks a little bit like the love child of Kiani.
Doesn't he? Can you see if he's certainly got that, sort of comes out of a spaghetti western sort of thing.
It's an imposing look.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. As Mughal finally gets himself off strike, quite enjoying the constant crack of a player knocking their bat in the background. Just in case you were wondering what that noise was. Behera coming into Samir. Just fended away to the offside. Take a very sharply run single. And United squeezing their way to 60 odd runs and potentially managing to go through this innings without being bowled out. It's been an excellent partnership, this last one.
Yeah, I've certainly liked the way Samir's played. He's played with a straight bat. He's played some nice shots.
Oh, glorious tickle down to fine leg. Mughal just showing the top order how it's done. This is going to be one of the most substantial partnerships of the innings.
You're absolutely right. I think already it is. I mean, it just clips that away. Remember Samir, he played those 2 boundaries. He's got a single to his name as well. And then here, oh, Mughal, what a lovely shot that was. That was a delicate little paddle for 4 runs.
There were only 5 boundaries in the innings before these two came together. So Miguel's even started to move around the crease. He's taking a big shot down the ground, and it's an extraordinarily good catch from Sharon Nord. Made great ground coming in from his fielding position at long on, and has taken a great catch. Rico, that's athleticism on show from Nord.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, at this point of the match, he doesn't need to do this, but he thinks, nah, I'm going to take the catch. I'm going to finish the match just here and now with a ball to go. And that's brilliantly done. Good diving catch from Nord, and deserved wicket for Mahira. He finishes with 2 for 13, and that is it. And in fact, that was the last delivery of the innings, so no wonder that the batter there, that Mughal decided to get a bit funky inside his crease. He hit it pretty well, actually. I thought he was going to finish with a boundary, but it wasn't to be. But it's another good day's work, if you like, for Malmahus. They didn't start too well, did they? They lost their first 3 matches, but now they're on a roll. They won the last 3 on the spin, and certainly eyeing up their position in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's just a pretty comprehensive win from Malmahus in that game, with sharp hands from MSP. Unfortunately, the sharp hands were replicated by the rest of the Malmahus fielding unit, at least as far as United were concerned. Poor Soleri tried to whip that away onto the leg side, but only found the waiting hands of Prasenjit Behera, who's very good in the field and, as always, plenty of energy. Another man who took some catches, Dheeraj Malhotra, got in a little bit of bowling practice at the same time, and it was just wickets tumbling all around the place. Isra Khan, he couldn't repeat his heroics of the other day, ended up none off 4, and he was victim to a great snare from Ankit Gupta in terms of catching.
Yeah, that was a really, really good catch. We'll see him take another, which was pretty similar, but that first one, it went so high. It was a really good catch, and interesting to know what he dropped there. A little bit of money on the ground there, maybe, a bit of coins. Just only taking that second catch, and something certainly flying out of his pocket, but it was more the same here. Adam Sarton also getting into the act, but just kept finding the hands of the fielders, did United, and once their captain had departed, nobody was really able to give him any real contribution with the bat. Nice stop there from Malhotra, but it was, so you have a look at this, the fielding performance, I think, from Malmahus was really good. The other thing I liked about them is no matter what the match situation was, they still played, and they played hard, and it was all about trying to, if it was there to stop, they would stop it, and I think that was also demonstrated there towards the end as well, the way this innings was brought to an end with a fine catch there from Nord.
Yeah, certainly they kept on fighting hard. A couple of big swings from Vivek Kurup. He managed to find the boundary on a couple of occasions, but simply too much being asked to do for the lower order. They kept on fighting. That was one of Kurup's launches over the long on boundary. The umpire's hands went up. Unfortunately, he also found the very safe hands of Ankit Gupta running around there from mid-wicket. This man, Mughal, he came out, made a difference after he already lost 1 partner. Malhotra with his second catch of the innings. And then we had 2 boys in jackets join each other at the crease, and it was the most productive partnership of the innings. Mohammad Samir, he swung hard and swung successfully on a number of occasions, but the jackets, they may keep you warm, but they do not insulate you from top-class bowling and fielding, and that was on show from Malmahus as they took every catch that came to them in this innings and have run out comprehensive winners to win both of their games here today against United Cricket Club. Malmahus beating them by 51 runs, and Rico, we've got a big clash to look forward to next.
Oh, we certainly have, and already has seen the teams warming up, getting ready for this one. And Najam Haq back here, and he's looking to go big, isn't he? Keep a lookout for also the spin bowling of Riaz Ahmed. And I think also there we see that Bajwa also is going to be quite keen this one. And Sajid Ahmed, I think they're going to be the key batters, but we have seen from them that when you see Sajid and Najam and Ifran go early, they can struggle. Hissingen, though, they've got Ramakrishna there. Kilari also, I like the way that he batted. Their captain, Gokul Sima Savan, has also been in good form. And then the man that's been doing the damage with the ball is Joshi. So it's certainly going to be a very exciting match, this one. I think we've seen 2 teams play these first two matches where there was quite a big gap between them in their levels. But I think in this one, I think we're seeing two teams that are going to be quite evenly balanced. Loma, they're a team that we hadn't seen before. They made their debut. We never knew what really to expect from them, but they certainly came out with a bang and they blew away Ariana in both the matches that they played. And the Hissingens, they made a good start as well. A team that had not won a single match, lost all their 8 matches in 2021 in the European Cricket Series here. They've come out and they won the first 3 on the spin, but they did lose that one yesterday, but they'll be looking to get back to winning ways.
I've got a question for you, Rico, and it's a burning question in advance of this Loma versus Hissingens matchup. The Mankad Maestro, Santi Nalgate,
yeah.
do you think he is going to unleash a Mankad for us today?
Without fail.
Without
fail. That's his name now, you know. It's his name, and I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's a bubbly guy. He's a little guy. He's full of energy. But yeah, if you start walking out your crease, he's there to have you. I don't mind it, because I think that the more that we see of a bowler doing that sort of thing, that the less the batters will start doing it. So I know it. All sorts of people have different views on it, but that's my view as we have a look at this scorecard. And well, the only man to get into double figures because of 2 shots that he played was Corrupt, because he got to 12. Nobody else really able to get to the double figures, and the extras was the second highest scorer. But that's the partnership there from Mughal and Samir. I think that was probably the highlight of their batting.
Yeah, it certainly was. They gave some action towards the later end, but there was plenty of good bowling early on. Sutton started them off well at the top. He took 2 for 7, had his in-swinger working nicely today. Man who was getting probably too much in-swing for his own good, Sadashiv Gur, he had a big problem with wides, bowled 6 in succession at one stage, but let's not focus on the negatives, because Dheeraj Malhotra back to form with the ball. He took 3 for 5, and then Behera coming on at the end, 2 for 13, and ultimately that was a very successful day for Malmahus. They are back on track in this tournament, currently sitting at 3 wins and 3 losses, and they will take on Loma in their final 2 games of the preliminary stage of this Group B. They've defeated United by 51 runs in Game 2 here today. Match 31 coming up in approximately 12 minutes' time. That will feature Loma up against Hissingens. It is Andrew Ryan, joined here all day by Rico Fool on the European Cricket Network. Please come and join us for Match 3 in just a titch over 10 minutes. We'll see you then.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Club here in the south of Sweden. It's now time for match 3 here on Tuesday on the European Cricket Network for ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. I hand over to Sir Rob Kemming, who's got the captains for the toss between this match between Lomma and Hisingen.
Cool. Tails is cool. It's heads. Yeah, we're gonna ball first.
So the Lomma captain, Najum Haak, he was successful winning the toss. He's actually chosen to bowl first, deciding to put the powerful Hisingen's batting lineup in to look at this track for the first time today. As far as their batting goes, they've been paced by Nithin Ramakrishna, who has been absolutely brutal so far in this Group B stage. He's the leading run scorer, and he is the man that Lomma absolutely have to stop today. Hisingens have also shown they've got some useful bowlers. Vabhanav Joshi at the top of the order has been very, very good, and Gokul, the captain, has also chimed in with some strong overs. As far as Lomma goes, they made an incredible impression yesterday with back-to-back victories over the powerful Ariana Cricket Club. The first one was chasing down a massive target of 131, whereas the second one was an absolute dogfight where they scraped their way to a low score. In the first game, it was the skipper, Najum Haak, who played one of the most brutal innings we've seen on the European Cricket Network all season, just striking the ball to the leg side boundary with immense power. But he was very ably supported throughout the day by the bowling attack, and in particular, the leg spinner Raiz showed an array of deliveries, including a ripping wrong-un that flummoxed a number of batsmen, and he's going to be a big contributor for them with the ball today. This is set up to be a really, really good clash. Lomma with victories in their first 2 games, and Hisingens, they're currently sitting at 3-1, although they had a last start loss to Malmöhus. To take us through the opening stages, I'll hand over to Rico Full in the central commentary area.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there. Ryan giving us a very comprehensive build up to this match and all the key players to look out for as we have a look at this magnificent view of this Landskrona cricket ground. Isn't that absolutely spectacular? You can see there right to the far left, the top of your screen, that's the sea there, the horses there just below them, all those stables, and then you've got this facility here, not just a cricket ground, but you've got the stables around us as well, the athletics complex just behind where we're located. As we have a look at these two fantasy dashboard again of these two teams, and Lomma, we know that their captain Najman Al-Haq, after he's 90 of 31 deliveries, he's going to be key. He gets good support from the likes of Ibrahim Ahmed. He supported him well in that victory over Ariana, scoring 28 of 20. And well, then in the second match where they were really struggling, just trying to get to that score of 54 to beat Ariana after bowling them out for 53. It was again Ibrahim Ahmed that put the contribution in. And that's what we're seeing here. Lomma expected to win this one, 104 to 92. That's what the bat versus ball wall has to say about it. So Ibrahim Ahmed, 19 not out of 24, helped his team to get to the running target, but they did lose 5 wickets in doing so. So he hasn't been dismissed in this series so far. And Hisingen yesterday, they chased 141 against Malmöhus, a team that we saw victorious in both their matches this morning, and that was down to that superb 79 of 27 from Nitin Ramakrishna, and it was well supported there by Chatyani Kaluri as well. And then in their second match, which they lost to Malmöhus, they got to 97 for 9 down. It was once again Ramakrishna, 39 of 12, and he got some good support from Vabhanav Joshi, normally known for his bowling, but he scored 26 of 16. So both these teams capable of scoring runs, but they also have good attacking bowlers in their side as well. And all eyes will be no doubt on that man. It just seems to be need to have some clarification there on the team sheet. Just make sure that the players have got the right numbers on their backs. And Najam, well, we all know his number Najam Haq was a master blaster here when we saw him yesterday. To get ready for the start of this match, I'll give you the match officials, who have been brilliantly led, of course, by Sir Rob Kemin and Sagar Hanif and Rajesh Raja. Sagar Hanif is also a very important member of this Landskrona Cricket Club. He is, of course, the president. And shout out to Adnan Gill, who's been out here doing all sorts of duties as well, including some umpiring. He's the tournament manager. And thank you, a huge thank you, of course, to the president of Swedish cricket, President Danish Adhikari. And that partnership flourishing all the time, and helps us to bring these European cricket series here, the ECN and the federations combining together. So here we go, start of this match will be Kilari, who's on strike. Places out the offside, don't run there. Good attacking fielding straight away. Tidiane Kilari doesn't like to hang about. The opening partnership is between him and Nitin Ramakrishna, who everybody certainly will be looking at. Edge, and goes down from the keeper. Mohsin Ahmed there, diving through the air. He has this. We see it again. Has it, and just not able to keep it in his gloves. Goes in, goes out, and as he's diving, he tries to fall with the gloves under the ball and not able to, escapes him. And then the next one gets fired away in the air once more, gets it through the two men there in the circle on the offside and gets the boundary, and that's sometimes the way it goes. A little bit of fortune, big bit of luck there for Kilari as he gets dropped. And then he goes and hits the four to rub salt into the wounds of the captain, Najam Haq. This one will be called a wide. Haq once more to Kilari. This is flicked away and straight into the hands of the man at square. And it's a soft dismissal for Kilari. He gets the chance when he's dropped on zero. Then he hits the 4 runs. And after the wide from Haq, he just sort of, well, times this really well, but straight into the hands of the man there at square. And that's the first victory, if you like, going to Loma. They get the first wicket. And that was important because when you drop somebody, especially somebody who's an aggressive player like Kilari, well, they can go on to really hurt you. And it's not to be this time. He's not able to add any more than the 4 that followed his drop. And the captain does get his man in the end. And speaking of captains, that brings the captain of Hissingens out, Gokal Srinivasan. First wicket, well caught by Sajid Ahmed. Loma team making their debut in this competition, looking to keep the unbeaten run intact. It's well bowled. Gokal Srinivasan, he mixed bag yesterday, didn't really perform as he would have liked to with the bat, and then it was a soft dismissal for him as well, where it was a short ball outside the off and he just guided it into the hands of the man at backward point. Battle of the two captains. The bowler, Huck, to Srinivasan. And it's hit pretty hard straight up the air, but here's a chance and it gets put down. A second opportunity goes down in the over. And it's Ifram Mahmood comes across, and I don't even think he gets hands to it. What a big let off this is. And it would have been Gokul Srinivasan that would have been out for a duck. Well, they did the same to Kalari, dropped him on a duck, but he went on to add 4 runs on the board. And Gokul gets dropped. He certainly gets 1. But how many more is it going to be? This is first over stats, and you'll see there that Hissingers, they're doing pretty well, certainly after their display yesterday. And Loma, they're a little bit lower, but that's quite surprising actually, because I mean that's the first over, so average 11 to 15. We'll have a look at how those look in the power play, as this one has come out all wrong from the new bowler, and it's going to be a no ball and then a free hit. So an opportunity for Srinivasan to certainly have a good go at this now and maybe get himself into some sort of rhythm. That's not a good delivery. And Bajwa, this is going to be a wide, so he follows up the full toss no ball with a wide. It will still be a free hit. And man is having a few issues out there at the moment. Is Bajwa. Comes in once more, and oh, the issues continue. Oh, this one is going to be Gandhi. He's going to go all the way to the boundary. Oh dear. No, it's not the best bit of work from Mohsin Ahmed behind the stumps. He really needs to stop this. So it's another wide. Ahmed gets it all wrong. It goes through him. It goes all the way to the boundary. So that's 5. And it's still a free hit. And what a time to welcome back. Man, that's certainly looking forward to this. Should be a feisty affair between these two teams. It's Andrew Ryan.
Thank you for the lovely welcome, Rico. It's been plenty happening. First over in a bit. 4 consecutive wides now for Afzal. It looks like he's had a bit of an attack of nerves, maybe his first time at the crease bowling, and certainly with all the television cameras around and many people viewing across the world, it's easy for a young fast bowler to just get an attack of the nerves at the wrong time. That's a better ball, popped up, and if he had made better contact, Irfan might have been in with an opportunity. He's already had his issues in the field down there at that long off position, but sure, Afzal will be very happy to get that first ball out of the way, but it's a no ball, Rico,
yeah,
so it's not getting any better.
No, just reminding you that one, it wouldn't have been out because it was the free hit, because that no ball, amazingly enough, just carried on and on because of all the wides. But he seems to have got those yips out of his system now.
I cannot believe that was still the no ball. Carried over.
It was still the no ball.
Was it 4 balls ago from
yep.
Shazil Afzal? Certainly one of the less illustrious starts to a over in the tournament to date.
This is being well hit, and he finds a gap, and that's 4 runs. And Gokul Srinivasan, after being dropped on 0, straight down the ground now, starting to get into some sort of flow. He's not the man that you want to be dropping.
No, certainly these two at the crease at the moment, Srinivasan and in particular Nathan Ramakrishna, they are the beef of the Hissingers batting lineup. Srinivasan been a little bit up and down in the tournament with the bat. Good quality player coming in at number 3 for Hissingers. It hasn't mattered so much for them, while Ramakrishna has been taking bowling attacks apart.
They've just guided down to the cover side. This player's very much deep in on the ring. I'm surprised there was no effort there to try and take the single there. Short, and this one he just leans into and sends it away. That's surely gone all the way. Yes, it has. Manos arriba. 6 carreras. Así me gusta. Boom. Shaka.
Continues to be a tough over here for Afzal. It's gone for 20 already. Still got one ball to get through. Needs to get his confidence back. You can see that his body's not charging through the crease, just really desperately hoping to send the ball to the other end on the stumps. Probably bowling in the jacket isn't doing him much good at the moment either, Rico. It's something that's going to restrict your movement a touch, despite what the temperature might be.
Oh, bangs it in short, and that's only trouble. And this one goes all the way as well. And the umpire's just waiting for clarification on the bench. Well, the Hissington players are putting their hands up in the air. Is the umpire going to do the same? He waits, and he waits, and he's got to do it. It's got to be done. Up they go. Manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, what an over that is. And, well, the bowler there, Avasal, certainly did get a bit of the jips. And then he got some punishment as well. 26 come off it, and they're finally up and running. The score now moves on to 32 for 1 at the end of 2.
Tough introduction to ECS cricket for Afzal in that over. Hopefully he'll get another opportunity in the later stages of either this game or the next for Loma Cricket Club. Nice start from Hissingens though. Jam Hark bowled a good first over. They were 6 for 1 after the first, but thanks to the runs taken off Afzal, they are kicking along very nicely. And Irfan Mahmood has been brought on to bowl the 3rd over. Ball outside off stump. It's gone up in the air. That's a huge wicket. Well, after the issues that Afzal had in the last over, Mahmood's come on, and first delivery just gets one to move away from Ramakrishna. Takes it outside of his hitting zone. Might have been trying to drop kick it over the long on boundary, but only succeeds in getting an outside edge that's gone high and is nicely taken by Jamal Bajwa, moving back from the backward point position. Major development of this game. Ramakrishna heading back to the pavilion for 1 off 2, and Hissingens 32 for 2. That is a major wicket. Ramakrishna has been the top scorer in this group to date and has looked completely untroubled against all the bowling attacks that he's faced. He comes on, first ball. Maybe should have just taken a sighter against him. It's only the 3rd ball of the innings. Been starved of the strike up until that point. Great start for Mahmood. It's a little bit more on leg stump. Just neatly tucked away. It's going to be a single. The batsman is Rakesh Srikanth. We saw him yesterday. Hissingens coming into the middle overs. A lot falls onto the shoulders of this man, Srinivasan, though. He's currently 18 off 8, so he's going along at a nice clip. Helped by a few pedestrian half-trackers from Afzal in the 2nd over. Mahmood sprays that ball down the leg side. Easy call for the umpire. If this changes the approach of Srinivasan at all, certainly much easier batting in partnership when you've got someone like Krishna at the other end who's finding the boundary with regularity. Another good ball from Mahmood. Comes back after the wide and bowls an excellent line, just tailing away from Gokul a touch late. A little bit of movement off the deck. Probably not the safest hands behind the stumps, Masheen Ahmed. Got a big job to do today. Mahmood delivering for his captain though. 1 for 2 off his first 3 balls. Srinivasan tries to go hard across the line. Mahmood's slipped over at the last moment. It looked like he'd actually largely completed his run-up, so not quite sure what's happened. He might have found the edge of the pitch. that right foot's just gone underneath him and he's fallen on the hard surface. Hopefully there's no issues with his bowling shoulder. Seems to be back up and running. It's another wide. Just on occasion he's lost his radar. Managing to consistently swing the ball away, which is quite a challenge here today. There's still a healthy breeze that's going over towards the mid-wicket boundary. Full ball in the block hole, just neatly played away for a single out to mid-wicket. Not a huge amount of energy in the field to try to prevent the one. Good start from Mahmood though. Suspect the captain might turn to him for a second over immediately as the first opportunity. It's been very good from him. Wide from Srinivasan, only just gets it over the head of the point fielder. It's a much needed boundary though. Hadn't been one all over. Mahmood just drops a little bit short and wide. Nicely played away from Srinivasan, who does a little bit of a butt pump to get some extra oomph into that ball that's put down to the backward point region. It's a 4 and Hissingens, they end up 41 for 2 after 3. Quick look at the stats gun. This Hissingens side, they showed some power to date. Their opening partnerships averaging 41 in the power play. Of course, certainly driven by Krishna. He's not there today. In fact, 1 off 2. Barely any contribution at all from the superstar opener. 41, it's sort of there or thereabouts their average, so they'll be happy with the run rate. We need these two to take them through to 5th or 6th over if possible. Rees, the leg spinner, was very impressive yesterday. Lovely ball to start with. Good bit of flight, just angling in. Got an unusual action for a very competent leg spinner. It just really strolls towards the crease, and it's only that last stride that there's any acceleration and power that comes through. Just to land the ball with good accuracy for the most part, though. And as we said, he's got a good wrong one, which he unleashed a couple of times yesterday. That one's too short. Unfortunately, he's got defensive fielders both at mid-wicket and square leg on the fence. It'll just be a 1. We did err yesterday. It tend to be dropping short. Probably a consequence of that innings. Just do with a little bit more pace through the wicket. It's nicely bowled. Got nice and high in his action on that occasion. Send it down with a little bit more zip. Bit of jump off the pitch. Tough ask for Masheen Ahmed. Keeping to the leg spinner here. Wide ball, I think that was the wrong one. But it's dispatched out to deep boundary and well fielded in the end. Looked like Daud Khan, who's coming to the side today, just kept that to a single. Good start from Ahmed though, in terms of hasn't leaked a boundary yet. Has to be careful not to drop short to Srinivasan. Gives it some air, gives him the opportunity to step across. And that's wonderful batting from the skipper from Hissingens. Didn't try to overhit it, knew he was hitting with the wind. Got very, very deep in his crease. Got the torso around and has taken it backward of square leg. And for a much needed maximum, that Hissingens' total was just starting to stutter a touch. He's given that ball some flight, but probably just a little bit too slow through the air. It's a good battle between these two. One jumps off the deck. This keeper, Masheen, hasn't got much idea about it. Manages to deflect it and take it through to Rees to end the over. And we'll have a look at the end of this 4th over as to live scenes from the gorgeous ground out in Malta. Malta racking up quite a reasonable total against the Hungarian side here. 138 for 3. Got 6 overs left in their innings. Some good T20 cricket action out there. Charlie Hunt with us for the European Cricket Network. Run rate just below 10. It's Mandian, a man who we know very well from the European Cricket League, who's bowling for the Hungarians at the moment, and that is a good shot. Plenty of action out here on the European Cricket Network, and remember, you can catch that Valletta Cup coming from Malta live on the European Cricket Network all this week. So plenty of choice, but I think Rico and I are very happy that we're out here in Landskrona in Sweden. And speaking of the Spanish superstar, I get to welcome Rico back to the commentary box as we're now into the 5th over of this innings. Mahmood coming back for his second.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back, and nice to see that Valletta Cup there going well. Malta, the host, made a good start, a perfect start for them. Reducing Jib to 132 for 6 and then knocking them off. 135 for 5. So winning their first match. Up in the air this, and just out of the reach of the fielder. And the feeling this is just bounced inside the boundary as the umpire waits for clarification. Gets a fair bit on this, and still waiting to check, and I think, yeah, that will be 4 runs. There's a signal there from the umpire, Sagar Hanif. And interesting character, isn't he, Gokord? He never sort of seems bothered or in a hurry, does he? Just watch him here, that's well bowled, just plays this out, but he doesn't seem to let things bother him, and sort of just chugs along.
Unflappable, Rico, I think is a good description of the Hisingen skipper. Great personality attribute to have as a captain, and particularly against for a side that has gone through some trauma over the last couple of years. Had some difficult times here at their previous ECS events, particularly last year, in which they went through the entire group stage without winning a game. They've turned that around with a vengeance in this ECS Landskrona event for 2022. 3 wins in their 4 games today. Just dropped the second game against Malmöhus yesterday. Malmöhus probably be disappointed they didn't take both games, considering they put on the board in the first instance, but it's a great chase led by Ramakrishna. Take the victory in game 1 of their 2-game series yesterday. So Mahmood's bowled another pretty good over here, Rico.
Yeah, it's bowled well. You mentioned Ramakrishna. What happened? What did I miss?
Got out, Rico. Got out just when we were trumpeting him as the batter of the tournament. Managed to hole out, getting an outside edge, which Jamal Balwa accepted with glee. And Fine Mahmood, that was the first ball of his 2-over spell, so he was very pleased. Have a quick look at the batting card. Sinav Hassan pacing this innings with 35 off 16. Kesh Srikanth keeping him company at the moment. He needs to have a look for a few boundaries now that they've gotten through to the 5th over. Hissingen's 57 for 2, so they're kicking along at a half-decent rate, but they'll also be very aware that there is some power in this Loma batting lineup, no more so than Najam Haq, who'll almost undoubtedly open the innings for them.
Yeah, Irfan Mahmood, I have to say he bowled very well, picks up 1 for 16. And they're not going to go back to the spin. Frias Ahmed straight away. It's going to be Bajwa, Jamal Bajwa to come on to bowl. Starts with a wide.
Question for you, Rico, and I know you're an expert on uniform design. I genuinely really like the Loma jersey, but from a commentator's and scorer's perspective, could they have picked a worse colour combination for numbers and names on the back of their jersey? It's almost like they want to camouflage the names.
Yeah, well, this one goes forward to the boundary, just a little bit too much width, and it's a nice looking shot from Srikanth. He certainly looked busy out there, but hasn't really found the middle of his bat too many times. Gets around it, yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I mean, The other day, the first time we saw them, we had the sun out a little bit as well. When you got the sun and you're trying to read the numbers on the back of the shirts, they haven't made it easy for us. Just put it that way. This one has been hit pretty hard, and it's going to be 4 more. Great effort there from the fielder. He's diving, trying to stop it, and that's Shahil Afzal. Couldn't stop it. Just steps right across, doesn't he? He stumps and gives it the big heave-ho. And see, a diving effort to try and take the catch. And, well, he gets the landing right. That's one that Bizaway be proud of, but doesn't get the stop on the ball.
Good athletic effort for him. Would have been a cracking catch if he'd held on to it.
He played for Srikanth. He just seems to be getting with the longer he's out there, he looks more and more confident. Plays that one out pretty nicely.
Danger here for Loma that after 2 wickets in the first 2.1 overs, his partnership, while not incredibly threatening, there's 5 boundaries in it now, and helped along by some wayward wides, but it's just getting to the dangerous stage, and they'll have wickets in hand for the later overs for some of those big strikers like Joshi and like down the order to come in and really try to press the run rate ahead.
A little chat between the bowler and the captain. And got him. Goes for the big hit. That's Gokul Srinivasan, and he misses out. And Bajwa doesn't, knocks him over. Picks up his first wicket. That's well bowled. Well, Gokul Srinivasan, I guess he's made 35 here off these 18th delivery. But just to remind you, he was dropped on 0 earlier on by Mahmood. So that's 35 runs on the board, which Loma could have avoided. So he does go on to make him pay a little, but not as much as I'm sure he would have liked to. And, just going for the big hit on the straight delivery. So well bowled there from Jamal Bajwa, and he gets the important wicket of the captain of his engines.
Could be a big turning point in this innings, Rico. It was the first time that Srinivasan had really tried to unleash one of his previous boundaries. Had just been putting away poorer balls, but he's tried to make something happen. Charged down the crease to Jamal Bajwa, who's bowled reasonable over so far. Coming on in the middle section, wasn't asked to bowl yesterday. But the loss of Srinivasan means that we're now into the middle order, and they haven't got one of the top order stars to bat with them. Shahul's come to the crease to join Srikanth, who should be pretty comfortable there, 15 off 12.
Good ball first up, isn't it? And well played by Shahul as well.
Nice delivery. Good finish to the over from Bajwa. It's a pretty promising start for him. Expect he'll be brought back from his second later in the innings. Hissingham's a 67 for 3 after 6. This match delicately poised. A couple of wickets here for Loma, and all of a sudden they could be right on top. But the win probability showing Loma at 60% at the moment, probably reflecting just as much the 3 top order wickets that are back in the hatch as it is Hissingham's going at a rate just a tick over 11 runs per over. Hissingham's, on the other hand, will feel that if their middle and lower order can swing hard in this remaining 4 over stretch, they can put a total on the board that's probably up around the 105, 110 range.
Sediai, Haroon, coming on to bowl. Got a nice number on the back of his shirt, 100. We have seen 100 in this series. That, of course, was from Umar Nawaz. Well, this is not a good start, and a ball that probably deserved to go a long way ends up just going to the fielder for 1. So it's not the best of starts from Sadia.
Probably pretty happy that Srinivasan or Ramakrishna was not facing that loosener. Half tracker down the leg side would have been sailing for a Maximo to adjust the line. Actually goes wide of the wide line on the offside. Good Could see a left-hander into the attack though, Rico.
The two batters just having a little chat here, and I'm not sure what that could have been about. Considering that last ball was a wide. Here comes the lefty once more. Better delivery, and he may get a reward here. Just looping it over one fielder. And then the two batters excitedly, well, they probably will get the two here now. They wanted the two. And, certainly wasn't there first up, but this one goes past the bowler.
We might not get it on the replay there, Rico, but Mohsin Aziz is standing there like a traffic cop at the cover position, swinging his arms out, not happy that the captain didn't come in and get the catch, swinging his arm out that it was an inappropriate throw back to the bowler. Didn't get himself involved hugely in hand-to-hand combat though.
No, he certainly didn't, did he? So yeah. Down the leg side, this is hit pretty hard, but oh, it's straight to the fielder, who then I think passes over the rope for 6 runs. And well, he's clapping to the bowler's not clapping back to him. He's saying, "Oi, pagal, you just hit the ball over for 6. Oh, it was straight down his throat. He couldn't take the catch, and then it goes over."
Not sure there was anything to clap on that ball, Rico. Half tracker from the left-handed bowler, followed by a shot that should have dispatched the ball over the square leg boundary, hitting with the wind, but he's pumped it straight down the throat of a fielder who's not able to complete the catch, but parries the ball over for a 6. Stunning stuff all round.
Slower delivery, just holds this one back. That's a better line, and also for me, better pace. He doesn't want to be trying to get too much pace on it. If he just holds it back, it works a lot better. As we have a look at this, the European Cricket Championship that will be starting on the 12th of September, going all the way through, and the championship week starting on the 14th. And there's some exciting cricket coming up. And England, who are the champions, will qualify for Champions Week. So plenty of action to come your way there. And we know that there's plenty of action happening in Malta at the moment. Speaking of Malta, there they are. They've got Scotland, Belgium, France and Luxembourg in their group. So certainly got some hard work to do there. And it's nice to welcome Scotland to the occasion.
Feels like we've got some nice regional matchups there too, Rico. 2 warm weather countries from the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal. And we've got all the Scandinavian countries in one group. A bunch of the, well, not completely French-speaking countries, but France, Belgium, Luxembourg in another group. And then to finish off, it's almost the countries in or surrounding Switzerland, with Germany and Italy in there, and obviously the Swiss in Group E as well. That one's just swung nicely down the ground. Shahul's shown some power. Good strike down to long on, but just some tasty regional matchups in the ECC to look forward to.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, wasn't it? It just whips this away, and there's a man sat down there minding his own business, and next thing you know, there's a kookaburra coming his way. And he says, "Hang on a minute, I'm just trying to have a little break here." It does well though. Makes a stop, sitting down in the chair, almost like I did yesterday. This one comes in.
You look so elegant doing it though, Rico.
I see Bazza ran away. Bazza was a goner. We're having a chat, the ball's coming away. Bazza's done a runner, he's pegged it. It's all right, I dealt with it, no worries. It was handy to have the chair there though, I must say. And gone. It's a straight delivery once again from Bajwa. Picks up his 2nd wicket. It's not the best of shots from Nizam Shahul. He has to go. And Bajwa, all smiles at the moment from him. Every time he gets the ball up there at that length, it's rewarding him with the wicket. And nice wrist action there. Just does a little bit, doesn't he, with the wrist there. And knocks him over one more time.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Rico. Bajwa gets the seam into a pretty good position. A little bit of late wrist snap. Put the ball in a pretty consistent spot today, and he's been rewarded. Nice addition to the bowling corps of Loma Cricket Club. And After a good start for Hissingens, just a couple of wickets lost in this middle order. Keep in mind they were 57 for 2 after 5 overs, so we're almost at the conclusion of the 8th, and they're only up to 83 for 4. Need a bit of a kick along in this remaining 14 balls.
Yeah, they certainly do. You see here just completely losing his shape. He did contribute with a flurry of runs, has to be said, 16 of the 14 deliveries. In the air, and drop safe. To, as Andrew said, just start to just pick up the tempo a little bit here. Probably could be around about, I don't know, maybe the 110 mark at the moment. This one gets played away. Let's pick up and throw. Still thinking about the 2, but not anymore. Barrow.
Hissingens there, 85 for 4. After 8 overs. Nice analysis for Bajwa, 2 for 16 of his 2 overs. Still got 1 over to go from Rees Ahmed, and they can also bring Nishab Hark back. It looks like the leg spinner's being introduced for the 9th, and see that worm representing the run rate across the 8 overs so far has just plateaued somewhat in the last couple. It hasn't been bad scoring, but it's been a lot of single figure overs, 10 and 11 coming off the 6th and the 7th, but aside from Shazil Afzal in the 2nd over, hasn't been one really, really big scoring burst from them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. They just haven't really managed to go after. It's not like we've seen so far. We've always seen one bowler that's gone for a few. They've attacked him. It could be a score, but you know, it's a magical one, 23 to 30. That's happened. We haven't seen it as yet. See that the umpires seem to be having a bit of a discussion about something out there at the moment. As we see that this is an opportunity for the batters to take on some fluids.
It's always, I mean, when it's the temperature's about 5 degrees, it's obviously always crucial to make sure your fluid's up because of the immense amount of sweat that's being lost.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose he's been out there for 10 balls. Come on, Andrew.
I have no sympathy for getting a drink when you've been out there for about 2 overs in conditions like this.
Yeah, I think just taking the opportunity. There seems to be another delay here. Not sure what this is. So maybe an opportunity for us to come back onto the comms cam for you. And once again, say to our lovely viewers, hello everybody, that if you do have any questions at all about anything, maybe about things happening in Malta as well, why don't you get on the computer and send us through a little message. And always nice to hear from you. And we go back to the proceedings. Well, look, here he is, and it's that man again, the protractor coming in. And just have a look at those scores. Malta certainly are doing pretty well out. 189, 5 wickets down. They're into the 18th over here. And Varun Prasad, the left-handed batter, on strike as we go back to the action. And well, this is well, what a way to get a wicket. Is this what you'd call the old sort of donkey dropper? Interesting. If it, let's see this, it bounces once and twice.
Oh,
but
definitely on its way down.
Definitely on its way down. It bounces once. It 2 bounces, I think, but it bounced after the batter's crease, so that's okay. 2 bounces before the batter's crease. That would have been a no ball. And
well, you know, I've got a big rap on Rees Ahmed, the leg spinner.
Yeah.
That is a god-awful delivery for someone of his ability. Somehow the batsman's managed to play all around it and gotten clean bowled. That is Comedy Central stuff, Rico.
Yeah, you know what this is all about? Yeah, too much water. Too much water. Couldn't really move well enough. And that is what resulted in that wicket. Well, maybe, but it was a horrendous shot. It certainly wasn't a delivery that deserved a wicket, but it gets him one.
Looked like an amusement park ride. He was swinging around so quickly as Rees manages to land the wrong one. Somehow that's jumped over the top of the fielder coming in. It's all happening at Landskrona cricket ground. He's charged in, expecting to get the ball on the bounce. Poor Irfan. And it's kicked off the surface.
That's so good. You know, we said yesterday when he was on the boundary that they couldn't put a shorter person on the boundary. Anybody taller could have taken the catch when you needed somebody taller to make this stop. And now he's going to be in the race again, and he makes good work of this one. They take the single. Well, what a bounce that was. We keep saying how hard this pitch is. That was just amazing.
Swings and roundabouts, Rico. They got a wicket off the first ball of this over, which was absolute garbage. Getting the 4 off the second one when it should have been a single. Payback, but that one's been swung around. Pretty good shot from Aparal, and Hissingen's just creeping up enough in recent times. Should be able to get to the 100.
Yeah, he's done well. The batter there, he gets deep in his crease, doesn't he? Gets all the way back on the short delivery and puts it away. It's 4 more. Starting to get that acceleration in when they need it. Yeah, you're right, Andrew. This one doesn't come up at all, really. But not the right shot to be playing. He's got to be trying to hit that on that offside as well. Charges and just manages to get a bit of the ball on the bat onto it. Goes to the fielder, makes the stop. Yeah, not been his best over, that one, you have to say. No, he did pick up a wicket. He goes for 1 for 19. So 9 overs down, 95 for 5.
I referred to this during his first over, Rico, and we should talk about it again after what was not a great over from a talented young man. I'd love to see him get more drive through the crease. He approaches very, very slowly. Nothing wrong with leg spin having a methodical approach to the crease, but it feels like he just doesn't get sufficient power going through the crease. There's almost no follow-through whatsoever. And I think that's why he's dragging so many down, because he's relying almost entirely on his arm to generate propulsion through the air. So the skipper comes on to bowl the last.
Starts with a wide. It's not a good start. It's especially a team that are closing in on the 100. I was saying at one point a 110 would probably be a good score. The halfway point, they were 57 for 2. And that means they've really got to go big in this one. They do try, but swing and miss at the moment. And Sudhir Apro, who will also, well, it's an option to go behind the stumps. He's not listed as the wicketkeeper in this one. That will be 4. It was a Gundy ball, full toss. That gets put away. And some more wildlife in the danger of this kookaburra. And see as this one races away to the boundary. That's some of the huge crows that we have around the ground. It's a battle of the crows and the seagulls and the kookaburras at the moment. The kookaburra clearly winning that one.
Kookaburra always wins. Nice shot from Aprara. I suspect as much as it was a Gundy ball that halfway down the deck, Hark would have enjoyed seeing the batsman move across off stump. Thought he was going to tail it into his leg stump, but as it is, gets away with it. And dot ball on that occasion. So it hasn't been a bad over from the skipper to close out here.
No, not a bad one, but no need to be moving that far down the leg side. If he stays where he is and plays the same shot, he's probably smashing that over us. And this time he does stay where he is, and that's what I'm talking about. Ball! Balle. Well, you're probably not. Oh, yeah, we do get it on camera. Well, you know what he thought of that? He thought, this bowling is rubbish. Well, talk about rubbish. He ends up in the rubbish bin as he goes down. Oh, look, we've seen this here. It was a lovely shot. There he goes down, and he takes the bin with him. This is an edge, and it races away, and the wicketkeeper deflected it away from the third man. It's going to be 4 more valuable runs coming in comedy fashion here. The European Cricket Network, and the fielder says, "Yaar, main ki kara? Main aa gaya si, tu udhar maar ditti."
Oh, we've had some stale, staggering points in this innings, Rico, but there's been a couple of points of just magnificent comedy at times, and to have a player falling over a rubbish bin outside of the ground and then to have the keeper deflect the ball away from third man and having run to four, great value at the end here.
This is well hit. They've got to run hard. Got to go for... Oh, no! I don't believe it. What is going on here at the moment? Well, look, he had every right to complain about one that bounced right over him. Well, this one, well, it goes right through him. It's 4 more. And what a way to finish. And this is just bobbly. He couldn't have gone any slower to him. And there it goes past him. 4 runs. And Hissingen's, they're all over the place. And the score just went off your screen for the moment. We're just waiting for that to come back. I reckon that they have probably got to around about the 110 mark there in the end. 100 was up, then we had the 6, then we had the 4, and then the next 4. So maybe it's about 114. Well, we'll have to wait for it to come up as we start to have a look at these highlights. And certainly, these are highlights that are going to be worth watching.
Oh, there was so much action at times in that innings, Rico. That was the first wicket, and it's certainly one of the slower opening partnerships that they've had in this game. Brought Gokul Srinivasan to the crease, and he was the dominant batsman early on, particularly, and despite being dropped, poor Irfan, he had such a tough time. And another man who had a very tough time in the second over, Shazil Afzal, he couldn't get his radar going at all. He was pumped over the boundary as well. Didn't get any better, though, for the Hissingen's top order batsmen as they lost wickets with regularity. Jamal Bajwa with a nice catch there, and Ramakrishna, a rare failure for him in ECS. But his skipper, Srinivasan, he held things together in the first 5 overs when his team needed it most. The captain responded, and Mahmood continued his tremendously challenging day in the outfield. But that man, Jamal Bajwa, came on and actually bowled a couple of pretty good overs despite being swung away for a boundary there.
Yeah, well, this was it. Bajwa doing what he does best, getting the ball right up in the right place. And he got the big wicket there of Srinivasan. At a crucial moment, he was in his 30s and he just felt that if he's there a bit longer, he could have really got the acceleration in. They did need acceleration from somewhere. Well, this was a boost. It should have been out. It ended up being parred over for 6. And that was Sajid Ahmed. And then Bajwa says, enough of this. If you're going to do that to me, I'm just going to knock him over. And that's exactly what he does. He gets the ball right up there and sends another one back. And a bit of running commentary there. And then the umpire's there saying, this is the way of my day. I used to bowl. That was a long time ago. Yes, I did. And then this. Well, how about this? I mean, this is when it all went a bit comical. First of all, we saw that wicket where the ball just did that funny bounce. Almost bounces twice before it gets to the wicket. Then there was talk about bounce. There was that one. And the fielder saying, there's nothing I can do about this, Gov. Then we saw this. This is about putting yourself in the bin. Oh dear. He disappeared in there. And he thought, well, this is just rubbish. Rubbish it was, because he was in the rubbish bin. And then this deflected away. The third man then turns around and says, well, what do you want me to do about that? He says, I had it covered. And this one, he didn't have it covered. It just dolly popped past him all the way to the boundary. And that was not an amusing end. And it was all happening off the bowling of the captain as well. And confirmation coming through. And they did somehow get to the 110 mark and beyond. 114 they finish with. So they do get to the score, which I was predicting about the halfway point. How they did it, well, you can go back and have a look at those highlights again, because it was quite incredible. So that last over went for 19 by my recollection. So have a look at that scorecard. Srinivasan, he's the one who put the major runs on the board, 35, but he went just as he was starting to look dangerous. But then a good, healthy contribution there towards the end from Aparo. He did really well, 24 of 10. And the bowling figures, well, the captain, he's going to have a word with one or two of his fielders because his figures were made to look pretty bad. His first over only went for 6. Picks up 1 for 25, but the pick of the bowlers for me has to be Bajwa, 2 for 17. Nice tidy spell there also from Rez Ahmed. Picks up 1 wicket for 19 and 1 for 16 also from Irfan Mahmood, which sets up an interesting and I think probably will be an exciting run chase. Is on this pitch, I think, is that sort of score which, well, we could go into the last and maybe we haven't had too much talk about it in Group B so far. Maybe this could be one that, well, we could have a tingle. Could be a golden ball sort of match. 115 required for Loma to keep their unbeaten run intact. A lot of it will depend on how their captain, Najam Al-Haq, goes about proceeding. Join me, Rika Full and Andrew Ryan, when we come back for the conclusion of match number 31. And take it from me, I think this is going to be an interesting finish. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to the Landskrona cricket ground, where we're expecting this match to have quite an exciting conclusion. Match number 31 between Loma, the unbeaten side, in the first 2 matches that they've played against Hisingen, who are, well, 3-1. They're having won 3 of their matches. They faced their first defeat, or experienced their first defeat yesterday at the hands of Malmahus, and Malmahus have continued their good spell this morning with back-to-back victories over United. So this is going to be, I think, a very interesting match. Hisingen somehow, with an incredible finale to their innings, where everything was happening, got to 114, so 115 required. And well, we do know that there's plenty of firepower in this batting of Loma. And they showed that in match number 25 against Ariana, where they chased 130, 132. They finished for 1. But we didn't see that firepower in the second match when they lost the wickets rapidly. But they still ended up victorious, chasing 53. They lost 5 wickets in doing it. Now, what side of Loma are we going to see here? You can see there, man who's going to be doing the opening and the bowling is Joshi. He's been impressive He caused all sorts of problems for United. Sajid. It's the opening bat. And gets beaten. Good delivery from Joshi. One thing about Hissingens is they certainly get excited and they make a lot of noise. And we saw that when they were batting, certainly towards the end of the innings, when they got to the 100 and beyond. Played out to Dion. And Sajid gets himself off the mark. And gets Najam Haq on strike. And Najam Haq, place to bowl to him, is going to have to be outside the off stump and try to sort of lure him into cutting the delivery. I think bowling anywhere around his middle or leg stick is going to be, well, you're asking for trouble. That's where he's strong. And that one has been played away, 4 runs. It wasn't a bad delivery. He cuts back into him, but he's so quick onto it. And he's up and running, is the danger man. Drags this past sort of the behind square mark and fine leg, giving it chase. He can't get anywhere near it. 4 runs as we welcome back into the commentary box. I'm sorry, I'm still giggling because of the way that innings ended. Everything happened in it. Andrew Ryan, welcome back.
It's not all serious times here at the European Cricket Network. Thank you. Great to be with you here today. Rico Full, commentary at Landskrona Cricket Club. We've had some excellent action so far. Still plenty of it to go this afternoon. Not just the second innings of this game, but one match between these two still remaining. Joshi goes wide of off stump, desperate to keep it away from Hark's power zone. Swings it down the ground, and it'll just be a single. Got really quick hands, hasn't he, Hark? You mentioned on that last ball, Rico, that the ball wasn't actually that short in length, but just whips the wrists around and took it backward of square.
He does get onto it really quickly. Up in the air, this is an opportunity. Ball go, you put a chance. Farlia, Shaba. And yep, that is out. And, that's the signal from Chitiani Kileri. And no mistakes there. And Sajid Ahmed, who hasn't really looked the part, it has to be said out here. And head goes up in the air, and so does the ball, and no mistakes from Chitiana Kileri. Takes the catch, and the first wicket goes down.
He's got a safe pair of hands, Galari, good all-round cricketer. And Joshi continues his wicket-taking exploits. He just seems to rarely go through and over without getting a scalp, doesn't he, Rico? Consistent bowler, really not trying to do anything particularly special, capable of swinging the ball both ways, but supposed to tail it away from the batsman, but just always probing and just always asking the batsman to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key, isn't it? He's a challenging, testing bowler. He always is probing, and he's making you play, and that's always a good sign. He's making the batters play, and as a result of that, getting the wickets, and his line, he doesn't give you anything really to drive, and you can see that's what Sajid Ahmed was looking for there. The ball that he could hit through the line, he wasn't able to get the wicket. And we'll try and get through the new batter straight away, and he comes. It's a good looking shot, but almost carries to the fielder. Times it really well, and well, that's one man that you don't want to be getting hurt. That's Ramakrishna. Doesn't quite carry to him, you see there, but makes a good stop.
Does make a good stop indeed. Rocketed off the bat. It's a great looking shot as Lommer end up the first over, 6 for 1. Bucks only faced 2 balls. I mean, inevitably their capacity to chase this score, which is quite a decent score in the end. 115 is the target. It's going to depend largely on Hark being able to probably face at least 25, 30 balls if he can. If he's there for any period of time, they'll certainly be up with the run rate. But they did struggle in the middle and later order yesterday. Carried through to victory by Irfan Mahmood, who certainly wasn't his most fluent innings in the second game yesterday, but battled through some tough stages and got them a valuable win. 2 from 2 against Ariana Cricket Club.
Hit firmly, and it bubbles away and goes for 4 runs. I'm not sure who is supposed to catch this. It's quite a strange field. And he may just look to move. He's long on a lot straighter. And that one would just hit away with ease. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to do a lot of this, Najam Haq himself, because the other batter that sort of did impress was Ibrahim Ahmed. He's not in the side this time. That is a really, really gandhi ball. It's so wide. It's called a no ball. Doesn't even pitch on the pitch. So feeling the pressure straight away. And it shouldn't be. Kilari he just took a nice catch, cool as the cucumber, but not with the bowling.
Yeah, giving a free hit to Haq. He's more than happy to take a big swing without it necessarily being a free hit opportunity, but that's a nice invitation. Pitch is wide.
Yeah, we've seen this before, haven't we? We've been here before. The bowler's starting to get the jips. It's the no ball signalled first, and now it's the wide, so it still stays the no ball.
Another one of those bowlers that is a somewhat inside-out action. Probably unlike Sadashiv Gore the previous game. Gets his body weight going a little bit more stump to stump, but it's not working for him at the moment. Gets away with the free hit with a dot ball.
Yeah, frustration there from Haq. Disappointed he's misses this. So, well, Kilari's done well. He's got the no ball and the wide. He comes back with a good one, so not too much damage being done so far. Could be another wide. But you see, I'm just wondering here, watching this, whether this is Hissingen have done their homework on Najam Haq, and they know that he's always trying to play the ball on the onside, so to get that ball outside the off. And that certainly seems to be what Kilari is trying to do. But then I'm not 100% sure they've got the right field set. If you have a look at where third man and point is, certainly you need a backward point. And the third man probably needs to be back as well.
Yeah, I think that's the big one, Rico. You're going to go with that plan, which is probably the right thing to do with Haq. And you've probably got to accept that you're going to bring this man in from long off. They are making a change, though it's pushing the fielder back to the cover boundary, bringing Varbashev in from long off. Third man still inside the circle as we've got the other defensive fielder at a wideish long on.
Short, and that's where not to bowl it. Anything that's there is going to get sent away. And that's a big stretch from the umpires, like he's waking up from a siesta. He puts his hands up in the air to signal the 6, and this is just easy pickings if you bowl it there to this man.
It's not a great ball, but Haq is one of those batters that you're surprised when he goes 2 or 3 deliveries without hitting a boundary. It's just incredible regularity that he is able to find the extremities of the ground and hits it so crisply. It must be an absolute nightmare to bowl to.
Yeah, he's got to get back outside the off. It's another bowler that's wearing one of those, seems to be the trendy hairbands. Slower ball, well, it may be slower out of the hand, but it comes out just as quick off the bat. And he has his own team sort of scarpering for cover as this has been smashed. Turns this into a full toss, and bang, over it goes. It's just the power of the man in that area. Anything on the leg side or the mid-wicket area, he smashes it away.
Just absolutely pulverizes the ball, Haq. Once again, not a great ball from Kilari, but you've got to put it away.
And he goes for another slow ball, and this one is going to be 4 more. Once again, that man at long on is very wide, so any hit straight down the ground like this one is going to be 4. Times it well. This occasion is not about the power, it's about the timing and the placement.
Just a one-man wrecking ball, Haq. He's taken Kalari apart for 23 in that second over. Loma very much up with the run rate now. They need 86 runs in 48 balls. And Hissingens, after a very bright start to the tournament, they dropped this game against Loma. It'll be 2 losses on the track for them. Loma will be replacing them at the top of the table with 3 wins and no losses. So they would be a little bit concerned at this stage. Certainly if they can send Hark back to the pavilion, they will be feeling a lot more comfortable. But he is just on fire and seemingly unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is all about Hark here today. And, I know we haven't seen all the other batters yet, and Irfan Mahmood is out there yet to get off the mark, but this is where they've got to bat sensibly, and we say this a lot sometimes about playing the cricket smart as Joshi comes into Mahmood. And Mahmood, well, he's tried to play this pretty sensibly, trying to play that orthodox defensive shot here. Look at this, he's trying to play the forward defence. You don't see that too often in this T10 format. But he gets past him. Yeah, he's just got to think about playing a couple of shots himself. But the key thing is all about trying to give Najim Hark the strike. Well, he's certainly in defensive mode at the moment. And maybe that's the ploy, maybe what Hark is saying. Look, you just don't get out. And if you don't get out and I don't lose partners, then I'll get you these runs. But I'm pretty sure that Mahmood, sooner or later, is going to have a wild swing at one of these. One beats him on the pads, and Huck not interested in trying to get to the other end in any fashion that's going to involve taking a risk.
Well, Skipper's coming down to have a word to him, and the umpire's having a word to him at the same time, so he's got messages coming from all directions. But
so what's going on here? Well, it's quite interesting when you're non-striker, your captain's coming to talk to you, and he's walking the other way and going to the umpire. Maybe there's another batter that's forgotten an important part of his protection. I think it could be, and there's a big smile on the face of umpire Ajish Raja, and I think this could be the case. Yeah, look, there you go. He said, I'm not taking it. I don't. Why do I have to take it, he says. He says, because you got to take it. He said, well, I ain't got any gloves. There we go. And he's probably just realised he's got something missing. And Irfan gets himself sorted there, and that's not a bad idea.
When do you think he realised it, Rico? Was it when a big in-swinger came back to his groin region on the last delivery?
I think that probably was the telling point, as he then thought, hang on a minute, there's something that feels a bit loose down there. I'm missing some equipment. Well, he's got his equipment now, and let's see if that means he can bat with a bit more confidence. One man that certainly will try to make it uncomfortable for him is Joshi. And there you go, you see, right bang on the money. Well, he might have got protection for one of his sticks, but he couldn't protect the 3 that were there. They get knocked over, and Joshi says, chuck the foot there, off you go.
Rico full, that's an amazing call. I can't believe also that he's taken the time out to get the protector after 3 consecutive plays and misses. Puts the protector on, decides he's Mr. Invincible with the bat and charges Abhinav Joshi. Plays all over the top of it. That is the end of a relatively amusing interlude from Mahmood. He goes for none off 5, and he is having to carry this team. Just getting a consoling word from Dodd Khan as he comes back to the crease. The head goes up. He knows he's probably not going to live this down amongst this team.
No, certainly not, especially when you consider that while we were having that delay and the box protector was making its way out to him, and via Amazon Prime, he probably had a good chat with his captain, and his captain was probably telling him, right, okay, just stay here with me, don't worry about the runs. And then he goes and gets himself out with a 6-ball duck. So basically he has faced an over, doesn't score any runs, and he's a goner. Joshy, always in the action. This one will be a wide down the leg side. Left-hander comes out to just try and throw the bowlers off their line a little bit. So somebody's got to stay there with the captain, Najman Huck, and it's Jamal Bajwa that is hoping to do so. Joshi to Bajwa. Goes for the Yorker length delivery, just not getting it right. Bajwa survives another, and the umpire just having a little chat with Joshi there. Quite rightly so, we're starting to see that now. The umpires are probably well instructed now by Rob Kemmett, just having a chat with the bowlers when they're running in front of them.
I don't think, have we been able to go on innings today without that issue popping up, Rico?
No, I don't think we have. And, yeah, that's better from Joshi, but at least Joshi does take note of the umpire's request and gentle reminder. And the single taken off the very last ball, probably quite reluctantly by Huck, as the score is now 31 for 2.
Tell you what, if I was Huck, it's not often I recommend turning down a single, but I think he would have been well within his rights to just say, look, young man, I've spent an over off strike and our score hasn't really moved anywhere. I'm just going to keep myself with the non-strikers and make sure that when it comes to the first ball of the next over, I'm on strike. But as it is, Mr. 69 still stuck at the non-strikers and hasn't been able to get a swing at the ball in anger since he took apart Chaitanya Kalari in over 2. And that win probability sitting in Hishingan's favour at the moment. Very much depend on how many balls that Hark can not only face but stay in for the coming few overs, whether or not that probability chart takes a turn in favour of Loma.
Oh, it's the zigzag man. Come on, that's going to be bowling. He's been pretty useful. Got a interesting approach. Well, he's going to have to get cold for his team. The umpire's just reminding him that those white sleeves that he has on the arms have to come off because they will very much camouflage the ball. So yeah, Aminav Kama coming into the attack. Just nicely played off the back foot, and it's timed really well. Fielder's got a lot of work to do and doesn't get there at all. Oh, what a lovely shot that was. Big effort from Vaibhav Joshi to get there, but this is beautifully timed. That's a lovely looking stroke.
Yeah, I don't know if it was deliberately tactical, given that they've managed to keep the secondary batsman on strike for quite a number of balls, or that Captain Gokul only had a few fielders outside of the circle, but it was certainly noticeable there. Had the one extra man inside the 30-metre circle. Big gap out to the offside. Just trying to follow it up with a sort of nudge in that area between point and third. Nice seam position on that delivery from Kama. The first one was a little bit sluggish, but that's jumped off the pitch. Nice piece of bowling. Interesting, he's sort of plays this just with his hands really, but doesn't get his body into the shot at all. And it's the one that is really, you want to just step across and get the big swing. And that's where he does like to play the shot. I think there's fingertips on this as it goes through to the fielder, so it's half a chance. Certainly would have been a good one. I think that's the captain. He's a good fielder, Gokul. Moves well. Tell you what though, Rico, it's been 10 balls since we had Hark on strike, which is obviously not helpful for Loma in terms of having their best batsman standing at the non-strikers end, but after he spent an over dispatching Kalari to all parts of the ground, it's just probably a good 5 minutes since he's actually faced a delivery. It's just not helpful for a batsman that was in rhythm. It's certainly not. And look, the other point, it's not helpful when he's just standing there getting cold. It is cold, it's chilly. He wants to be in the action. And
This one is into his pads. No runs.
Big bit of in-swing from Kama. Comes from wide of the crease. I actually mentioned this the other day, that I think that's actually a pretty good tactic against Hark. As much as he steps out to the leg side, he does it because he likes to get some room to free the arms hitting off middle or middle and off stump. It's a good piece of bowling. That wasn't.
That's it. He tries to overcompensate and thinks, well, okay, I'll put one down into his legs. I'll just get this one to go sort of outside that off stump corridor. Gets it all wrong. Comes down and hits this well, and watch out, Diana Oros is coming your way, and well struck, and that's what he does well. This time he makes that room for himself, doesn't try and overhit this, and just all about placement, and it's well, one bounce and over the boundary for 4 runs.
Doesn't like to stand still at all, does he, Rico? Even when he's playing out to that offside, and he's certainly got the capacity to play shots all around the ground. He's not just a slogger. We've seen him hit very strongly straight. We've seen him play that sort of shot over cover before, but he loves to have the dynamic foot movement, and very much so standing outside of leg stump.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's a really key part of him actually getting in rhythm.
Yeah, you're right. He's always moving around, but the one thing is that, and we saw this when we saw him the first time the other day, that he does, though, in doing so, put himself in a position where if that ball is outside the off stump, he's not in the position to play that shot. And that's why I think we're probably seeing Kissingen are trying to get the ball in that area to him, but they're just getting it wrong a few times. But I think you persist with it. That's how you can get him out. And this one is a free hit. It's not a good delivery. And as soon as it gets past that man on the 45, it's going to be runs. And not a good ball, badly directed by the bowler here. And this is Nundagasamy gets this all wrong.
Yeah, it's a man with a great name, but not such a great start. And his arrival at the bowling crease. And Mal Bajwa, he's been a key contributor for Loma today. Bowled nicely in the middle overs and played and missed a few here, but he's found the boundary on a couple of occasions, once through cover and now down behind backward square. Still a very spread out field, largely because they've got the man down at third man on the boundary, so only 2 fielders protecting either square or straight of the wicket. Relatively straight mid on, relatively wide mid off, in addition to deep square leg and deep point. Great start from Jundaswamy. Puts the pressure back onto him.
This is also poorly directed, and I think this will go. Just slows down. It seems to have sort of the ball hit something as it went past the diving keeper. It just sort of hits something and really slows down. It's just about here.
Keeper just gets a touch on it, which has probably been enough, and it also took a favourable bounce.
Where that pop was. It hit something there and just took off. Not for the first time today we've seen this bounce, and well, what's going on here? What? No, he can't be bowling like that. Come on. Behave yourself. He just realises, hang on, if I take that off, I haven't got me. Oh, there we go. Well, that's his party trick. And that was so good. We're going to have to see that again. He takes the top layer off and doesn't realise that his shirt has come at the same time. And the umpire says, oh, yaar, ki karda. Well, it's a good job he's wearing that underneath.
Could have had our first moment of partial nudity on the European Cricket Network as Bajwa just plays it out to the leg side. Hark scampers through for the single. What is it about this game? This one in particular, Rico. We've seen just some complete absurdity, whether or not it was Paul Mahmood having 3 balls bounce over his hands in the field.
Yeah, it's so good.
Just amazing. Ravi disrobing just at the bowling crease, not realising that both garments had come off at the same time.
Well, now the wicketkeeper's having a wardrobe problem. It's all happening out there.
Batsman going out with no protectors and then getting clean bowled.
Well, his name is Nanjundasamy. Maybe it's Nangasamy. And the Indians amongst us will know what I'm talking about. Nanga means naked. So Nanga's army coming into ball. And this is an opportunity. And oh, shouts to catch it. It hits the hands hard and pops out. It's a big opportunity. And it is the man that they need out, Najam Haq, that plays his shot. And for the first time, he doesn't find the middle of the bat. And it hits the hands hard, but he's not able to complete the catch there. And that's Joshi, normally very reliable.
Yeah, well, if they go on to lose this game, and particularly if Haq continues on his merry way with the bat, they'll look at that moment as a huge opportunity. Joshi, very reliable in the field. That's why he's out there at that long on position. Just shelled what was a pretty simple catch.
Another poor delivery down the leg side, and I'm liking this is a jumping up and down with the Howers that appeal, that shunker. And here we go, this is it. He says, there we go, I've taken my shirt off. Right, I'm ready. And the umpire says, oi, did he shirt किधर गई है वो कहता कितने गई पाई है कहता नहीं पाई and when he has a look he says oh yeah where's my shirt. Oh, lovely that. Well done, Andis, for having that. That's a good delivery. That just goes over the stumps.
That was an absolute peach of a ball, Rico. I was expecting to see the bails go flying. It's just tickled over the top of them.
Bajwa living dangerously, and this one just swings in enough. And yeah, that's a fair call for me from the umpire. And just gets it. Look at the way this is swung in. That's an amazing bit of swing. End of the over. Yeah, where are we at? Well, this is very evenly poised, this match. So that's 51. 2 wickets down. Just have a look at the rate required. Needing around 12. Certainly set up for a big finish.
Yeah, so long as Najam Haq is there, Lama will feel they've got some control of this chase. As it is, though, out of the first 30 balls of the innings, he's only faced 12 of them. Rico, that is not good enough from the rest of his teammates. If they had managed to just tickle singles for the majority of those balls, they would have been in an even stronger position. But this could be the big change. The Mancad Maestro is into bowl. Santi Nelg. It's about the third different pronunciation of his surname I've come up with this week as Haq drags it to the leg
why
side.
Why don't we just call him Santi Mancad? I think that's got to be his names.
Maybe the Santcad.
Yeah, or the Saint. You know, Santi could be Saint. Saint Mancad.
I like it.
Oh, well, this has been sent packing. That is a big hit. Well, what's going on there? Who's that standing there, just standing, minding his own business? He was not interested in getting out of the way of this one. He's hit big. It's shaka time. And, well, he just calmly says, what was that then?
Rico, my heart was in my mouth there for a moment. I don't think either of those groundskeepers from the local Landskrona council had any idea that there was an unidentified flying kookaburra heading towards them. Very, very fortunate that that's clattered into the golf cart and not into one of their skulls.
Well, I was just thinking, well, we've got some new umpires or somebody out. I could see the men in black, but I didn't recognise them. Well, we got another buggy on the ground.
I like the casual just sip of the coffee afterwards, as in, oh, Santi, he's prepared for the Mancad. Puts the arm up just to let them know Santi's on the prowl.
I don't think he moves out of his crease. That's why, look, he's still in his crease. So Santi, well, he did go for it, but the non-striker knows all about Santi Mancad.
Tell you what, I'm not sure that Gokul would have been calling Haq back if they managed to get him out on a Mancad. And he had absolutely no awareness of what the Mancad Maestro was doing. He was just lucky that he was a bit sluggish backing up.
His foot was just in, but yeah, you're right. Santi Mancad, here we go, you see, saying, just letting him know, umps.
He was devastated that he didn't have the opportunity to execute the Santcad on that occasion. Comes over the wicket.
Full toss and been put away. It wasn't a good ball. It was Gundy. And, well, Najam Haq says, okay, if that's what's your game, go fetch this, he says. And that's hit beautifully.
Tell you what, I reckon Santi would love to just get a single here. Although I think he's probably going to be one ball. It's only one ball left in the over, but I think he fancies his chances of a Sandcad against Hark. But for so long as he's on strike, he's not going to be able to execute his plan.
Yeah, that last one has been changed to 6, so it's a 6 that was hit. It was questioned by the batter. And this one is big as well, and this time I think Adnan is trying to protect the two men that are having their coffee break, and that one goes over.
Absolutely nice oblivious to what is happening around.
Yeah, what is it that you said that they like to have out here when they have, what's the word for it?
Fika, the afternoon coffee break.
That's what they're doing, right? These two are having their beacon, and they do say that when you have that, everybody's got to get involved, and maybe they're quite surprised that nobody else is taking this opportunity. And well, they're certainly in the danger zone there, and it's nice to see that Adnan Gill, the tournament manager, is trying to keep them safe. End of the over, and it's a good one, and it's starting to look good here for Loma. 71, 2 wickets down. They need to get the danger man, the captain, Najam Haq, out. He's on 49, just 17 deliveries, and it's going to be the captain of the fielding team, Gokul Srinivasan, to come on to bowl. Srinivasan is an interesting bowler. There are days when he gets it absolutely spot on, but there are other times when he then just starts to drift. Now this is the big battle. The two captains. Into his legs, asking the question. He does like to play all around this. I'd like to see this again. My first impression was no, that it's going down the leg. Yeah, I mean, it's going. What's he appealing for? Surely not appealing for LBW there, Gokul. Surely not.
He was pleading. It's the most unlikely LBW of the week, as this has been obliterated over long on. Big Moshin Aziz, who was the traffic cop earlier today, he's jumping out of his skin, loving this entertainment from Hark, who continues to absolutely destroy bowling attacks here at Landskrona.
Yeah, well, that big 6 brings up his 50. He moves on to 55 of 19 deliveries. Both Batanya up in Najam Haq nu apni 50 bana liye match bitch, and he's made his 50. But of course, the captain is not just thinking about his 50. He's looking to go on and register another victory for his team. Eyeing up 3 on the trot here. And that's the Gandhi ball that sometimes comes out of Gokul's hand, and called a no ball because of the height. The height takes precedence over the wide. So no ball has been given, and correctly called as well. It's good work between the two umpires. Ajish Raja very quick to call it, so it's a free hit. And the captain, Gokul Srinivasan, is questioning why. Well, it was the height, Gokul, it was the height.
Certainly wasn't his best delivery.
And this one is no better, and the free hit has been mullered. 6 runs, and just effortlessly smashes this down the ground for a big 6.
Effortlessly is a great description, Rico. He is just clearing the boundary with ease, Hark, and it doesn't seem to matter where they bowl to him. He just clears the front leg, dispatching it over the boundary with such regularity. It's outstanding batting.
This one is going to be called a wide by the umpire. There's no contact at all. So this over, it's going for plenty. That's 15 off it. 2 deliveries still to come. So the introduction of the captain, Srinivasan, hasn't done the trick. Firmly struck. That's yours, Andrew Ryan. Where are you running to?
I'll just leave that for the sweeper to pick up, Rico. It's nicely struck down the ground by Hark.
Yeah, lovely shot. Uses his feet well, hits it hard. Srinivasan thinks for a moment that he's going to be in the action. I thought you were going to be in the action here. Come on, that's yours.
Well, as much as I would have loved to go and take that, unfortunately my headphone cord doesn't stretch long enough. It's prepared to put in the diving stop with the jacket on. Gokul under big pressure here.
Firmly strike fielder should get this and does. Gets the pick up, well, the Jam Huck is quite happy just to take the single because he's going to take a nice casual walk down to the other end as the score has moved on to 91. 2 wickets down. They're well on course for the third victory, and they're looking to make that 3 out of 3 as they go into this fixture against Hissingens one more time. And Hissingens, well, looking like they're going to face their second defeat on a row.
Well, still an opportunity for them if they can dismiss Hark, although that seems to be a big challenge at the moment despite his very attacking approach. They need to see the back of him at the end of the day. So long as he's out there, it doesn't really matter who's batting with him. For the Loma team, he's just single-handedly chasing down this quite reasonable target. 24 off 18 needed. It's not going to get any better with Gundi balls going down the leg side like that.
Yeah, it was down the leg side, but it was also too high. No ball called. And this is Nizam Shahul that comes into the attack. Charges him. And this is just going to go away into a vacant area of land where there is absolutely nobody. It's 4 more. And just dances down the track, knowing that it's a free hit. No chance, even if the stumping is completed, that he would be out. 4 runs. And they're getting increasingly closer to the target.
Not sure that's where he was aiming for, but you're in the sort of form that Hark is in. Doesn't really seem to matter. Shahul puts himself under a bit of pressure with the no ball first ball.
He's gone for other options, hasn't he? Gokul here rather than go back to his main bowlers who maybe they haven't bowled as well in this match to begin with, but you've got to call back on something like Kilari. It could work for you. I mean, even Santi could come back on, but trying something new. And for the moment, Najam Huck is doing really well. Just go back to that key moment. Najam was dropped when he was on 29 by Joshi. And they would, if they'd taken that catch then, I think it could have been a very different situation. This is hit hard, straight down the ground. Watch out, Karina. This is coming your way. Well, Karina's had a bit of a change. It's not Karina, it's Richards. That means that Karina's back in the warmth. Well done, Karina. And Richards up in the tower for this one. And, was heading his way. And hands up in the air from the umpires. 6 more.
And another brutal strike from Hark. In fact, actually, the last time he was under threat was when Santi tried to execute the man-cat on him. And there's actually been a comment in the chat from Vilas Hegder, who played for, I think, Yetabori last week. So we just see somehow they've actually managed to keep him to a single here, and he actually does take the run on this occasion. It's in 4th ball of the over. Vilas has asked us to stop calling it a man-cat. It's a proper run-out now, but Rico, as the rules guru, I think you'll confirm that that change in terms of the man-cat positioning within the rulebook actually doesn't come in until 1st of October.
That is correct. 1st of October is when it comes in. So until the 1st of October, we'll have to inform you, it is still a man-cat. After the 1st of October, it would just be run out. Going for the run out.
I don't think I'm ever going to change from calling it a man-cat. Rico, I love the name and pays tribute to the man who I guess essentially created that dismissal. And frankly, I think that tribute should remain as Sassur, final ball.
Short, up in the air, opportunity. Fielder gets under it, big moment, and drops the dolly. And the man that we're talking about, Man-cat Santi, is a man that drops it, but I think there's going to be a run out here. Well, they're going for a line call here on Huck. He thinks he's going to be out, so he's making no effort to get back. Here comes a throw, and bat for me at that angle was in the air.
First instinct, Rico, I thought this was out. And one more frame, and the bat is in the air. That's an incredible dismissal, isn't it? Santi has put down the one man they needed to get out with what was a pretty easy catch in the overall scheme of things. He's picked up the ball, furious with himself, thrown it in anger to the wicket keeper, and for whatever reason, Jamal Bajwa had his head in the clouds and has been run. Oh,
hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Has he been given not out?
They're giving this not out.
And the finger's gone up. You don't question umpires, Andrew and Rico, the sharpest eyes on the European Cricket Network. Bajwa is back the pavilion, and it's probably not going to matter for the outcome of this game. But an extraordinary dismissal. What was he doing?
Well, it was absolutely extraordinary. And yeah, here it is in full. First he drops the catch, but he just has a look where the batter is and just fires this in. And I think this is all about, I like the way he gets into, no, I'm not out, I'm not out. He's decided already that he's not out. I think he's decided he's gone. There's no way that Santi Mankad is going to drop this. He does drop it and then just throws the ball in. And a good throw, and the keeper says, thank you very much. So, I mean, you say it may be too late. You never know, you know, because now, what situation we're in? They need 11 or 13. So get a couple of good deliveries in here.
Or alternatively, Hark will finish this in the space of 2 lusty blows.
Yeah. Well, he's hit this firmly, and that's 4 of them.
Make it 3 lusty blows.
Well, maybe 3 lusty blows, yeah. I mean, if Hark is on strike, it's just waits for this. And that's what he does so well. He gets into position so early that he can then just wait, and then he just picks them off one by one. It's been a superb knock as he now is in the 80s.
It's a good observation from you, Rico. It's not just wild swinging. He's waited for that ball, opened up his body, thrashed it through covers very nicely.
And this is up in the air. Taken. And a good catch. And well, Nizam Shahul holds on to the catch. And Huck trying to finish it off in 2 blows. Has to march off. Is there a twist in this match?
Does this just become a little bit interesting, Rico? We know this Loma batting lineup looked pretty shaky when we got to the middle order yesterday. We've now got the lower middle order coming out to bat. They still need 7 runs in 10 balls. It's absolutely not a guarantee. And coming out to bat now is Moshin Ahmed, the wicket keeper. He's joined there by Raiz Ahmad, the leg spinner. You observed at the end of that last over that maybe that run out of Bajwa could be more costly than we thought at the time. Well, we'll get to find out now. Yeah, 7 off 10 needed.
Exactly, and you got 2 new batters out there. So here we go. But you've got to bowl well, and you've got to take your chances. There you go. That's one of the dots. And I'm liking what the skipper's done here as well. Gokal Srinivasan showing all his experience. He's got men in around the bat. He's in close on the offside. Mid-wicket has come all the way up. And Kilari.
If they lose a game here after the captain's hit 81 off 31,
no.
Not a time to bowl a wide.
Oh, no. What is that about? Well, I thought for a moment it wasn't just going to be a wide. It may have been a no ball. It was so wide. I think he just manages to keep this on the pitch. Yeah. Oh, that's... Whew, you can't be bowling those. Here we go. Let's see if he can get it right. He can.
6 in 8. This is getting tight, Rico. Very tight indeed. And that entire Loma squad is now camped out about 3 metres off the boundary rope, and they are nervous.
Yeah, look, you should be running here. Run like it's the last ball. Just run. Well, maybe not. This has been hit pretty well. It goes all the way. Balle. And it's been finished with just 1 hit. That goes all the way. Surely that's it. The umpires are saying, well, what is it? What is it? Put him up in the air. It's 6 carreras. That's the match. Well, I was saying, well, you might as well just run. You got wickets in hand. And the batter, Mohsin Ahmed, says, I'm not running. I'm just going to hit it for 1 big 6. And it's another victory for Loma. And it almost got a little bit nervy there towards the end, but they do it in the end with plenty of balls to come. And 7 balls remained in the innings as they get to the 115. But once again, though, it has to be said, Loma, it's their captain, Najam Haq, 81 of the 30 deliveries he made. And with that, he made sure that his team registered their 3rd victory on the spin. A hat-trick of wins for the team making their debut, and that will take them to the top of the table.
Well, they continue to be surprise packets, Rico. They continue to be a one-man band in the batting lineup for the most part. So Sajid Ahmed, he's got another failure at the top of the order, but it was all about that man Haq. Poor Kalari, he struggled with his control today. He went for 23 off the 2nd over, and that got the Loma innings rolling. Collapse all round from the squad. Clean bowled poor Irfan after he left the pavilion with a crucial piece of equipment. Fortunately, he went back before there was any permanent damage done, and he gave a big high five to his partner Jamal Bajwa, who played a pretty successful supporting innings to Haq.
Yeah, he did. He played an important innings, and well, this was a good bit with me. He takes the top off, says, yeah, I'm ready, not realising that at the same time. I love that expression on his face saying, what do you mean? Oh my God, what's happened with me shirt? That was the big moment, wasn't it? That was Joshi putting down Najam on 29. That could have been a big moment as well, because one of those 2 dwarfs could have been going to the emergency. And this is Santi Mankad trying to do what he does best, but Najam doesn't step out of his crease, and then he says, okay, you trying to man-cat me, go fetch this. And he took him apart with some big hits, and this one was in the area of those 2 gentlemen just enjoying a coffee break.
This is one of the best highlights packages I've ever seen, Rico. The missing protector, the almost cracked in the head Swedish Landskrona council workers. Haq obliterating the ball all over the place. The bowler unable to keep the shirt on his back. It was just all happening here at the Landskrona cricket ground. Santi couldn't even hold on to a catch. He couldn't execute a man-cat, but he could throw it fast enough to the wicket-keeper, who realised he had a run out. Haq drilled one through the covers that took them within sight of victory. He was the last man out. Nicely taken there by the fielder Nizam Shahur coming off the boundary. And then we thought it might be a really testing time for Loma. But what do you know? The batsman Mohsin Ahmed, his teammates were nervous, the commentators were nervous. He wasn't the least bit, and he puts his bat up in celebration.
Well, celebration it is, and we're going to be celebrating as well, because those 2 teams that entertained us in many a way are going to be out there again to do it all over again. So Loma, they've gone 3-0, and well, their opponents, Hissingens, they've now lost 2 on the spin. They lost their last match yesterday to Malmahus, and they've lost this one here, and they're looking to bounce back. These 2 teams are very evenly listed, I think, but I think Hissingens know that they've got to find a way to get that captain Najam Haq out.
Yeah, well, he's essentially the key player, and that is almost an understatement when it comes to this Loma group. Just an outstanding innings from him in that game. 81 off 31 balls. Really deserved to see his team home, but he has been so destructive in the first 3 games, or at least 2 of the first 3 games that Loma has played in this tournament, and they need to find a way to get him out. And certainly when it came to this particular contest, Rico, the fact that Haq played a major innings and Nitin Ramakrishna was out for 1 off 2. Yeah. That was essentially the tail of the tape.
Yeah, it certainly was. Still, they still did well. I mean, that was thanks to a very incredible last over from Najam Haq. I mean, all things happened. They still did get to the 115. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If somebody like Ramakrishna could have batted and got 30-40 runs on the board, it could have been, and it would have been probably a very different story. We look at that scorecard, it's all one man really. Najam Haq batted really well, 81-31. But yeah, that support from Bajwa was absolutely crucial. Have a look at the bowling figures. Kilari really went for a lot, but just have a look at Joshi. just continues to impress. 2 wickets, only giving away 8 runs.
Yeah, you could argue the Hissingers probably suffer from the same issue as Malmahos. They're just lacking a second top-tier bowler who's taking frequent wickets. Joshy needs a little bit more support. He's been consistently excellent in the opening stages, but not as much coming from behind the scenes to take regular wickets, and ultimately that's what failed them in this game. Loma successfully chasing the target of 115. They still had 7 balls to spare, largely thanks to that man Najam Haq, 81 off 31. And Moshin Ahmed hitting the winning runs with a Maximo off the 5th ball of the 9th over. And in the end, Loma beat Hissingers by 6 wickets. We'll be back with the next contest, the final one of the day. These 2 combatants going at it again. It is Rico Full here with myself, Andrew Ryan, on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back for that next game in just a tick over 12 minutes. So very much look forward to your company then.
So European cricket fans, it seems the rain is holding off for us. Mother Nature cooperating here at the Landskrona Cricket Club as we move safely into Game 4 here on Tuesday. It is another clash between the Hisingen side and Lomma, the second of their two-match series here today. Interesting battle, the first one. Some comedy on the field, some comedy off the field with people falling over rubbish bins. See if we can get through without too many more dramas. I'll hand over to the men with the corona. It's Rob Kemming with the coin toss.
Heads is called. Heads. We choose bowling. Choose the ball.
In consecutive game, Lomma has won the coin toss and they've elected to again bowl first, enjoying working with the new ball in these conditions and trying to chase down a target to see if they can win the final game here today at Landskrona Cricket Club. This should be a really good battle and an important game when it comes to finishing positions for this Group B. To take you away in the opening stages, I'll hand back to Mr. Rico Fall in the central commentary position.
Well, thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there. He is very much the smooth operator as we have a look for the final time today at this magnificent view of the Landskrona cricket ground. And you can see the marquees there, the players' marquees, and in the middle there is that of the officials. We're by the tower there, just on the other side. That's the ice cube, and you see around this ground the horses and also some of the other sports facilities. As we leave you to look at the fantasy dashboard, of course, the details at the top now should read 3-0 and 3-2. As Lomma winning that last match, and this one, this is what we think. We're saying that Lomma are just going to get the win. We're interested to know what this information is taken from, the bat versus ball wall, because the last time round the winning margin was bigger and now it's smaller. So obviously based on a number of factors coming in to play. But one thing I do know is that I don't know, just something telling me that maybe Hissingens are going to be able to level this mini-series between these two teams. Certainly that last match, it was all to do with the one man from Lomma. That was their captain, Najam Huck. He was the only real contributor with the bat, 81 of 30. And he is the key man. He's the one that they need to get rid of early. Hissingens themselves, I don't think they got off to a good start. They are some of their key players weren't able to contribute with the bat. And one name that certainly comes to mind is Nitin Ramakrishna. He is the non-striking batter here. Kilari is the opener. These two get going well, and then the likes of Gokal Srinivasan comes in, and one of the other two big hitters then can get a big finish in. It will be an interesting match. We saw there that in the first one that it was a lot to do with the likes of Sudesh Apparo, who towards the end of the innings produced good, interesting hits to get them to a score past 100. And this is a nice shot from Kilari. Plays that one well. So he's got to be careful. That's the sort of shot that he played when he put the ball straight into the hands of the man at square. Just played it off his hip, but it went to the man at square leg. This time he's played it behind square, just gets a bit more movement on it. But it was 4 and out last time. He doesn't want to do the same this time as the captain, Najam Huck. Big in the air, it could be 4 and out again. It is 4 and out again. Kilari cannot believe it. He's filthy with himself. Kilari, he was out on 4 last time, played a good shot to the boundary and getting himself out, and he's done the same here. And it's going to be further disappointment for him. But further delight for the captain of Lomma. Gets a wicket. Kilari goes for 4 of 3 deliveries. Well caught. And then jump. Having a good day. Anything that goes up in the air, not easy. See, that ball had a fair bit of spin on it. You can see it sort of fizzing in the air. But Shazil Afzal, no problems for him. There's the new batter comes in a lot earlier than he would have liked to, that is for sure. The captain just wants to make some changes. Good delivery right up there in the block hole. Captain to captain batter resumes. Sinabasan carefully plays his first ball out. He was dropped on 0 in that first match. He went on to make 35. This one just scored a wide. I thought maybe it just catches a bit of the pad on the way through. Certainly the jump thought this was pretty close, but probably thought it was close to just catching a bit of the bat on the way through, but scored a wide. This one will go past him, and Gokal certainly not the quickest in between the wickets, but he will take the single. Wind has been blustery all the way through. It's just picked up again now. Nice looking shot down the ground for 1. Ramakrishna, very key to get himself back into form. That's the end of the first over. It was a good one there for Lama, as they've managed to get Kilari out early again. The score will be 7 for 1. The captain makes a good start for his team. Now it's the chance for Irfan Mahmood to continue with that good start. Going to be bowling to Ramakrishna. Bit of a way swing, and he sends his captain back. And Gokal acknowledges the call straight away and says, "Yep, you're right. No run there." You heard Rhino saying in the intro, by now there was the chance of some rain. It's managed to stay away from us so far. And there's that movement again. Does get the ball to move really late, Mahmood. Seen that from me before. That you think at this point here that it's not going to, and then there it really does. And safe hands from Mohsin Ahmed as well. Moved once more, and well, he totally loses it here, and I think he felt a little twinge in his confidence. Gives us an opportunity to welcome back a man who has no such issues, because he's smooth, he's cool, and I'm certainly loving my company working alongside him here as well. This, the second week of this Landskrona tournament, is Andrew Ryan. Welcome back,
Rico, I'd give you a hug if my hands weren't in my pockets because they're so cold at the moment, but a man who is heating up, Nithin Ramakrishna, that's his first Maximo of the day.
This is dangerous, because Ramakrishna, if he can get going, then the runs will start flowing. And this was short, and it's been absolutely pumped out of here. And that goes all the way. Manos arriba from the match officials. And in this match is Adnan Gill and Sagar Hanif, two lovely gentlemen.
Been a reasonable start in the over from Mahmood up until that ball, but smoked backward of square. He had Ramakrishna in the last game, swung across the top of that ball as it tailed back into him. It was nice length. Certainly capable of swinging it, Rico.
Yeah, he gets good amount of swing on it. And this one, I think Ramakrishna has actually played for the swing. That hasn't happened. And it goes through, and maybe it's the keeper who was pretty surprised about it as well. Once in Armin, as it gets through him, they take the buys.
Nice ball from a boot up in the block. Oh, it's been a pretty good over. Continuing from the right arm paceman. Probably behind Hark, the most reliable of the pacemen. Obviously, Ray's Ahmad's very, very useful with his leg spinners. Just had a shout out Lily Panda in the chat. She's suggesting I should still give you a hug because it will warm the both of us up, Rico. Maybe we can do the sort of little shoulder nuzzle instead of needing to bring the hands into the pockets. Nice little outswing to finish the over. Ramakrishna pokes it out to point, and he strolls through for the single, and he'll be back on strike for the start of the next over. Hissingens, they are 16 for 1 after 2 overs. Rico, the 2 best bats at the crease at the moment. Need these 2 to maybe stay in until at least the 6th over. Put a big platform together and give some of the lower order batters just a chance to come in and play a few small cameos, maybe take them up to 115, 120.
Yeah, that was exactly my call. I think, Rhino, before you came in and saying it's so important, I think that Ramakrishna and Srinivasan get them to a good start, lay a good foundation, maybe sort of be at the 85-90 mark around about the 7th, 8th over, and then really let the others get going. This is how it looks at the moment. Loma, the team making the debut, sitting pretty at the top, but look at that. You've got Loma, Hissingens, and Mamahus all on 6 points. Hissingens here got an opportunity. They can get this winning, but they can leapfrog those and go at the top themselves. But Loma will be hoping to leave that space there for them.
Oh, Bajwa, a couple of decent overs from last game. Has a perfectly positioned man at the 45 on the leg side. It's a pretty ordinary ball, but Ramakrishna just probably going to a slightly conservative mode with another early lost wicket here. The opening partnership hasn't been able to combine effectively today. Just having to subdue his attacking instincts for a moment. Drills that ball straight down to long off, and Jean Harkfield's very, very safely underarms it in casually to Bajwa, who starts with just the one off the first 2 balls, so tidy enough from him. Just a shout out in the YouTube chat, we've got Neville Rusty, aka Nifty Rules, sending big hugs to us in the Love Shack. Great to have you on board with us, Neville. And Ricky Adams still around, joining Lily Panda in the chat. As Gokul only just lifts it over the head of Ahmed Mahmood out there in number 5. He's looking more like he's turning out for the New York Yankees, the Knickerbockers.
He's got somebody else's pants on, hasn't he? They've had a mix-up with the pants department.
Well, is it a mix-up, Rico, or is it just a new fashion that Ahmed is trying to introduce, Mahmood is trying to introduce to this form of the game, as Ramakrishna doesn't time that at all. Just drill down, and Najam once again underarms quickly. Could be a new look that the Loma boys bringing into T10 fashion.
We're all for a new look. Look, thank you to everybody that's sending all their hugs our way. Hugs back to you as well. And yeah, certainly need a few warm hugs to keep ourselves warm, and maybe a few jars of hot chocolate. Well, this one is swung all around this, and well, something that Gokul Srinivasan seems to do fairly regularly is missed the straight one. He's trying to get the power into the shot, and once again, it's not a good shot. Shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Agya Banda.
Yeah, it's not often we have a bad word to say about the skipper of Hissingens, but Srinivasan's been done twice today, just swinging wildly across the line of balls, and against a bowling attack in which they're getting more than enough loose deliveries to put away to the boundary. Just felt like a time when didn't need to push the pace just then and there, but either way, he's walking back dejected to the pavilion. The Hissingens skipper, they've now lost their 2nd wicket, still 1 ball to go in the power play. Only 19 runs on the board.
Yeah, Bajwa though, he's the bowler that's doing the damage. Jamal Bajwa, been impressed with him. He's the sort of bowler that I like, because what he does do is attack the stumps, and even when things are not going his way, he's always thereabout. Took 2 for 17 in the first match between these two. He's picked up a valuable wicket there.
Nice ball from Barjois. Finish the over. Tidy one from him. He takes 1 for 3 off that first over. And Rico, the stats gun, the power play stats through to the end of the last match. Things still looking pretty for Hissingens in the run scoring tally, but they couldn't convert that into a victory last game.
No, they couldn't. You're absolutely right there. And let's just compare that with the team to the left of them there, Loma. You can see that on all fronts. Hissingen really, on paper, do look the better team, but it's all in the execution. And I think you see that the execution there from their captain, Sinivasan, was not right. Thank you very much to Ravi, our stats master, for providing us with those stats. As we see the umpire giving us the trendy signal to say that is the end of the power play.
So speaking of trendy, we've had Ricky Adams chime in the chat, looking back at the fashion statement of Ahmed Mahmood, number 5 over there at the wide mid-wicket position. He actually thinks the ankle biters are in and that it's a definite fashion choice. I tend to agree with you, Ricky. Frankly, I'd love to see more players do it. As Irfan comes in for his second over. Nicely bowled. All of a sudden, they're forcing Ramakrishnan to play some defensive shots. He's 10 off 10 so far. Very subdued for a man who's carried this batting lineup for the most part. And maybe he's slightly concerned that if he's not there to ladder at stages of this innings, he won't have too many runs to work with. Puts that theory to bed with a wild swipe across the line to a ball that was almost a metre outside off stump.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of that. I think he's probably looking down at the rest of the batters to come in, and I know that we've seen contributions from the likes of Joshi and Aparo, but in terms of somebody going to be able to score 50, 60 runs, he's the one who's got to do it. His head goes down because he knows he's given an opportunity to the bowler. It doesn't get taken, and I really don't think this is the bowler's catch. I think this is where your man, Ahmed Mahmood, has got to get to it, but I reckon the wind got under his trousers and held him back, and he couldn't get there quick enough.
I'll tell you one thing that did happen. That man, Irfan Mahmood, once again slipped over at a pretty crucial time at the end of his bowling run-up. Tried to scoot around to take that catch. In a difficult position for him. You're right, that should have been Ahmed Mahmood's catch, but he was casually sitting there thinking about his trousers. Just too many fashion matters on his mind to bother about the catch. Ramakrishna once again beaten for a man who was in imperious form the first 2 days of this tournament. All of a sudden, he's gotten out for 1 in the last game and struggling to lay bat on ball against the gentle outswingers of Irfan Mahmood. It's been a good spell from Mahmood. Only 8 runs off his 10 balls so far. Short of a length, that's exactly where Ramakrishnan would have ordered it, and he's taken it to the leg side boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, that's the length, isn't it? Maybe, I mean, we know he hasn't really got going here, but they have bowled pretty well to him. And as soon as one is dropped short, he punished them. He was dropped on 10, and now you're going to add him up. How many he goes on to? Well, there's that nice signal there from. Look, I love the way he does that. Look, I'm going to see that. I want to see that again.
Just stretching the spinal cord out while signalling the 6. Final ball for Mahmood. Full ball, another mighty swing. Ramakrishna lucky to not get an outside edge on that one. And Hissingens 25 for 2 after 4 overs. And Rico will switch for a moment to the action in Malta.
Yeah, look, Malta, it's all going well for Malta, the home side. Ketapal, the man who's got the very strange bowling action, is having to do the batting at the moment. He's quite a powerful batter, but what I can tell you is this one looks like, yeah, it's going to be stopped. Nice bit of sunshine there, Malta. It's some of the players that we know really well. Malta, they're having a good day. They reduced or kept Gibraltar to 132 for 6. Getting that win, 135 for 5. And then in that match that's happening there, they posted 206 on the board. Bikram Arora, 60 for the captain, and Basil George, 60 for him as well. Hungary, at the moment, sort of way behind the pace, as you saw there. So Malta looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 for them.
Jamal Bajwa coming into bowl. He's second over. He's been a very useful contributor to the Loma cause today.
Yeah, I've liked his bowling. I really have. He just, like I say, he's a bowler that he's just getting the batters to play. He's getting the ball on the stumps, and more often than not, he's keeping it tidy. And, talking about tidy, not the tidiest bit of fielding there, but you see Ramakrishnan there just probably deciding. There he goes. Look, I'm liking this. He said, hi, Jagade Hatte. Balle is there from the umpire. And Sagar Hanif, and he is a bit of a character. And we have to say, you know, thank you very much to Sagar Hanif and also Adnan Gill out there. The two men that have really looked after the ECN crew. Up in the air, gets lucky. Going to race away to the boundary. And well, I think he just manages to stop this. And I think he's kept his foot inside here. It's one of those that the umpires can probably see pretty clearly. Good work. Comes around and just gets the toe end of his foot there to stop the ball going through. Yeah, thank you to Sagar and also Adnan for looking after the crew. They've been involved in getting us backwards and forwards from base to the ground and back again. Big swing and missed out again. Just not getting into any rhythm here, Ramakrishna.
Can't believe he's now 18 off 17 balls, and Rico, they seem to have targeted it bowling outside off stump and getting a little bit of late away swing against him. Nithin, when he's trying to force the pace, very much looking to that leg side, and that bat that was producing nothing but magic for him yesterday might be trading it in again. That's right, gets him to mistime it, and not the most elegant piece of fielding from the man with the best trousers in Landskrona, Ahmed Mahmood. Plenty of arm swinging. Could have used those hands to stop the ball, but no, it just allows it to go through to the sweeper. The ball, like he was taking a toilet break there for a moment.
With the ball, he bounced up and went inside those short trousers that he wears. It could have been travelled up. So obviously ticked away, and Srikanth just obliging at the moment, just taking the singles. Probably one that I think Ramakrishna was probably saying he would have preferred him not to take, because it means that he's going to have to, Srikanth is going to have to go back and stride, and Ramakrishna has to watch from the other end, where Srikanth says he doesn't need the helmet anymore, so the helmet gets given back as he replaces that with a cap. The time really, if you have a look at the score here now, at this halfway point, 30 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. They really now need to get the push on in the second part of these innings.
It's been a very much an uphill battle for Hissingens. It's been tight bowling from actually the entire bowling group of Loma. Suggested before that that's probably their Achilles heel, the bowling depth, but they haven't had a single over go for double figures thus far, as Reyes, the leg spinner, comes in and lands a nice wrong and first ball. Slightly mistimed down the ground, but Srikanth turns the strike over, gets Ramakrishna back on. Mentioned earlier in the day, actually, I would have loved to see this matchup early on. Reyes up against Ramakrishna. Let's see how he attacks him. Bit of flight, puts it up. The batsman takes a big swing across the line. No contact. That's a lovely bit of bowling from Reyes.
Loving the flight here. I really am. I'm always happy to see bowlers do this now. That's a really, really close call. I think the umpire just are judging that to be just outside the line.
Takes a mighty swing and has hit that very high and very long. Beautiful use of the feet from Ramakrishna.
Yeah, he does well here, doesn't he? It's flighted up again from the spinner Ahmed. But this time Ramakrishna meets it on the full and smashes it, and there you go. You see the umpires giving it the signal.
He gives him another bit of air, beats him, gets the wicket. The keeper's finally gloved one cleanly. Mohsin Ahmed completes the stumping, and Ramakrishna runs right past that delivery. Superb bowling. Don't you love to see it from a leg spinner? Comes back after being hit for a Maximo, gives it a bit more air, and that is a beautiful piece of spin bowling.
That is class. That is absolute class. He knew that Ramakrishna was going to come after him again. So he does the same thing. He says, right, I'm going to make it look like I'm flying it up again, but he angles it into the pads. He gets it through the gate, and the wicketkeeper doesn't let him down. Good work also from Mohsin Ahmed. That is very good cricket, and I can see, Rhino, just why you're getting excited about that, because we all like to see a good spinner, especially a good leg spinner, really use his art well.
Well, I like to see a good leg spinner. I also like to be right about something, and I called the fact that Raiz should be bowling against Ramakrishna, and he's gotten right through him with a beautifully flighted leg break. Great stuff from Raiz. 2 balls to go in his over. Another nice bit of flight. He's confounding these Hissingens batsmen, and Loma are right on top in this contest, Rico. 1 ball to go in the over. 37 for 3. He drifts on the leg stump. That's a poor delivery to finish his over. Goes for 11 off it. It's the first double figure over, but he's got the most important scalp in this Hissingens lineup. And that leaves Hissingens 41 for 3. 6 overs already done. And Rico, they're probably going to have to reassess what target they're looking at.
Yeah, look, if they can go at 10 and over from the remaining 4, that gets them into the 80s. So based on that, if you can have a little push somewhere along the line and get yourself to 90, it gives you something, and then you know you've got to get the opposition captain Najam Haq out very early. If you can do that, you're in with a chance. Look, these 2 batters, look, I know that Srikanth, he can play pretty well. Aparo, we know, he's done pretty well as well. You've got Joshi that can come in and give it the long handle. So they still have what it takes to get that at 90, but up until that last over, they just haven't got any acceleration in, and that's what they need to do here now. Get the acceleration. You see he's looking for the wide there, not using his feet. Foot to the ball and give it a crack. That's what's it got to do here now. They didn't bat. They didn't start too positively. They didn't really try and go after the bowling early, and that's what leaves them now in this situation where really 90 probably looks to be the best they can probably aim for.
Shazil Afzal getting another chance at the bowling crease, which I'm very happy about, Rico. The young man had a few problems taking the second over in the first game today. Actually hasn't got a bad action, to be honest. Gets the front arm up reasonably high. Do a little bit of straightening of the right arm in terms of its position coming through near the ear, but either way, I'd love to see him get another chance at the bowling crease to try to rectify the difficulties he had in the first game. Almost ended up with a wicket as that ball's just been swung high. Too short for Jamal Bajwa, who's coming in from the long on position, but nice start for him. Only 1 run off his first 3 balls.
Yeah, he'd be happy with this. His captain would be pretty satisfied as well. Najam Haq is probably now toying in his mind who to use when for the remaining overs. And that's not a good ball, and that will go under the keeper and may go all the way to the boundary. It will do. And that is a massive bonus in the way this match is poised at the moment. They can't hit a boundary. To get 5 and have to see this ball being bowled again, it's a huge result. The keeper trying to stop it, but ends up making a bridge. It goes under and goes all the way to the boundary.
It's a nice charitable addition to their total, and after a good start, Afzal's just lost his radar again. The captain, he seems to get an immense amount of swing on the ball, which is a good thing for a young bowler. Maybe it's the skipper. You just need to walk up to him and just say, just put a cross seamer or 2 in just to get your confidence back, get your accuracy back. Don't need to try to swing every single ball. One drifts onto leg. Fielder's going to have to do well to get around from square leg. Doesn't make much of a play on the ball. Sajid Ahmed. That's a boundary 4, and Hissingens just creeping up. They're now 53 for 3.
Well, Sajid Ahmed doesn't get much play on the ball, but normally gets into play with Diana out there. Diana, she sees the player coming away and gives him a little smile. That's our Diana, the ECM photographer. There's certainly some excellent, not just this one goes through. He's missed out on this, hasn't it? That should have been sent to the boundary as well. Yeah, go back to Diana, take some terrific shots. And is putting some pretty nifty videos on there now as well.
Isn't
Is
she?
that what we call them, videos?
Well,
reels.
Look,
Reels.
yeah, I
is the
think
word,
if you want to be down with the kids, Rico, then you've got to use the term reels or stories to make sure they know what's happening. Oh, catching opportunity. Poor Afzal, after the tough day that he's had at the office with the ball, really could have done with taking a wicket there. That's a pretty poor drop. I think that might have been Haroon Sadai down there at third man. He's banished back to the boundary to collect the wicket-keeper's helmet as punishment for dropping what he should have taken. And Rico, take us through what's happening in the Valletta Cup in Malta tomorrow.
Yeah, day 2 of 6 tomorrow. So Malta in action against Romania. That will be an interesting match for me. Gibraltar, it's not going to get any easier for them. They're up against the Czech Republic, a team that they have the beast in their side. And then we see Bulgaria, they're getting into action as well. And then here, we're looking forward to this. We'll go back to that graphic in a moment. United and Loma start off with. That's a really good stop from the fielder. The batters do well and take 2 from it. But this is all about coming in, charging in, looks to be taking the catch, not able to, but makes the stop. Yeah, United Loma to start off with tomorrow. So Loma hoping to continue their good run and put more misery maybe on United. United searching for the first win, and this one, well, it goes straight onto the stumps, and the batter is saying surely this is a no ball. Well, I don't think this is.
I'll tell you what, it must have dropped by a mile if it is.
Look, this hits sort of halfway up the stumps. Keep an eye on this. Well, actually, no, I think that is a no ball. It has been called, so it was called by the square leg umpire. Yeah, I would go with that call. I mean, it has dipped, but it's sort of dipped a lot after it's gone past the batter. Yeah, this is a no ball. It has to be. And there you go. Yeah, no ball will be a free hit. You see there again, look, no doubt about it. It's no ball. And you can see the batter hasn't charged out of his crease either. So that is the correct call.
That's a great call from Adnan there at square leg.
Yeah.
Look, the ball's actually hit towards the base of the stumps. So at first viewing from our position here, long off, it's hard to believe that it would have passed it waist high. But that's an excellent decision.
Yeah, superb. It's nice to see that the umpires working well as a team. Adnan and Sagar, and then I think they would have gone to the square leg as well. And so I think Rafi Ahmed would have said, yep, that is definitely a no ball. So free hit coming up here.
He's giving the ball a lot of flight. This over, struck down the ground, and that's going to dribble across for a boundary. Hissingen's just keeping themselves in the game, helped by the occasional bit of wayward bowling from Loma, and just the boundaries coming every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that 5 wide, didn't we, earlier? And then we've seen this no ball, then followed by 4 runs. And this one has been absolutely smashed. He's given that some welly as this one gets muscled over the mid-wicket boundary. And that goes all the way. Wait for it. Here it comes. And it's a bit of a boom. Shakalaka.
Yeah, nice shot from Rakesh. Just as we said, it's not just the occasional boundary, it's the occasional Maximo that is keeping this Hissingen's total moving forward. Now up to 67. Only 3 wickets down. It's just a matter of not having a huge amount of balls left to go, but some big lusty hitting. They could end up 95 or thereabouts if they push very hard. Srikanth takes the first one quickly. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, these two getting the acceleration in. I mean, Srikanth has motored away, and Aparo, we know that he can give the ball a good whack as well. So really putting the pressure on the spinner here, Rez Ahmed. He has been expensive. He did get that prize wicket of Ramakrishna. Delicately played. Fielder does well, keeps his eye on it. Just keeps it to a single.
Well, after dropping that catch last over, Sadai very, very careful and taking that next one that goes down to his third man position. Big news in the YouTube chat too.
Oh yeah,
we've just had the first entry today of Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandhu.
No, hello Vinny. I'll be interested to hear what he has to say. Edge and got to make the stop. Does. Well done, clean hands. Makes amends, doesn't he, off the drop catch with 2 fine bits of fielding. So come on, what's Maximo have to say?
Well, it's the end of the over. Hissingen's now 70 for 3 after 8 overs. Srikanth 22. Aparal is on 5 off 3. Sandu, he's there for the donkey drops. That's what he's here for, and he's had a few to look at today if he goes and makes his way through the coverage.
Yeah, there's been plenty of action today, Maxie. I suggest you just go back and have a look at some of the highlights. And that last match between these two provided us with everything. It was sensational. And, you know, it weren't just donkey drops. We saw some marvellous catching as well.
Well, we saw an amazing fielding effort from Malmahus in particular earlier today. They were exceptional. But we had to summarise that last game for Maximo, Rico, as we just see Haroon Sadai coming in with his little left armers. That one's just a touch outside the wide line. What would the headlines be? A player falling over the rubbish bin, trying to take a catch for a 6. Player failing to take their protector out and almost getting hit with it. It would hurt most as Sendai just pitches that one onto leg stump, swung around to leg side.
Well, I think the bin one is a magical moment. And the fact that Richardson's managed to catch it on camera as well, because it's not the easiest one to catch, because you're really having to swing the camera right round to catch it.
That one's floated outside off stump. Top edge, and that one's easily taken. First wicket for a little while. That was a pretty useful partnership. And it looks like it's Irfan Mahmood out there who's taken a solid grab after a few of the dropped catches we've seen in the last few games. We'll congratulate him for cleanly taking that one. And much needed wicket for Loma. Those two, Srikanth and Sudhir Aparo, had batted pretty well up until that point. Essingans lose their 4th wicket and 72 runs on the board.
Yeah, good bit of bowling there from Sediai. Gets the wicket. Look, you were talking about those moments. Don't forget that ball, that one ball that was an absolute shocker from Riaz Ahmed, which was bounced halfway down the track. And the batter missed it, and he got a wicket. It was that to look at as well. It was quite amazing. Yeah, and it's not done yet either.
Speaking of ineptitude, we also had that ball just once again outside the wide line. A little bit of a delayed call from the umpire, but the little mini jazz hands signalling wide from Sadai. We also had Irfan Mahmood in the field. 3 balls bounce over his hands to go over the boundary, including amazing one off the final over.
Yep.
It's just so many highlights in the one game. Some good cricket too. As one's dragged from outside leg stump. Tickles it around and they'll manage to take 2. Good bit of running as Joshi really pushes to get back on strike.
Yeah, well, good running and not the best bit of fielding from the first fielder. That should have stopped this. Here we go, going for the feet again. It's not what we like to see. And, well, Rohit Kumar, have a word with him, sort him out. Kumar's got his act together now in the field. Well, this one, he'll probably, well, it's called a no ball. I think it was 50-50 whether this does catch any off the pitch or not. The umpire decides it doesn't. And he's probably right. It probably misses the blue completely. We're right on the edge. So no ball is called. You can see also there it's quite difficult for umpire Adnan Gill to actually see it properly because it's in the way. So free hit.
And morally, that was such a bad ball. I'm comfortable with it being called a no ball. Najam Haque, I think he's actually put his foot on the boundary rope, and great sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Already signals for. It's excellent from the captain from Loma.
Yeah, it does really well. It's happened right in front of us here. And before I could say a word, you see the captain himself is automatically said, no, that's 4 runs, and appreciated by the Hissingen players as well.
Nothing that he doesn't do that just doesn't have an element of cool about it, does it? As that one goes through to the keeper. Not cleanly gloved, but Najam Haque, even when he's signalling 4 after mistakenly putting his foot on the boundary line, it's just calm, casual, just a certain panache about the way he goes about things.
Just looks the part, doesn't he? I mean, look, trying to get to the 90. Well, that's a good leave. Well left. They'll take the wide. That's where they want to try and get to. That would be a good recovery. When you think at the halfway point there were 30, so it means that they've got certainly doubled what they were going at in the first 5. They're not quite there yet.
Well, Sediai doing his best to incur a penalty here for taking too long to bowl the innings, but That's going to take a little bit of time to collect that ball as well, because it's been smoked over the long on boundary for 6.
Yeah, this is a good hit, isn't it? I mean, it's just waits on it, smashes it down over the ground. The umpires will come together, so if there are any penalties to come on, we'll know that now. But that score now has moved along to 87. So you just think, if they can remember in the first match, the last over, I think, went for around about, it was a magical one. I think 23 comes to mind, and it was bowled by the captain, Jim Huck. And that's when all the errors crept in as well in the field. If they can get an over like that in here now and get past 100, they've done extremely well. I mean, already to be in the 80s here at this stage with 6 balls to go. They've got to push on though here. Now 90 would be a remarkable uplift in their push to get to a decent score. Certainly, like I say, 30 for 2 at the end of 5. So they really have doubled the scoring rate. So they've got to run here and run hard. They do. And maybe still be looking to go again. But the captain is forever vigilant. It just will be the one by.
Watching Mohsin Ahmed's efforts with the gloves the last few overs, I'm still slightly amazed that he managed to affect the stumping off the bowling of Raiz Ahmed, but he came up with the most crucial play of the day as the skipper Hart comes in for the final over. Good couple of balls to start. A note, Rico, from the over-by-over analysis, first 5 overs of this innings, not one of them went to double figures. On the other hand, the last 4 have all ended up in double figures, 11, 13, 16 and 12. Gets that one a little bit closer to off stump, and it's beautifully struck. That is a fantastic shot. Srikanth drills it through the covers for 4.
This is delightful. It's not far off the shot of the day from Srikanth. Just all along the deck, and 4 runs against one of the better bowlers in the Loma side. So the captain, Najam Huck, goes for 4. And score now just 2 away from 90. What a remarkable recovery it has been.
Finds off stump again. Oh, Suada, he's had his struggles down there at third man. That's probably a little bit tougher than the catch he dropped last time. Just checking to see that he still has 8 fingers and 2 thumbs on the hand. Confirmed that he does. Fortunately, can't use them to affect the catch. And tried to catch that with his wrists, which is not a recipe for success. Hark finds the bottom of the stumps almost. It's a nice ball right in the block hole.
Yeah, I think the non-striker had the right idea. Srikanth just to go. I think he should have gone to try and get back to the other end and just take on the wicket keeper. He does take it cleanly, but I think you've got to try and get back on strike. He will definitely go here. He certainly will take 1. Well, they are going for 2, and they probably will get there. Or will they? Well, this is run out. This has got to be the slowest throw back at the stumps to get a run out. He sort of underarms it back, and the ball, well, it went at no pace at all. Have a look at this. What do you reckon, in or out?
I think he's probably just in. Let's see, Rico. Srikanth pushed hard. The second didn't slide his bat brilliantly, but there you go. I think he's just in, and I've got a smug look on my face for calling that one early.
Just made it in, didn't he? And they do finish, in that case, with a couple of runs on the board. Just having a look at that score. And
I think it's 96 for 4. We'll get that confirmation from the scorer's box in a moment. Pretty good over from Hark to finish off there, Rico. Only went for 8 and defending the last balls. Did well, the skipper. It's pretty interesting innings and has ended up in a much better place from Hissingens than might have thought to begin with. They continue to swing hard early, but it didn't pay off for them. Yolani, he went early again, and it looked like Loma was going to keep them to a very meagre total, as they did against Ariana in the second game yesterday. Brought Gokul, the skipper, to the crease much earlier than he would have wanted, but he heaved across the line, and the top of his off stump was taken by Jamal, who bowled a couple of useful overs at the start of the innings.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Jamal Bajwa, he's been my pick of the bowlers today. He's been tidy. He's got the ball in the right areas. He's got wickets, and he hasn't bowled too many extras. This one was sent packing. There was a few big hits that we saw early on, and it was one that Ramakrishna, while he was there, did manage to get out of the middle of his bat. This one escaped, but then there was some fine bit of bowling to get him out. I mean, the spinner, Raiz Ahmed, was hit for a big one down the ground, and then he came back with this one, and our man there gets a stumping. And Mohsin Ahmed in the act.
That's the play of the day, Rico. I don't think he gloved anything throughout the innings cleanly aside from that one ball, but he's managed to affect the stumping of one of the most destructive batters in the entire group. It's a huge play from him and a really good bit of bowling from Raiz. Afzal struggled with his control a little bit, but should have had a wicket there. Poor Haroon. He had a tough time, and it wasn't this an amazing moment. Raiz clean bowling Shrikant, but called a no ball for being a full toss above the waist, and it was a great call from umpire Adnan.
Yeah, it was a great call, and there were magical moments there that certainly did help Hissington. We saw that for them when they couldn't get any runs on the board, the 5 wides. Then there was a couple of no balls that they were able to dispatch to the boundary. And Shrikant, I think he'll be very happy with his performance. He certainly did bat really well. That one was the 4 that was signalled straight away by the coolest man on the pitch, who'll be hoping to go out there and do a little bit of this, and that's a hit a few boundaries himself. And this one, unfortunately, it's that man again, Haroon, who just couldn't hold on to it. Went to take that one, fingers pointing up this time. The time before, fingers pointing down. And then right at the end of this, it does hit the stumps, but not out was the verdict. So good hustle there in the end from Hissington, and Joshi was that man out there once more. And he was not out for 4. And up rope, it was Shrikant, 39 of 24, was the only one that, along with Ramakrishna early on, to get some valuable runs on the board. But those extras, that's going to be a worrying factor as well. 16 of them, 11 wides, quite a few no balls, and 3 wides.
Yeah, full credit to Rakesh Shrikant. He's one of the less storied players in this Hissington's lineup, but he's really shone today. 39 of 24, held the innings together when there was a chance that they might be run through by the Loma bowling attack. We'll have a look at that attack. Great stuff from the captain again up the top. Najam Hark bowling the first and last over. He had 1 for 14. Ofar Mahmood, no wickets, but once again pretty tight, as was Jamal Bajwa. 1 for 8, and then Raiz Ahmed. He was expensive, 27 off his 2 overs, but he did get the crucial wicket of Ramakrishna.
Yeah, that's I think you take that at that point when you know that Ramakrishna is the one that, if he's still there, can take this score up to around about the 130, 140 mark. Single-handedly getting him out there at that time when he was looking to explode was important. So the win probability, you got Loma here 81%, and I'm gonna disagree with that slightly, because I think that if Hissington, now they've got the runs on the board, if they can get the early wicket off the captain, Najam Haq, I think they're very much in the hunt.
Yeah, certainly. Having a look at the YouTube chat, and Graham Holmes and Ricky Adams have both said exactly the same, Rico. Essentially, if Haq stays in there for long enough, this is going to be an easy chase, whereas if he goes early, then it's going to be an uphill battle for Loma. We'll be back in a couple of minutes here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan with Rico Full. We will take you through the concluding stage of this game. The second innings coming up. Hissington's 96 for 4 on the board, so 97 to win for Loma Cricket Club. European cricket fans, we know there's many of you out there across the world. Thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network as we reach the concluding stages of Tuesday's games here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. It is the ECS Landskrona event brought to you by FanCode. Had some great contests and plenty of entertainment across the course of today, and expecting to see fireworks in this chase as Lomma pursue Hissingen's total of 96 for 4, so their target 97 runs in 10 overs, and much of it will come down to the skipper Najam Haque, who has been in blistering form across this tournament to date. If he can stick around for 5 or 6 overs, then you suspect a large part of this target will be pursued, and he can leave a minimum amount of work for the middle and lower order to take them to victory. Man, who's also incredibly impressive on a regular basis, Rob Kemming, taking his golf cart around the outside at quite some speed. He's a man of action, a man who lives a fast-paced lifestyle, and enjoying his trip around the Landskrona Oval today. Great to see him getting in front of his fans as he circumnavigates the ground. He's done a great job with the tosses. Also today, Rob shows an exhibition of control over that Swedish krona coin that is unsurpassed within cricket officiating. And a man who shows plenty of control as well. It is Joshi coming into bowl at the first over, as he has tended to do for Hissingens throughout this event. Very useful right-arm pacer. He's taken consistent wickets in the opening overs. The one that they treasure the most, Najam Haque, standing at the non-striker's end at the moment. Good start, just drifting from outside off stump, tailing in towards off stump, and it's neatly tucked around by Irfan Mahmood, who's opening the batting with Haque. Ultimately, he will probably be a bit part player for so long as the skipper is out there. He's hit with a level of consistency that we have rarely seen here on the European Cricket Network this year. But much rests on his very broad shoulders if Lomma are to pursue this 97-run target. Does not hold back, but that's a nice delivery from Joshi. Just tailing away from the right-hander, probably the perfect ball for a right-arm pacer to bowl to Haque. Really doesn't give the batsman too much in terms of too much width or too many easy half-trackers. Haque charges down. Joshi's gotten pretty unlucky. That's not a bad ball whatsoever. That ends up squeezing it out to wide of third man, and Haque gets moving with a 4. It's not his most solid shot of today's play, or this tournament for that matter, but it ends up as a 4. That must be some piece of willow he's got. Just about everything he touches just rockets off the bat. Joshi going for 5 runs off his first 3 balls. He'll feel a little bit hard done by. It was a nice piece of bowling. Tries to go back to length, a little bit leg stump. Could be disappointed that he missed out. There's the fielder there. Backward of square, not too far off the 45 on the leg side, but absolutely no other protection in that region. Decent length ball, swung straight down the ground, and Haque returns to normal service, just bludgeons a second boundary off this over. He is rocking and rolling, 8 off 4, as we welcome another man who's very much rock and roll lifestyle, Rico Full, back to the commentary box.
Yeah, it's well, normal action, if you like, for Najam. The only thing that I will say, we've seen this a number of times from the start of his innings. When he does hit straight, hits very straight. I still think that they could move long on, maybe a lot straighter, and just get him in play with those shots early on. If you get him early, it can make all the difference.
the end of the day, not a bad over from Joshy. Goes for 9 off the first. Look at the best batting strike rates in Group B. Ramakrishna sitting at the top with 277. But I guess Hark is the man who's played match-winning innings across the course of this tournament. Padanaiku was very impressive earlier today, or earlier in the tournament for Malmo Hills. He's at 224, but those two at the top have put some distance behind the chasing pack.
Yeah, it's a very, very sort of firepower, master blasting batting we've seen from Ramakrishna. Not at his best today, but well, Najam Haq, he certainly has been, and he's still going. He's out there at the moment. Padanaiku being good, Gupta as well, and Malidi as well, also from Malmahus.
Quite indicative there, Rico, that Malmahus, they've got the depth in their batting lineup, so they've got 3 of the top 5 there, whereas Hark and Ramakrishna somewhat more carrying these two sides. As he tries to give himself a little bit of room outside off stump. It's just played directly to the fielder.
Just wondering whether teams will start looking at Loma. High flying at the moment, of course, 3 from 3, and saying, right, whenever maybe Najam is not on strike, we just squeeze. We put the squeeze on the other batters and try to get them to get past us. And this one, well, again, not the best bit of fielding. I like to see Santi Mankad really sliding in here and trying to stop this, but he's relying on trying to get his foot on the ball, and he's not managed to do it. And yeah, look, got to get the slide in.
Full credit to Mahmood though. It's a lovely shot, just rocked onto the back foot. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just used the pace of Karma's ball. Nice shot. Loma 13 for none after 1.2. Wide ball from camera in response.
Yeah, it's come up. The ball here, and he needs to try and support Joshy a little. Joshy's first over, not a bad one. 9 came off it.
Zigzag bowling of Kama, and Mahmood's playing a nice supporting hand at the moment. Clocked off a boundary earlier in the over, and just tickles that one to square leg for a single. Gets Hark back on strike.
Yeah, I mean that's the point I think I want to elaborate on. So that one there, just you got a fielder in close, and you're just basically saying, right, every time that the captain Najam Haq is not on strike, we're really going to put the squeeze. If then the non-striker, sorry, not the non-striker, if then that the other batters, whoever they are, decide to try and go over the top, so be it. But don't give them the single to get Najam on strike, because otherwise, once he gets on strike, he does hammer it. Hammers it straight down the ground. And big hit once more. And that's what he's so good at. Once he gets his range. Look, see, this one is pretty distance away from his body. He doesn't get his feet across a lot when he's playing these shots. And the ball outside the off stump, but gets plenty of power. And that's one thing he does have, power.
Oh, there's so much wrong with the footwork, but there's so much right about how the way the ball comes off his bat. This is just incredibly consistent striking, and it's just hard to overstate how good he has been across these 2 days. That ball tails into his pads. That does seem to be his weakness when he's playing the more traditional shot, which requires flicking through mid-wicket or behind square, but he's hitting the boundary so regularly to anything else that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he does hit it really well.
Zigzag run of Kama. Good full ball. Mahmood's driven it out to mid-off, and that's exactly the point that you were referencing before, Rico. That's twice they've allowed a single just through pretty sensible conservative batting, as Loma end up 23 for none after 2 overs. But a more attacking field set there, you'd probably cop the odd one that goes through to the boundary as a result of beating the infield if you can just keep half off strike for half an over. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, in that case, you think that's good, because if it is the case of that coming up to last ball in the over, then you do push back, because then you say, yeah, you can have it. Loma, they're at the top, and whoever wins this match out of these two will stay at the top to the end of today. Loma looking to make it 4 out of 4. Remember, in Group A, Evergreen, they were the unbeaten team. They won all their 8 matches. And Loma, well, the team making the debut, wouldn't they love to do the same? It's a good start from Joshy, and there's that little touch again. This is so frustrating, I think, for people that are watching, that are supporting Hissingens, because, I mean, Gokul Srinivasan is an experienced captain, and you can see here from that shot, you know that's exactly all he's trying to do. A defensive push, takes a single, and now says to his captain, there you go, you can get us the 10, or in this case now 9 and over that we need with just a couple of shots. He goes for it. It's a safe shot. It's over the top of the infield on the offside, and still, of course, in the power play. Only 2 men allowed out, so that's a safe shot to play and a good shot to play. It's away from his body once more, so he doesn't get the amount of power required to send it all the way over the ropes to the boundary, but certainly gets enough to get it over the infield.
Just doesn't matter, does it, Rico? Even when he mishits a ball, it still ends up going for 4. The odd thing about the field placings is that earlier in the tournament, Hissingens were operating with both a short cover and a short mid-wicket as Joshy comes in high off the bat handle, but it's still going for a mighty Maximo. Joshy drops short, Haag smokes him backward of square for a 6, but they had the short fielders in both at short cover and short mid-wicket, so it's a strange thing that they're just prepared to allow the singles for Mamu, who's a fine batsman in his own right, but ultimately this is the man you need to keep off strike as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good shot there. You saw that Joshy sees that Huck is charging him and bangs a shorter one in, but certainly just doesn't have the pace really to get it past him.
Well, he swung that backward of square again. It's only a 4 this time. It's about the only good news for Joshy that it's not a Maximo. And his figures after a very consistent tournament to date are getting obliterated.
Yeah, and you can see Joshy, once he delivers that, he turns around disappointed with himself. And this one, does it find its way into the net? Just wide of that post. And doesn't get any bonus points for that one, as you can see that Joshy having a conversation there.
I'm now up to 28 off 10. I've got to ask, Ray, you've seen a lot of hitters over the last couple of years. And I suggest there's probably been some more cultured strikers of a cricket ball across various ECS events. I don't know how many that I've seen who are hitting this hard and with this level of consistency as Haag has across these games early on, as he just swings a ball that he had no right to take straight down the ground, was completely out of position for, and has just whipped the wrists around in time to play an exquisite straight drive, or straight slog more correctly.
Yeah, I mean, look, the way I'll answer your question, I mean, it's going to sound quite ironic, really, because Najam Al-Haq is the man out there doing the batting. He reminds me very much of Nazm Al-Haq, who we saw, or I saw for the first time in Venetia last year. And when Nazm Al-Haq was in form, the captain of Venetia, this was the sort of thing that he was doing. And it was very much the same. Nazm Al-Haq was the key batter. He was the one that had to perform. And when he performed, they won. The thing was, though, he performed probably 80% of the time, and that's why they went all the way and won the series there in Venetia near Venice. And this man is very similar to him. But then the other question is, as that over comes to an end, it's 42 without loss in the power play. So another very good power play here from Loma. The other thing is, it's just in this series alone, we've seen such good hitting. I mean, just in Group B, Umar Nawaz, didn't he hit the ball really well? And we've seen it there from Patanak as well. Clean hitter of the ball. And this man here just doing better than all of them at the moment, I think, because I think he knows the importance of his knock. Najam Haq, he knows that really he's the only big hitter in the side. He performs, they win. Hissingens have to try and get him out. And there's that single again. It's just front foot forward, bat on ball, take the single. And now they're up against the cosh once more.
Yeah, good stuff from Mahmood, though. Take nothing away from him. He is really working the singles very nicely, looking very comfortable out there for his 9 off 7, in making sure that Haag doesn't have to wait too long in between deliveries. When a guy is in this sort of form, the last thing you want to do is what they did in the last innings and having sit there for 5 minutes not facing a ball.
Yeah. Come on, he's moving his long on a bit. Not a lot, but a bit straighter.
Finally, he managed to get one through. That is the one spot it feels like he has a weakness or just does not really have the shape to play the shot, doesn't it, Rico? When he does hit to the leg side almost squarish, it's still a bit of a swipe across the pad.
Yeah, we've seen that a number of times with him.
Drilled back at Karma. Can't take the catch, but fortunately still got all of his fingers in one place.
This was smashed hard, wasn't it? It went like a rocket. Karma
Well,
just sort of shows who's captain. They're still all there, don't worry. Gokul. Now maybe here Gokul is starting to think, right, okay, he's coming a little bit more. I think mid-wicket probably still is too far. But he's walking in, looking to attack. And then, well, a nice shot played. I've got to say, this is good cricket from Mahmood. You can see that what the field are doing. He gets a width, though, doesn't he? And he throws the bat at it and plays a very good shot, actually. That's a nice shot for 4.
Yeah, lovely shape. He may have had some width, but he has dispatched that to the boundary with ease. Lovely shot. And he's playing a magnificent supporting role. Gets the big fist pump from his skipper. And these two are looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable indeed. I mean, see that rate is going down and down. At the end of every over, it goes down a notch. And now you see it's just over the 7 mark, or just under the 8, I should say, more likely. But I'm sure that would change by the end of this over. That's a wide. There's still 2 balls to be bowled in it. And once it gets to sort of around about 6, then it's just comfort zone really for Loma.
Another wide one. Mahmood flashes. No chance of reaching it. It swings wide outside of off stump. Not a bad ball from Akama, just slightly off with his radar.
Yeah, that's a good call from the umpires. They have been very consistent. Kama, just frustration, I think, from the way things are going in this match.
That's a nice ball. Just jags off the surface. Dot, but Mahmood pretty happy to play a patient game at the moment. He knows that for so long that his skipper's there, that they will chase this target with ease, and he certainly wants to be there in case Hark ends up losing his wicket. It's driven nicely down the ground. Mahmood getting some confidence. He's now farming the strike. That's the end of the over. Loma, 51 for none after 4 overs. That is an excellent start, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly is. Be a good opportunity to see how things are going in Malta. And this is where we are here now. So this is the, looks like match number 3 that's on the way. Gibraltar batting first against Hungary. And 41 for 2. And certainly getting in plenty of cricket at the moment on this international European scene.
Good to see a red Ferrari on the pictures. K Ferrari, not the car Ferrari. He's built for comfort, not speed, irrespective, but certainly batting well out there in Malta at the moment. As we see the protractor, he is a phenomenal cricketer, isn't he, Kedapal?
Yeah, and it's somebody else we know very well as well. The umpire there, Shub Navjot Singh.
Wide ball again. Heskins in their desperation to try to take the ball away from the hitting zones of these Loma batsmen. Just losing control from time to time. This is Ravikumar Nanjundaswamy.
No, Nangasamy. Remember Nanga? Nanga for naked. You're not gonna let him live that down. So Nangasamy comes on to bowl.
He's done a decent job for his skipper with the ball from time to time in this tournament. They're not the most penetrative bowler that they've got within the Hissingins lineup, but he's been solid. Mahmood beaten by a lovely seed. Well, hasn't he responded to being called not particularly spectacular? That's a great nut.
Oh, this is a Jaffa, isn't it? Look at it. Look at the shape on that, and then getting the movement away. Beautiful delivery.
Doing well to get an edge on that. That is a cracker of a ball. Mahmood, he's pretty non-flustered though. Looks like he's staying relaxed at the crease. Just needs to get his skipper back on strikes. One of these times where the skipper's had a few balls at the non-striker's end. And that's just popped past Gokul, the skipper. Thought he was in with a chance of a catch, and they could have done with sending one of these two back to the pavilion.
Yeah, they get the single that they desperately want, just out of the reach from Gokul. Now, I think you'll see them spread.
Oh. Haven't seen too many balls that Huck doesn't think he can hit for 6, but he's finally decided that one was far too much out of his reach and allows it to go by through for a wide call.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You can see the plan from Landskrona. He's getting the ball, trying to get it in, just squeeze it in that guideline for a wide for the umpires. And in the air, huge moment in the match. And it goes down. And that is the one that they needed. That is the one that could have changed everything. The keeper going after it, Sudhir Apro, just couldn't get the gloves onto it. And the chance goes down.
I know you're always a fan of the keeper taking catches, Rico, but you've got a man who is there at the 45 on the leg side. He's only got to take about 5 steps in. He's facing the ball the whole way.
Yeah. He's got to get the call on it. He doesn't. You can see he's shying away from it, which means the keeper has to go. Oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty of a delivery. Yeah, beats Mahmood again. The important thing is he's getting the dot balls, and then Apro finds that he's got a bit of sticky tape on his gloves and can't release the ball.
But he wishes he had the stickiness in his gloves on the previous ball when there was the catching opportunity. Mahmood just looks like he's lost a touch of confidence here. Just stroking the singles so nicely beforehand. It's a pretty tidy over from Jundaswamy. Mama, they sit at 55 for none after 5 overs. The equation very much in their favour. 42 runs required off the last 5 overs, so a required run rate of only 8.4. And Rico, they're certainly in control at the moment, and they'll be happy to have gotten through the first 5 overs without losing a wicket as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in perfect control, and I think when you're controlling the match the way that they are, when you do get a good over in like that, which only went for 4 runs for Landskrona, it's not going to bother you too much because you're still thinking, okay, the rate has just gone up a tad, but all it's done is gone from around about 7 to back up to 8. They can afford to get a couple of good overs in, and I think you've seen that from the way that Irfan Mahmood batted in that over. He was quite happy to just play a little bit defensively and to say, well, it's important I don't give my wicket away. We've got this game really very much. We won it. The opportunity was there, though, when Nadam Huck skies one up and it doesn't get taken.
New over coming in. Big swing, as always, from Huck. Played and missed. There's a nice ball just tailing away outside the off-star. Skathikian Savandanam. How's my pronunciation on that one, Rico?
Savandanam, I think you did pretty well. First up.
Another one outside off stump. Doesn't time it as well as some of the others, but he still finds the boundary. Just continues to not only find the gaps, but play with immense power. That ball's just come off the bottom toe end of his bat, and yet he's still stroked it to the boundary.
Yeah, he hit it firmly. This time it's all about piercing the field. And it's one way to welcome a new bowler into the attack. Simandanam.
Well, that one's been pumped straight down the ground. No matter the efforts of Kumar on the long on boundary, unless he was about 15 foot tall, he's not catching that. Another 6 to the books of Hark.
Yeah, full toss, and he's going to put those away in his sleep if he has to. Smashes it straight down the ground, and that goes into his opposition's team camp.
Well, he's mistimed that slightly. Fielder Ramakrishna's come charging in. He's made a gutsy play at the ball. Just parries it away for a single. Good effort from him. That was struck hard, and he's only just reached it on the half volley.
Yeah, it was firmly struck, wasn't it? And it doesn't get the uplift on it. And you said Ramakrishna not quite able to complete the catch.
Short ball outside the off stump. It's easy pickings for Mahmood, who will gleefully take the single and get his skipper back on strike. His skipper's within one strike of yet another half century here. Loma 67 for none. Final ball coming up in this 6th over. Equation now down to 30 runs off this final 25 balls. Big swing from Hark across the line. Manages to drag a dot ball. Good news for Hisingins is that will bring Mahmood onto strike for the first ball the next over. Hark sitting at 45 off 19. Mahmood going a run and ball for 16, and Loma a 67 for none after 6.
Yeah, I'm noticing that the captain is keeping himself out of the attack, Gokul Srinivasan. Just wondering, he's the only one that may be, I know he's had his issues and he can stray down the leg side, but he's the only one that probably could just keeping the pace off the ball, get the right line in and maybe make things happen. If he's going to come on the bowl, it would have to, well, for me, it would have been after that over from Nungaswamy, which was a good one.
Well, he
Not
continues.
backing himself.
Mahmood charges down the pitch. Just needs to keep his head now, Mahmood. He's gotten a little bit frustrated just as he's lost his rhythm in these last few overs. Doesn't need to press unnecessarily. They'll easily do this for so long as Hark's out there.
Yeah, I think our pro for me has to stand up here because, oh, this is a lovely shot. It's going to have to do something to stop this. They're not going to be able to. 4 runs down the ground. And Mahmood, he's been able to bat with luxury, isn't he? One luxury he's got is he's got his captain at the other end that even if he does afford to play a few dot balls out, etc., can make up for that in 2 shots. And secondly, with the keeper standing back, he's got the freedom of walking around outside his crease. So you've got to apply a bit of pressure.
No pressure being applied there from Nanjundaswamy. It was a wide ball. Pretty good job from Upperal, the keeper, to keep that in front of him. It bounced at an awkward height.
Yeah, I think if you got the confidence, you get the lid on and stand up and say, right, I'm right here. You try something, and that's one thing they haven't tried at the moment. This is going to be another wide, just the ball swinging away a little bit too much. And, there's one thing that perhaps we haven't seen too much of from the keepers here today. We were saying that in the matches earlier as well, with the way that some of the batting was being done, that you just get the keeper to stand up and put the pressure on. And Gupta was the man that was batting well outside his crease. And the problems here now mounting up. They're just giving these runs away, and it looks like they're almost like giving the match away at the same time. And Nungaswamy is having all sorts of problems. So yeah, just maybe try something different. You try something new bowlers. It doesn't work. You try. I mean, the skipper could have come on earlier for me. And you say to the keeper, look, it's worth a try. Stand up. Let's see if we can put a bit of pressure on the batter. Just something else to think about.
Pretty good first over from Njundaswamy, and he's finally taken a wicket. Mahmood probably amazed that he's actually had a ball on the stump, swung wildly, gets a top edge, and it's gone out there to the fielder at third man. He bowled a good over. Njundaswamy only went for 4, the 5th over the innings, but he's had serious location problems in this over. Mahmood will probably be a bit disappointed with that shot, neatly taken by Sriram Sridhar down there at third man, and the first wicket on the board for Loma Cricket Club. Day 74 for 1 after 6.3 overs.
Yeah, and I think as the same as we've said before, this is now the opportunity for me where I think Hissingens, more so than before, really do have to try and cramp the new batter. And for me, that means maybe just have one man protecting out on the offside, and where you've got Gokul that's in close, get 2 in close, 2 right next to each other. So maybe I'd bring up the long off into the circle, put the pressure on, and just basically you're saying to the new batter, okay, we're going to make you score the runs. We're not going to let you get the single to try and get your captain on strike, and you do that up until the 5th ball, and after that you push everyone back when you want him to take the single.
Jundaswamy continues.
Yeah,
Tails it back in, but just an easy single allowed.
Criminal. That's criminal for me. It really is.
Ball fired back in by Kama, but utterly useless at that point. They've already switched the strike. Hart gets back on. He's 45 off 20. He's had to wait a little while to try to bring up his half ton. I'm sure he won't waste any time now that he's back on strike. And Jundaswamy has got some task to try to stop the rampaging skipper. Oh, throws one straight into his zone, swiped across to mid-wicket. It's not the 6 that he needed for the 50, but it's pretty close to it. Hark reaches 49, and Loma race along to 79. They only need a further 18 runs.
And skipper is just making and taking full advantage of the mini lapses here, and probably some of the tactics being deployed by Hissingens. And pretty sure that he's going to be absolutely delighted to bring up this 50. I can't see him not doing it. Batted really well in the first match when he scored 81 off 30 deliveries.
Just watches that one dismissively go down the leg side. Jundaswamy sent down a few extras in this over already. He's had a good first over from him, just hasn't been able to back it up with the second. Stressful times bowling to this man, Najam Hark. He's hit that high, the skipper's underneath it, it's still going to be an awkward catch. He puts in a performative dive but gets nowhere near it, and Hark continues to ride his luck to a certain extent, and that's a fairly unglamorous way for him to bring up the half century. Would have had all money on him to bring it up with a maximum, but as it is, he'll take the one happily. And have a look at tomorrow's schedule for the Valletta Cup. Rico, some cracking contests coming up.
Yeah, Malta versus Romania. Malta on a high at the moment. Gibraltar versus Czech Republic. Gibraltar playing against Hungary at the moment right now. Bulgaria, Hungary. And then also, we've got some good matches, I think, coming up here tomorrow as well. Looking forward to United coming back. Can they be the ones that stop Loma? Because at the moment, it doesn't look like anybody can. And you've got the team that's undefeated against a team that hasn't won any. Then Ariana come back, and they're going to come back. Remember, they had 2 losses to Loma, and they're looking to come back and maybe keep piling on the misery. And Hissingens, as this one is blasted over the fielder as well, and goes for another big 6. And Huck just keeps on hitting. And he's one man. He's the one-man destruction team at the moment. He just plays with so much ease, so much timing. He's given a couple of chances there. We see that wonderful signal again from Sagar Hanif. And does it in style and does it in music as well. Signalling the 6, putting his hands up in the air. And this match is all but over. Just 10 required.
Well, he's brutalised another ball over long off. Poor Nithan down here at long off is getting his daily step count out, having to chase after the balls going a long, long way over the boundary. This continues to be an immense exhibition of hitting. Just going back to those matches for tomorrow, as we start to wind down for an inevitable Loma victory. This has been such a crazy pair of groups, Rico. I'm going to go out on a limb and say United's going to win one of those 2 matches against Loma. Oh, my God. No idea what that ball was. I assume an attempted slow ball from Sivananam, but it has gone so completely wrong.
Well, this is just crazy. What's that been called a wide? I think it's correctly been called a wide, but yeah, that was just, well, that stopped you in your track, didn't it?
He speared it into the leg stump, and Harks adjusted very nicely to it. Flicked it behind square for a boundary, and that is all she wrote. Another stunning innings from him. He ends up undefeated on 66 off only 25 balls. He even rips one to the part of the ground that he hasn't played too many to over this innings. But coming back, yep, I'm going to back United to win one of those 2 matches tomorrow morning. I think they'll get Hark early in one of them, and I think man for man, they can outplay the rest of the Loma lineup. But at the moment, Loma, 4 wins from 4 games. You could certainly pick out plenty of weaknesses they have in their side, whether it's with the bowling, the fielding, or the other 10 batsmen, aside from that man who's signalling to the crowd very, very proudly as one of his teammates takes some reflected glory. But they are 4-0, and you cannot do any more than that.
Yeah, but look, that's a huge call from you. I mean, that is. I mean, I'll wait to see that. But there's our tournament referee, Rob Kemming. He's making his way to the bathrooms, and he's going pretty quickly as well. And this is all about this man here, wasn't it, Najam? He's absolutely on fire. 147 runs he scored. 147! Isn't that the highest break in something?
Whatever it is, he's just doing it with such power, such speed, and such consistency. It's just magnificent hitting to watch, and you could have every team strategy chat you want, but at the end of the day, this man is just showing himself to be a class above any of the bowling that we've seen on display. They certainly had some chances though. A couple of high catches went up, and you cannot afford to give this man Hark more and more chances at the crease. The keeper's looking up the sky saying, I don't know where that's going. He certainly didn't take enough steps to make a play on the catch, and Hark didn't need a second invitation to launch a succession of Maximos. 66 of 25 balls in the end. And you'd even say it wasn't his best timed innings in terms of consistent hitting, but he still ripped it to the boundary with remarkable ease.
Yeah, I mean, he's just class. I love watching him. Again, I've said this before, haven't I? And I said it when Vinod was doing the keeping earlier in his earlier game for Malmahus. And I said, I like players that play well, they try hard, they give 110% for the team, but they enjoy being out there. And this man, he certainly enjoys being out there. And he enjoyed the chances that he gave. There were 1 or 2 chances, if they were taken, especially that earlier one by Upra, the wicketkeeper. You take that chance, you never know, because when you get a big gun out, anything is possible. This was a big gun coming from the bowler. It was very wide, and then there's the one angled into his pads. That's where you can't bowl it to him. Just times it away, 4 runs. And it was, there you go again, you see it for the second time. Goes to the boundary. That is the match. And it's been an emphatic victory for Loma. They've come out here. They won 2 against Ariana. Maybe 1 or 2 people were saying, well, was it just luck? But that man there says, no way was it just luck. It's all about me, baby, all about me. And then 1 or 2 of the team members getting involved as well. Fantastic knock from him. 66 of just 25 deliveries. 147 runs he scored here today. And that's what we got tomorrow. Loma are back first thing in the morning against United, the team that have won 4 against the team that have lost 4. And then later on, Ariana, they've only had 4 matches. They've had 2 wins and then 2 defeats as well. They're looking to come back strong against Hisingen. Hisingen's now, after winning the first 3 matches, have now lost the next 3 on the spin.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a momentum slide to wrestle back to get control of their tournament. Those 2 teams, in fact, have Ariana Cricket Club lost their last 2 to Loma, and now Hisingen's lost 3 on the trot. So that becomes all of a sudden a pair of crucial clashes. And then, as we said, United up against Loma in the morning. I'm picking the upset, Rico. You showed some skepticism, but I think Rashid Mahmood can get his United team up for one big performance against the boys from the northern beaches of Malmo, the Loma team, who have been unstoppable to date. Just a reminder, as we look forward to tomorrow, there is still T20 cricket happening on the European Cricket Network at the moment. So once we finish the coverage here from Landskrona, make sure you tune into that, the Valletta Cup series from Malta, as we begin to wrap up the day's play. It's been another stunning day of T10 cricket, Rico. We've had some fabulous contests and some immense hitting, and once again, it's hard to overstate just how good this man, Najam Hark, has been.
Yeah, I mean, the Captain Marvel, really, hasn't he? Najam Hark. We saw him score a fine 81 of 30 deliveries in the first match between these 2, and he was definitely the deciding factor in that match. In this one, well, maybe not so much, because they only lost the 1 wicket in getting to the target. But once again, Hisingen's not able to bat as well as we know that they can. Their key batters not contributing, and then that is their captain and Ramakrishna. And as a result of that, the captain, Najam Haq, making full advantage of it. We see the bowling figures, and I think the one man who did bowl pretty well was Nungasamy. He took 1 for 18, but all the others found it difficult and hard going. Kama, well, there was that one opportunity which, if it was taken, could have changed things up. But Joshi, he's normally very reliable. Normally always does pick up a wicket or two. He went wicketless, and well, nobody really could chip in there. So it's a comfortable victory, and they've done it in well, with the number of deliveries to go as well. So 15 balls to go. And what can you say, Loma? They're looking to come back tomorrow. They're up against United, and you are saying that United will get one of those victories. Well, look, they definitely do need to get those victories, because they need to get points on the board somehow. Otherwise, they will be the team that will not be making it into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, mark my words, United are specials for a victory tomorrow, Rico. And if they don't win one of those matches, I'll jump naked into the Helsingborg Sea. So you can guarantee it's going to be at least 1-1 for United tomorrow.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. You do that every night anyway. There is no forfeit. You've got to come up with another one. But look, certainly that would be a turn up for the books, you have to say, based on what we've seen so far.
Yep, but I think this Loma team, we know they've got some weaknesses. One of these teams just needs to work out how to dismiss Najum Mahak. He is just brutalising almost every single bowler that he's faced in this event so far. It's been some of the most sustained power hitting I've seen in the history of the European Cricket Series. It's just hard to know how to stop him at the moment, but if teams don't work it out, then Loma could go through this entire event without losing a game.
They could do. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good day for Malmahus. They came out. They had to be strong. They're a team that you also like the look of, and I can understand and see why. I think they've got a good, strong batting lineup. Batters are starting to click. Their captain is becoming in good form. Bowling pretty well as well. The only thing I think they're missing, and we said that, but they're not the only team. We saw that here today in this match. They're missing maybe the spinners, and that's certainly something that Hissingen could have done with in that way. When you've got a batter that's hitting the ball so well, and we saw that with Ariana, didn't we? We saw that with the Sultan, hitting the ball really well. And I think he scored 80 or 90 odd runs and just took the attack apart. And then in the next match, the spinner comes on, Matty, just looped him up and got him out for 6. And sometimes you've got to try that, and maybe that's something that needs to be tried on somebody like Najam Haq. But yeah, Malmahus, they're looking good. They've got a good, strong team. They're now on fire. And the other team is Loma, the team are undefeated at the moment. They're back tomorrow. Malmahus, they got a day to have a bit of a rest. So they will be looking certainly with intent to see just how the other fixtures go. But good opportunity tomorrow for Loma to really cement top place in this group. And of course, when that comes to the quarterfinals, it means that technically they get the easier fixture.
Yep, and great opportunity for United to pick up their first win of the tournament. United specials for a win tomorrow, mark my words. But I think it'd also be interesting. Hopefully we have the Sultan back tomorrow.
Yeah.
He might feel like he's losing his crown as the master blaster of Melbourne regional cricket. He has had the gauntlet laid down to him by Najum Haq. You'd have to say Haq is going to be hard to catch for the most dominant batsman of this Group B side. We've still got Nithan Ramakrishna, who's been immense for most of the tournament. Feels like he was a bit more subdued today. Just some great wielders of the willow in this Group B.
Yeah, I think there's a difference in the way that you see Haq, the way he bats. He seems to bat with a lot of time. He doesn't really have to try and force the ball because he's such a good time with the ball. A little bit like Patanaik, who's another one that times the ball really well. And I think Ramakrishna maybe today was trying to force the ball too much. And when you're trying to force the ball too much, you start slicing it, and then you give your wickets away. It's time for us to say goodbye. It's been another fantastic day of action. It's been another one that has had plenty of runs. So I think those, and on a day where it's been overcast all day long. I mean, it's been very windy. So first of all, I want to say congratulations to all the teams, because under difficult conditions they performed really well. We saw some good matches. We saw some high scores again. I think tomorrow, when we have a look at the rates of runs being scored in the day, it's going to look, it's still going to be around about that 10 mark, which is good. It's still higher than what we saw in 2020 and 21. just been an awesome day. And once again, we saw some excellent fielding and catching as well. It's been a fantastic day.
Yeah, the quality has really started to lift here in Group B. I think it's auguring well for an excellent finish to this ECN's Landskrona event. Remember, we've still got a couple of days of Group B to go. Then we get into finals Friday, and then it all happens in the actual concluding stages on the Saturday. Plenty more great cricket to come. Want to thank everyone who stayed with us, particularly through a couple of delays earlier in the day for a slight power outage. Really appreciate everyone's support and continuing with the coverage then. We've had some great chat on YouTube. Really big thanks to everyone who continues to support us at the European Cricket Network. It's always heartening for Rico and I and the rest of the team to have your support on a daily basis, and we really enjoy bringing you the live coverage here from Landskrona. And also, don't forget, we've got the team out there for the Valletta Cup in Malta at the moment. So, Rico, I think we'll go home, decompress, have a think through what's going to happen for tomorrow's games, make sure that we're fully prepared to bring you even more stunning T10 action when we're back here at Landskrona tomorrow. It will be a wonderful Wednesday of T10 cricket. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good chat. So time for us to say adios. Esta mañana un abrazo muy fuerte y adios mi familia.